Hey. And so if you guys are interested in injecting some Before I Die ale into your veins tonight, you can go get a glass of this one night only delicious libation inside the doors over there. So before we get into this, Joe, we're gonna be here all night. At some point, we're gonna open up the vent lines and bring people, if you guys have takes on what the Vikings should do or what they have done after they make their pick. We have a microphone up here. And we have a camera here. So we're live on the Score North, or I should say the Purple Daily YouTube channel right now. It's youtube.com/Purple Daily Podcast. But the draft starts with the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock in 50 minutes from now. We're going to get our guy Thor Nystrom from NBC Sports Edge up here to tell us about players that we know nothing about. But Judd, as we sit here, I don't know, probably like 2 or 3 hours before the Vikings actually make a pick.
Yep.
What's on your mind? What's on your mind here tonight?
Well, first of all, the fact
How many beers have you had so far?
Yeah.
I'm on my second one, and the Before I Die ale is absolutely outstanding.
Okay,
Like, I thought it'd be good. It's better than I expected. It is fantastic. So that's the most important thing. What's on my mind is this. I am, as I've told a ton of you out there talking to you throughout the course of the evening so far, I'm super excited because I honestly have no clue what they're going to do.
Yeah.
I have, but it's not like the feeling of Spielman dread of, well, they're going to trade back and they're going to do this, they're going to do that. This is the first time in a long time, because keep in mind, Rick got here in 2007, and he was the GM starting in 2012, that we sort of, he had tells. We knew what he was going to do. And with Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah now, we have no clue. And what excites me about this, too, is the Vikings now have an offensive coach. So you can't dismiss the fact that they'll go the anti-Zim route and take a receiver or an offensive player first round. They also might trade back, but I won't be nearly as down on that as I would have if Rick did it, because there are certain things that they could probably do to manipulate this draft and future drafts. So what's on my mind is the unknown is back in play. Like, I feel like
It's a fresh relationship.
Yeah, we all knew Rick, right?
Been there.
We all knew Rick, and now we've broken up with Rick. And I got to be honest, nothing against guys named Rick out there, but the relationship was boring.
You don't know if your new wife or husband is going to put the toilet paper roll in with it where it rolls, sort of underneath or over the top. Are they going to steal your toothpaste?
Yep.
Are they going to roll the back of the toothpaste up as they squeeze it out? You don't know. We don't know
absolutely
anything
hate.
about what Kwesi is going to do in the draft.
When the toothpaste gets low, just throw the damn tube away and buy a new tube. I hate that when you try and squeeze the last
It's like
toothpaste.
$4. Just get a new thing of toothpaste.
Exactly.
It's ridiculous.
So my excitement is based on the fact that I honestly think for the first time in a long time when it comes to the Vikings, we have no clue what they're going to do, and that makes it way more fun.
Yeah. Well, we know if Rick Spielman was still the general manager, not that we need to do these drive-by, insults of Rick Spielman, that they would probably be looking to stockpile more picks after the 6th round. I don't think, Kwesi came on and did his little Tuesday press conference before the draft, and he kind of took a shot at Rick Spielman, and he said, let's put it this way. 1 million 7th-round picks aren't going to equal the value of 1 first-round pick. So we at least know that he values 1st and 2nd-round picks more than 6th and 7th-round picks. Mm-hmm. But this is the most unpredictable. By the way, look at the set right now. We got NFL Network on. These guys are just hanging out in Las Vegas, poolside right now. They're probably sweating through those sport coats right now, which is the opposite of what we're doing. Thor, we'll get you on in a minute here, by the way, so feel free to pound that energy drink.
Thor's like, why is it so cold here? Damn it.
Yes, we found a guy named Thor to tell us about the Vikings draft, and it's going to be great here in a second. But this is legitimately the most unpredictable draft I can remember, and that we don't even really know who the 3rd pick's going to be, right? We kind of know who the first 2 picks are going to be. We don't know if a quarterback's going to go in the first 6 picks or in the first 20 picks. There's probably 6 different players the Vikings could target at number 12, and none of them would surprise us. So it's going to be exciting from that standpoint. And like you said, we don't know, is Kwesi going to trade up, trade back? Is he going to play it safe and just pick at number 12? So many fun things to be decided here tonight. By the way, we are giving away a number of things. So if you haven't already come up here and signed up to win, we've got a bunch of different things we're giving away tonight, including a 65-inch 5-series TCL Google Smart TV. Your chance to win a massive TV to watch Vikings games and maybe be disappointed in the end like we always are for 60 years, but you'll have a great TV to do that on.
That changes tonight, man.
And also, you can download the Score North app, I should say, to be able to register for that. So, I don't know. I have 1 stocking cap left. Does anyone need a stocking cap in the front row here? Well, I saw that hand go up first over there. Yeah, so here, I'm going to try and throw it to you.
Godspeed.
There we go.
Oh, wow. What an arm.
Awesome, man. So let's get Thor, when you get a chance, come on over here, buddy, so we can break down the draft at this point, what the Vikings might do. But what is the thing, Judd, that you are, if you were, for some inexplicable reason, given the keys to be the Vikings general manager for 5 minutes tonight when they're on the clock?
Yeah.
What would you be looking to do tonight?
Well, first of all, I would be talking to my new head coach, Kevin O'Connell, because I am curious what he can do offensively for this team. Keep in mind that I also spent the entire free agency period addressing defense. I honestly think if Stingley is there, they take him, but I don't think he's there. I think he's now gone with that pro day. I think he's now gone by then. And so I'm not going to be surprised one bit, and it's sort of a buzzkill, but it's not the worst thing in the world if they do indeed trade back. Because I think that there's alternatives to trading back. I mean, yes, you can win right now, and I totally get what they're thinking. I don't know that I agree with it, but I get what they're thinking. But at some point in time, and especially on a night like this, I think it's about the future, and I think trying to address immediate needs is outweighed by what you can do for your team, especially when you are a new GM. Like, there is some built-in cushion here for Kwesi to look outside 2022, and I'm wondering if tonight or certainly this weekend is the time he takes that.
All right, I'm just going to say it. I want a wide receiver at 12. I want. That's right. Thank you. Yes, shower me with applause for that take. Thank you. Yes.
There you go.
Can I get a standing ovation for that take? Yes. Look at these. The people have agreed. A wide receiver would be so much fun for one. Okay, so hear me out on this. All right. In 1998, for those of us that were fortunate enough to be heartbroken in 1998, going into that draft, the Vikings were very similar. 1997, they were competitive. They were like a 9-win team that I think they won a playoff game on a miracle onside kick recovery against the Giants, if I remember right.
That's how Denny saved his job.
And that team was kind of middle of the pack offensively and defensively, and you would look and say, well, wide receiver's not a need. You got Chris Carter and Jake Reed. Why would you need a wide receiver in that draft, right? They already have their Randy Moss. His name is Justin Jefferson. I think if you add, let's say, there's, throw up a million names here, but, Jamison Williams, the Alabama kid, okay? If you added a wide receiver to this collection of Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen, who are both Vikings Ring of Honor guys, maybe even, I think Justin Jefferson might be a Pro Football Hall of Famer or something. And KJ Osborne can maybe slide into that little fourth wide receiver slot. If you had 3 number 1-ish wide receivers in an offensive scheme, by the way, that plays 3 wide receivers more than almost any offensive scheme in the NFL, and Irv Smith coming back, and Dalvin Cook, and maybe, if we cross our fingers and pray, a league average offensive line for the first time in like a decade. This offense becomes almost unstoppable, especially at home at US Bank Stadium. And I know people are going to say, but defense, and yes, the defense needs to get better. But what's the best defense? How about hanging 30 points a game on opponents and taking 21-point leads in the second quarter? Then your defense can tee off on the opposing quarterbacks. And so that's where I'm at. I mean, listen, I'm not going to complain if they draft a cornerback or, an edge rusher. There's all kinds of different things that would make me happy in this draft for the Vikings. But the thing that would get me the most excited would be a star wide receiver.
If they trade back, are you
quarterback in 2023, which could then replace Kirk Cousins after he's 35 years old and comes off the books. So I think if they're going to trade back, I want it to be for 2023 capital. I guess that's kind of where I'm at right now. So.
And that's a super deep class. I think that's a really viable strategy for whatever team. But if the Vikings get a really good opportunity to accumulate any picks in the 2023 draft, we know that class is going to be better than this one. So if you can defer the opening the presents a little bit, I would do that for sure.
Let's introduce him, Thor Nystrom from NBC Sports Edge. That's right, we found a Nordic man named Thor to break down the Vikings draft here with us tonight at Surly Brewing Company. So Thor literally has spreadsheets upon spreadsheets of draft breakdowns, and so give us your thought on what might be there for the Vikings. You've now seen all the mock drafts. Today, basically the Mount Rushmore of mockers, like Mel Kiper and Todd McShay and all those guys came out. And there's some interesting trends. They think that the safety, Kyle Hamilton, might fall toward the Vikings. One of them had Kayvon Thibodeau falling to the Vikings today. So what do you think is most likely to be there at 12 for the Vikings, Thor?
I think the Kyle Hamilton scenario is super viable. I've had Kyle Hamilton going to the Vikings in my last 2 mock drafts. I think that scenario is very much in play. Certainly it's a need position. Kayvon Thibodeau, I would be super surprised if he falls down there to 12 because you got to get by Atlanta. You got to get by Seattle, and I can tell you for a fact Seattle really likes him. I think Atlanta might too, but they're going to take a wide receiver, I'm pretty sure. Although if Thibodeau is there, they might think about it a little bit. But I'd be surprised if he got by Seattle at 9.
Talk to me about safeties, because like this kid is special. I hypothesized on this morning's show that he could possibly be a hybrid safety / linebacker. But it feels like we are now in an era for sure with how players are looked at. Positional value is now huge. I mean, it's always been important, but it's now absolutely huge. So, Kyle Hamilton might very well be the best available talent at 12. But do you think Kwesi will look at it differently just based on the fact that he plays a position at which I don't think it's a stretch to say you can find guys, and there will be positions available at which it's tougher to find talented players?
I think there's 2 ways to look at it. One of them is that, the safety is at the value position, but the other way, analytically looking is you can get a guy that everyone in the industry thinks is a top 5 or top 6 talent at number 12. That's just good business, analytics or not. And so if he's available there, you get that opportunity, probably because the teams above you are thinking sort of the same thing, the value position. They're thinking edge, they're thinking tackle. They're going some of these, other more valuable positions or whatever. He filters down the board. I think that gives you a great opportunity. And your point's really well taken about Hamilton, as sort of this quasi, he gives you sort of the utility of helping you in the run game, being able to play in the box. He's got a linebacker-like frame, but he has all the makings of a great safety play and coverage as well. All the different things he can do, I think he would help the defense so much against both the run and the pass.
Interesting. By the way, Thor gave you a good point there, Judd. And so congratulations.
Oh, did I get one? It's been years.
Good point,
it's like
dude.
a year
Congratulations.
since I've gotten a good point.
It's a great point by Judd right there.
I'm catching up to you, Mackie.
Nice job. All right, just for fun here, I don't think the Vikings are going to take a quarterback in the first round, although that would be something if Malik Willis was sitting there at 12 and they decided screw it, and then figured that out with Kirk Cousins. But we've seen, Carolina kind of sniffing around, maybe taking a quarterback at 6, but then some of the final mocks that came out today had quarterbacks not being drafted until the teens or even 20th. When do you think the first quarterback goes off the board today? Who makes sense? Where it makes sense?
It might be at 12, just not to the Vikings. I think that's a super popular trade down spot. Like if he gets by Carolina, and I agree with you, Carolina at least wants us to believe that they're going to take an offensive tackle. So, if they don't, it will be a smokescreen akin to the Trey Lance thing with San Francisco last year. They are telling all the media, we're taking a tackle, we're taking a tackle. So, we'll see on that. But if Malik Willis does get through, I think 12 is a prime spot for teams like the Saints, who acquired another first-round pick ostensibly to go and get a quarterback, or the Steelers, who I can tell you are absolutely obsessed with Malik Willis, coming up from 20.
Yeah, they reek of desperation, the Steelers, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
You can smell them from a mile away, just hoping that Malik Willis falls in their trade down range.
Desperation is a stinky cologne, Phil.
And I know, trust me. Yeah,
I know that one well. Last summer.
Declan here for Desperation Cologne. You can find it online at desperationcologne.com.
At Viking stores near you.
By the way, I don't know. Oh, look, I just found a pair of Chill Boys underwear. Who wants a pair of the most comfortable underwear? Oh, there you go. There's one right there. That's funny. Declan, what's one word to describe how Chill Boys are making you feel? Oh, this one's purple.
Comfortable.
Purple right there.
I'm comfortable and warm. Dog pile on that, Chill Boys.
Hey, that's like a foul ball in baseball. I want to see people tackling each other for that.
Wait, we have Chill Boys bamboo fabric socks too?
Yeah. Whoa.
Wait,
I got socks?
Judd and I didn't get those.
Why didn't I get a sock?
Yeah, we didn't get socks.
We'd need Malik Willis to get it up to you guys.
Oh.
Buffalo High School.
Kirk Cousins in crunch time
there.
there.
You go. Yeah. Share them. You give one to your
Kirk.
buddy, you keep one. I mean, come on, Chill Boys, we're sharing.
Chill
right?
Boys is a Minnesota-based company. They make the most comfortable underwear. And trust me, these guys are wearing long underwear from Chill Boys underneath their jeans. Okay?
Yes, I am. My basketball look. So, Thor, what do you...
Hold on, chillboys.com. Chillboys.com. Sorry,
Chillboys.com is exactly right. So, Thor, tell me this. Give me, pre-Vikings, give me one bold take of something you think is going to transpire that's going to turn this draft tipsy-turvy and on its ear a bit.
What's your hottest take?
Yeah.
Hottest take.
Well, okay, so barring like a trade, because, you could just say, there would be a big trade. But if for teams staying in their slots, one thing I keep an eye on, I know Seattle really likes Jordan Davis. I also know the Vikings like Jordan Davis. So you start the Jordan Davis watch at number 9. If he gets through there, the Vikings are in play at 12. Houston would be in play at 13, and he ain't getting past Baltimore at 14.
Okay. I thought you were going to say like Rich Eisen laughs and tips back into the water outside wherever they're.
Just starts drinking.
Yeah,
Surly
Okay, though.
Before I
It's gonna
Die.
It's gonna be
Mel
crazy.
Kiper gets bombed off whiskey inside of his home studio. And
I'm
starts,
sorry, though. Like, we're all outside and we're enjoying these elements. Whose idea was it to put players on a boat in Las Vegas?
Is that what's happening?
This is going to be a disaster. Someone's tipping over. Somebody's going to be tipping over on a boat in
Like,
Las
what if
Vegas.
Aiden Hutchinson can't swim or something? Like, you draft Aiden Hutchinson, he falls over the edge, and all of a sudden now he's.
Can the boat hold
medical
Jordan,
emergency?
Can the boat hold Jordan Davis?
I don't know.
Luckily, Falele, I don't think he's there. I don't,
No chance?
I don't know if they
Wait,
got a
wait,
boat
wait.
big enough for him.
Zero chance.
It just seems like unnecessary risk to be putting these guys in
Story of my
boats.
life. Unnecessary risk, completely unwarranted.
Thanks to Livia, though, you can get in the boats.
That, yeah, that's well. I'm getting boat before Livia, but yes, Livia.com has made my life much simpler,
Oh, my
especially as
God.
I sip on this delicious Before I Die. So, as far as Stingley goes, because
Yeah.
that's the most mocked. It's almost cliche by now.
Yep.
Do you agree with my assessment that it certainly seems like there's been legitimate steam that he is not going to be near 12?
Yes, yeah, and frankly, Vikings fans, I think we're going to luck out not having access to Derek Stingley. In fact, I think he might be
Whoa.
going number 3.
So you think it would be a mistake to draft Derek Stingley?
I do. Yeah, point me to another top 15 cornerback ever that only had one good season out of 3 in college. That season was 2 years ago when he was playing for one of the best teams in college football history, starting across from a day 2 pick behind a level where they had 2 first-round picks. When the other offenses always had to throw for him behind, Stingley played for LSU on that awesome team with Burrow and our boy Jefferson and Chase and everything like that. And then he's got a Liz Frank injury too. And obviously the fact that he came back from the Liz Frank injury, was able to put up a 90th percentile size-adjusted athletic composite.
Wait, say that again?
Which one?
A 90% what?
90th percentile size-adjusted athletic composite.
Football.
The
Say
fact,
catch radius.
the fact that he catch radius, the fact that he did that, he's going to go in the top 10 now. And the late steam is that he's going to Houston at 3. I've heard a whole bunch of smoke on that. He's now the betting favorite to go number 3.
Wow, okay.
I think it's pretty hilarious that a team's hiring Lovie Smith, who was put out to pasture by college football multiple years ago, and then they're going to hire a cornerback with Liz Frank, a Liz Frank injury that only had one good season out of college and hasn't had a good season in 2 years.
Okay, say oily hips.
Oily hips.
Oh my God.
Football.
There. Yes. That's interesting because I think so. We've done mock a day on Purple Daily going back to the beginning of April, and the most mocked player to the Minnesota Vikings in the mocks that we have sort of cherry picked is Derek Stingley Jr. So I'll go through this real quick here. So 11 times Derek Stingley Jr., Trent McDuffie 6 times. What are your thoughts on Trent McDuffie?
I think he's better than Derek Stingley by almost any measure except arm length. He's got him on everything that doesn't require a ruler.
He's got the T-Rex arms.
He's got the T-Rex arm. That's the only thing with him and the Vikings. I don't know what the size thresholds are for their outside boundary cornerbacks. So he might fall below them and just not be in consideration there.
So teams have certain, like in terms of measurables at the combine, teams have certain things where they might say, hey, great on tape, but if this measurable doesn't hit a certain threshold, he's off the list or pushed much further down, right?
1,000%. It's the only reason Trayvon Walker is about to be the first overall pick, because he has 97th percentile arm length and Aiden Hutchinson has 7th. And also Trent Baalke's got a feud with Jim Harbaugh and doesn't want to take his boy.
That's so
first
ridiculous.
overall. But it's those two things. You point me to another piece of data that suggests that Trayvon Walker's a better player.
Yeah. Trent Baalke being employed is an absolute joke. He shouldn't be in the league. He's a complete moron. But what do you gauge as a draft guy? What do you gauge as important things and not? For instance, I do think that quarterback hand size is important. I think if you got the small hands, it's a problem. Favre, those
You've seen those Burger King commercials.
Favre, those meat hooks,
Dropping the
man.
Whopper.
You weren't getting the ball from Brett Favre's hand. But when we talk about measurables, arm length, hands, What do you think is truly important, and what gets overblown?
Well, I think some of the length stuff does. Like Tyler Linderbaum was a consensus top 15 prospect until he measures in with short arms at the combine. And all of a sudden, people say he's going to fall out of the first round. He just had the best graded season in PFF history for a center, the best run blocking season for a center in PFF graded history. The guy pinned Tristan Wirfs when he was in high school in the heavyweight, in Iowa heavyweight wrestling. His arms have not been a problem for him yet. I think some of that stuff is overblown. But I think the overall athletic composite for the kids, that's something that I do pay a ton of attention to, especially when it can either confirm something that you've seen on tape, deny something you've seen on tape, or flesh something out with their profile.
Okay, enough of these non-wide receivers. Enough of this crap, okay? Who are the best wide receivers in order 1 through 5 in the first round?
Well, I would say Drake London, number 1. I think he's going to be the first receiver off the board. I think he's going to Atlanta. My second wide receiver is probably going to be the 4th wide receiver taken. That's Chris Olave. I'm surprised the NFL is lower on him, although, speaking to something that may or may not matter, it's the play strength thing. They're sort of extrapolating stuff that didn't really matter in college. But Chris Olave, he was the number 1 guy over Garrett Wilson the last 3 years. He also forced Jamison Williams out of Columbus, right? Like he had to transfer to Tuscaloosa just to get targets. Those are the other 2 guys in this class in that top 4.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean he sat atop a wide receiver group for 3 years that had 4 first-round picks. Yeah. In addition, Jackson Smith and Jigba, he's going to be the first wide receiver taken next year. So okay, I like him a lot.
So you heard my wide receiver take. And again, if they wind up with Trent McDuffie, like there's some needs here. I'm not going to be crying myself to sleep if they don't get a wide receiver. But am I nuts? When you look at the needs the Vikings have on defense, is wide receiver a crazy thing to do at number 12?
I don't think so. I mean, you're going from an offensive system where you use 3 wide receivers, the least or the second least in the league, to ostensibly you're going to be using them the most now.
Yes.
Something has to change. Something has to give. I like KJ Osborne as much as the next guy, but you talk about having that dynamic passing attack. You're bringing Kirk Cousins back. If you're going to use that 3rd wide receiver on the field all the time, you might want to get a stud.
Are we going to get a run of them as well before 12? And what do you think that the league learned in the run that we saw back in 20? Because there's no way on God's green earth, obviously, that Justin Jefferson should have fallen to where he did in light of the wide receivers selected in front of him. So, I get the teams are afraid they're going to pass up the next JJ. But that being said, clearly there were mistakes made in judgment as well, because there were guys taken before him that shouldn't have been and, possibly should have fallen into the late first round, early second round.
Yeah, I mean, Justin Jefferson's case, they had these 2 studs on the outside. They were more prototypical boundary receivers for that offense, Jamar Jefferson and then Terrace Marshall, who was a second-round pick of the Panthers. And so, draft experts extrapolated that Justin Jefferson couldn't create the separation to play on the outside, and that's why he was playing slot receiver for LSU. Another thing, obviously that didn't end up mattering. That was a sort of a BS talking point. That could be the same case with Chris Olave. And I think that, another point with this wide receiver class, or the way the NFL is perceiving it, is you've seen how you've seen some of these trades with the high-end receivers, Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams, stuff like that, and these wide receivers getting enormous money. In the past, 3-4 days, the number of the over/under in Vegas has gone from 5.5 wide receivers in the first round to 6.5.
Wow.
I think it's pulling wide receivers.
7 receivers. Can you imagine? Oh my God.
Absolutely. I think it's pulling wide receivers up the board because teams don't want to pay those ridiculous amounts of money.
Yes.
And we used to talk about how it'd be let's trade back into the first round so we can take a quarterback, get that 5th-year option on him, that you get in the first round. It's starting to become that way with receivers a little bit because relative to the market, they're getting so much money.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, and I don't think this is going to be a decision, because I think the 2 years they've locked into Cousins, he's going to be 35 years old at the end of that. I would be shocked if they keep paying him beyond that, but we'll see what happens if they win big with Cousins and Kevin O'Connell in the pairing. We'll see what happens, but you can't pay the 11th or 14th best quarterback the 3rd most money to the cap and pay Justin Jefferson $30+ million, right?
Amen.
So you either need to trade Justin Jefferson in 2 years, which means you should be looking at other wide receivers that are on, under team control now. Because and this sounds crazy. What do you mean? Justin Jefferson's a second-year player. Well, this is what Kwesi and the front office have to be thinking about, right?
For sure.
I personally I'm okay overpaying for Justin Jefferson if you have a rookie-scale contract quarterback that doesn't make very much money starting in 2024 to take over for Kirk Cousins. These are all you can't just, you got to find value somewhere, right? And the good news for the Vikings is they've got a ton of value in Jefferson right now. He's cheap for a couple more years. Christian Darrisaw might be a franchise left tackle, cheap for another 3 or 4 years. If you think Cam Dantzler is a starting cornerback, you've got some value here and there. And so that's, whoever they draft at 12 ideally is great value for them for the next 3, 4, 5 years until they hit free agency. So just to reset here real quick, I'm getting choked up. Oh my gosh.
Don't get sad
somebody
about
might
Kirk.
need to get me another beer, I think, is what's happening.
Don't get sad about Kirk.
Phil Mackey, Judd Zolgad, and Declan Goff here. We are Purple Daily Vikings Entertainment. Anywhere you find podcasts, YouTube, and the Score North mobile app, SKOR North. And this is our friend here, our draft and football-loving friend, Thor Nystrom from NBC Sports Edge. The show is presented in part by our friends here at Surly Brewing Company and also TCL, which has one of the best-selling consumer electronics brands in the world right now. A new lineup of award-winning TVs delivers the most entertainment with stunning resolution, all at an affordable cost. And you can find and sign up to win a 65-inch 5 Series TCL Google Smart TV. Judd, tell us about the Before I Die beer tonight. Are you enjoying your samplings? You've done a lot of research and development tonight, I think.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, let's just say I worked very closely with the folks here at Surly Brewing, and that means it is my obligation and my honor to try out the Before I Die beer. I hope you're all enjoying it. In fact, are you enjoying the Before I Die beer? Let's give the folks here a hand because they've done a heck of a job. Yeah, that's right. And of course, if you're not here, and it's a great place to be, you can go to your local liquor store. That's right, I'm talking to you right now. You can run down to Surly and get your Surly.
Talking to you, guy. That's right.
So, like, if you're sitting out
How do you do, fellow kids?
in Minnetonka right now, and
Hello.
you're like, I can't make it. Well, that's okay, because you got liquor stores right down the street from you, at which, well, you can't get it Before I Die, but you can get the delicious Surly Brewing products that guys like Phil, Declan, and I enjoy every day.
All right, good news for Declan here. I'm going to spring this on you guys. It's time for another edition of Random Viking of the Week here.
All right, help me out, people.
No,
help me out.
No, he gets no help. I'm on a heater. Don't ruin my heater.
I need some help.
All right, so here's what's going to happen. Officially, it's going to be Judd against Declan and Thor as a team.
I'm in trouble with Thor here.
So Declan and Thor are a team
All right,
here.
buddy. We got
Okay?
this. We're
You're a
fine.
tag
Yeah,
team.
we're okay.
And
I'm
I mean,
between
you want to shout out help. We can't muzzle you, so you just shout out if you think you know the answer. So here's how this works. Random Viking of the Week. So far, Judd, by the way, has a 23-11 lead on Declan all time. So Declan could use some help here.
Yeah.
I'm older, too. I mean,
You have more historical context.
Dex
yes.
is young. Let's give him a break.
So I'm going to throw out a series of clues. You guys can combine for 3 incorrect guesses as a team. So make sure you collaborate a little bit.
Got that, Thor?
Got it.
If you guess 3 times incorrectly, you are eliminated and the opponent gets the point. You can shout out guesses whenever you want, and you can ask me questions I can refuse to answer if I want to, okay?
Okay.
Some recent former Random Vikings of the Week have been Sean Salisbury, Moeldy Moore, John David Booty, now Fahu.
Tahi, 12th man in the huddle.
JDB,
you guys remember
baby.
that?
Hang the banner.
Brett Favre casualty, JDB.
All right. Are you ready for this Random Viking of the Week?
Let's do it.
Clue number 1. No looking here, Thor. No looking. Okay. I don't trust you.
Okay.
You invite him on and then you rip him.
I don't trust you.
I don't trust you at all, Thor.
All right. This Random
Back
Viking of the
up,
Week
move over.
played college football in the SEC.
Okay, I know that college conference. I know that one, actually.
Any guesses?
No.
Okay. This Random Viking of the Week, his father is a retired state trooper. This Random Viking of the Week has a mother who is a retired elementary school teacher.
Okay.
This Random Viking of the Week studied sociology in college and was named to his school's honor roll based on his performance in the classroom.
I love how your
I
clues
can't-
are getting
you know what?
more and more like.
I'm going to be an honorable man, too. By the way, the YouTube comments are starting to pile in on random players, and I'm not going to look at it.
Okay.
Okay, so just so the YouTube audience knows,
Okay.
I'm not going to look at
His
that.
grandma
I'm an
hated
honorable man.
football.
All right. This Random Viking of the Week once ran a 4.4 40-yard dash in high school.
Oh,
very fast in high school.
Okay.
And then gained a bunch of weight. No, I don't know.
Troy Williamson. I'll take a guess.
It's a really good guess. He has not been the random Viking of the week, but it is incorrect.
All right.
I'm going to buzz you.
I got 2 left.
Okay. This random Viking of the week
Oh, I like that.
is an avid outdoorsman. He enjoys fishing, hiking, and boating, according to his Wikipedia page.
Oh, you're
And
from-
yes, he does have a Wikipedia page, so he's somewhat recognizable.
He
at
likes
least.
the outdoors?
Thor's from Brainerd, right? Thor, you're a Brainerd guy.
Brainerd.
Okay.
You like the outdoors. Why don't you know who this random Viking of the week is?
I
All
thought
right.
I would get it with the state trooper and the teacher clues, but
All right, this random Viking of the week is a former 4th-round draft pick.
Okay.
oh, now we're getting there.
It's our second, 4th-round draft pick of the day.
Can we get a position? There's only like 3 it could be before it could be.
I'll give you a position at some point here.
Okay.
His NFL coaches,
Okay.
he had 3 of them. Ron Rivera, Leslie Frazier, and Mike Zimmer.
No. We've done one of them. I can't say who it is.
I'll go with the crowd. I'll take my second guess. Jarius Wright.
Jarius Wright is correct.
Yay!
Yes! Congratulations.
I'll go with the
That's
crowd.
good.
That's
Well
the
done.
crowd's victory. I don't
Why
deserve
are you
it.
all working against me?
I don't deserve it.
What's going on here?
Because you didn't listen to him and I did. Crowd gets the victory.
Yeah.
Amazing. So there, Judd Zolgad. Congratulations.
I like how he's like
24
yelled
points.
out Jarius Wright twice. He's like, state trooper, I know his family.
Well, I wanted to say Captain Wonderland. We've done Captain Wonderland on Random Viking.
Wait, who yelled that out? Did you get pulled over by his dad or something? Yeah.
Arkansas.
The Vikings drafted 2 receivers
God.
from Arkansas.
I-
Greg Childs was the
Childs.
other one. He blew out both of his knees on
knees are
one
still in
play in
Mankato.
training camp.
I exposed myself on Old Tweets Exposed today with the Jarius Wright sake, and I didn't even get it. Yeah, I'm kicking myself.
Yep,
Ah,
it's too bad.
All you had to
bad.
do was
That's
listen
the
to
game.
him.
That's the game.
It's too bad.
What's
All right, so just to reset here, we are 19 minutes away from the Jacksonville Jaguars being on the clock. We're live here on the Purple Daily YouTube channel. Which you can find at Purple Daily Podcast if you're looking for the exact URL for it. And if you're watching us, thank you guys. We have a great live crowd here, and we appreciate everyone who has showed up to bear the 40-degree and windy elements that almost blew over these tents. But for all of you watching on the YouTube channel, we appreciate you. Please click the subscribe button and the like button so we can spread the word about this Vikings community that you guys have helped us build here. We just want the Vikings to win the Super Bowl before we die. So, all right, before we let you go drink beer, Thor, and we'll get you back in at some point here. Give us your gut feeling. How do you think the first 12 picks play out if you had to put your entire livelihood and career on the line? What name are you going to pull out of the hat? Who falls to the Vikings at 12?
I'm going to say Kyle Hamilton. I'm going to stick with Kyle Hamilton.
Okay.
It makes a lot of sense, and it's, again, a position in need. Kyle Hamilton tested the exact same as Harrison Smith, coming from the same college. I think it'd be really cool for him to start out his career next to him.
Yeah.
He's just way bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Kyle Hamilton.
Kyle Hamilton.
All right, man.
All right. Hey, let's give Thor Nystrom a round of applause here for coming out
Way to go, man. Good
from
stuff.
NBC Sports Edge.
Go
Appreciate
Brainerd.
you.
Before I die beer, you got to try it.
Go Brainerd.
Awesome, man. All right. Actually, why don't you go get us 2 of those? Go get us 2 of those before I dies inside that door and bring that back.
Or don't.
Bring that back.
Yeah, or don't. Or don't.
Just, we never see Thor again.
And give him a
Just
huge tip, Thor.
Yeah.
Give him a big tip.
Okay, here's another question for you guys. All right. If Kirk Cousins was driving the ship,
Yeah.
you don't drive a ship,
Nope.
do you?
Steering?
You steer a ship.
Steering a ship?
You're steering a ship or
Yep.
driving a bus or whatever. The
Yep.
draft bus. What would Kirk Cousins want to happen tonight? Would he want defense so that, hey, let's keep the scores lower? Would he want a center? What would Kirk Cousins want?
I think Kirk Cousins would want a receiver. I've got to think. I mean, the thing about it that we're not factoring in enough in these conversations, in addition to the fact that O'Connell is an offensive coach, is Thielen's 31. He's been hurt. He's really good when he's healthy. But if he goes out, that bumps KJ Osborne up. And KJ Osborne is good, but he's not like a clear-cut 2. If you gave Kirk Cousins Jefferson, Thielen, and now a clear-cut stud, and KJ Osborne as a 4, if Kirk Cousins is as good as we think he can be, divorced from Zimmer, that changes the whole thing.
Yeah.
So I gotta think that it's the ability to have 3 receivers that you consider to be like first-class guys, and KJ Osborne is good at what he does. I would just encourage us not to think when Thielen's gone that KJ's going to bump up and be that next guy. I think Osborne, they found a great role. But keep in mind, too, when the Vikings drafted Osborne, he was drafted to be a return guy. He was not drafted.
That's true.
He was not drafted to play a ton. And so I think that they're pleasantly surprised and getting a lot from him. But I think if you were to go to Kirk and say, okay, playbook's open, we ripped up the old one, you've got all of these possibilities now, and you said your offensive line is sufficient, because it should now be sufficient, and you're going to be able to drive the ball downfield.
I know, I'm high maintenance. I've got
have
help.
no idea.
I've got help here.
This is
I
the least.
got to do
I'm
things.
I'm spitting hot sports takes, and you're having like
I'm
Ross
freezing, dude.
put the green jacket
I'm
on
by the
you.
heat.
I'm a West
Thank
Coaster
God.
now, man.
These
I'm
guys
a
are out
pansy,
here.
dude.
That dude in front of us
This
has,
dude's got nipple tassels and a kilt on. You know.
yeah, and he's not.
Skull Vikings.
He's not.
By the way, when I said nipple tassels and a kilt, I saw this gentleman right here look over at him to see. You know. Ooh, that's nice.
This team spent from 1961 to 1981 outdoors, and a day like this would be considered to be a fantastic day for a football game, okay?
That's true.
We're far tougher than that. But anyway, I think it's a receiver.
Okay.
Well, you know what Kirk does if it's a offensive lineman, if it's a wide receiver, it's a cornerback. Kirk comes to that podium and says, hey, I'm just happy that there's another new member of the Minnesota Vikings, and I'm happy to work here. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy that person's going to contribute to us. That's all that matters, because I'm Kirk Cousins, and all I care about is myself. That's what Kirk Cousins would say.
See, I think you're being too hard on Kirk Cousins. As a guy that tends to give him a break, you know, never. Yeah, he does just work here. But I think.
Does work here.
But he's not supposed to now. You got his guy.
I think here's what I think. So I think again, if you gave him the keys and said, "What do you want?" I think the lasting image in his mind would be some of the defensive meltdowns late in halves, late in games. And again, I think it's a lot easier to play defense if your offense doesn't lead the league in 3 and outs, which the Vikings shockingly did last season. Yep. And if your offense takes more big leads. And Mike Zimmer has been on the record for years saying he likes to keep the games close. It's like, well, yeah, if you're playing a better team, maybe you want to keep the games close so you can win the game in the end, but you shouldn't try to keep every game close. But I think he would like for a defense that doesn't blow leads late, right? A defense that doesn't let an opposing team like the Lions march down the field, Jared Goff, and steal their first victory of the season. So I think he'd be happy with an edge rusher, a cornerback of some kind. But if you really gave him truth serum about his offensive line, imagine how hard it would be as a non-mobile quarterback who's not the greatest leader. You know, he needs a tag team partner at center. And Garrett Bradbury has really let him down. And it's hard to get a full evaluation on Kirk Cousins after 4 years even in a Vikings uniform if you keep running out one of the 10 worst offensive lines in the NFL. Now, are they going to draft a center, Tyler Linderbaum, at number 12? Almost no chance, right?
God.
So in that case, I guess I would say defense is what he would potentially lean toward.
But don't you think
Oh, I found my gloves, by the way.
Well, those important.
Right here.
Yeah.
All right, we can start the show now. I found my gloves.
That's excellent.
Great.
But don't you think in this new world in which we're supposed to be in now, from a Viking standpoint, that if you have the potential at receiver of Jefferson, Thielen, and player X, let's say,
Yeah.
and now it can become this high-flying, O'Connell's turning it loose, driving the ball downfield.
Yes.
I mean, I think that there is, for one night, I'm going to be completely positive and say I think that there should be this potential, and this is one night only, live show.
You get the guy a couple custom Before I Die beers, and
Yeah.
he turns into Mr.
This is-
Positivity
there's,
here.
There's the Judge Zone.
Exactly
this
right.
bleeping guy.
Exactly right. But don't you guys think that if you were to give him the play calls and the receiving core that could, use play action because of Dalvin, that could have the options of Jefferson and Thielen, or if he gets hurt, another first-round receiver, I would just be really intrigued because, look, Phil, you brought this up a couple weeks ago, and I think it's right. I think for the Vikings to be as successful as they think that they can be in 2022, this scoring offense needs to be top 10, and in my estimation, probably top 8.
And it can be.
Oh, absolutely.
Why can't it be?
No, it can be.
Yeah.
It was held back last year. by coaching and play calling.
Yeah. Well, think about how crazy this is. So Kevin O'Connell has already done, he was on McAfee's show last week, and he's already done a bunch of interviews and press conferences and stuff. And he talks so much about the conversations he's having with Cousins and the relationship that they've been building, and we're kicking ideas around and we're doing this and that. Mike Zimmer had to be literally begged into submission to start meeting with Cousins for 45. I can give you 45 minutes. And I got lunch coming up here at a little late lunch at 12:15, so we have to cut it short today.
Yeah.
So to have in 2022, think about all the great. Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford is the newest one, right? Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes. The Buffalo Bills. Sean McDermott's a defensive guy, but Sean McDermott and Brian Daboll, and he got hired as a head coach. But it's about a relationship between head coach, coaching staff, and quarterback. That's what drives winning. Matt LaFleur, Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
And so for the Vikings, and again, I'm not the biggest Kirk Cousins fan, but it is so ridiculous that you had a head coach that barely made eye contact in the hallway with his offensive players and with his starting quarterback. And what a breath of fresh air to have an actual meaningful relationship between Kevin O'Connell and Kirk Cousins for the first time.
And this team has not had, I don't think, a coach who is comfortable with his quarterback since Dennis Green. Because, Ticey was brief, and that was done. And Culpepper had the 2004 MVP type year,
Yeah.
but I think that was more a product of the system. And then, with Brad, it was always, Brad was supposed to come here as a quarterback whisperer, but that didn't come close to happening. And he drafted Tavares Jackson, and that didn't work, unfortunately. God rest his soul.
Yeah.
And so then,
That's right.
And then you went to Les, and Les is the greatest guy on the face of the earth, but he didn't really have quarterback acumen. And then Mike, other than Teddy, the thing with Mike that I think we forget at times is, yes, he and Cousins definitely didn't see eye to eye, and yes, Mike warned about signing Kirk to that contract. But all of that being said, and I'm just going to take 1 second here, I don't get it. I don't get a beer?
No.
Oh, my God. This is so disappointing.
one?
I was told I was going to get one. I'm done here now. No. But if you go back to Mike, beyond Teddy Bridgewater, Mike really didn't ever embrace his quarterbacks. I'll always go back to the fact that Zimmer spent the entire 2017 season talking about Case and how he had a horseshoe up his rear end and things. Is that engendering belief? No, because what was Mike's thing? And look, Mike was hired, in Mike's defense, for this. Mike was hired to stop quarterbacks, not to embrace them. But Kevin O'Connell was the first guy, I think, since Denny, where you have a guy who I think has a fighting chance to really have a very good idea of what's going through his QB's mind.
Yeah.
Now, the difference is in 2022, I think that's imperative. In 1998, I think it helped. I think it was important. But it's a different ballgame now, and that's where now I don't understand why you would hire a defensive coach first. I think they're important as DCs, but the most important thing is that O'Connell and Kirk can work together to get through Kirk's flaws to give them the best chance possible to be a top 10 scoring offense.
And I know that we've kind of migrated into more of a general state of the Vikings conversation here, as opposed to who might they pick at 12. And we'll get back to more draft conversation because the Jaguars are on the clock in 7 minutes from now. But one thing that I think has kind of come back around, I think there was a period in the NFL, and Aaron Rodgers helped with this, and Peyton Manning and Tom Brady, of that high-end quarterback play was predicated almost exclusively on minimizing risk and interception.
Sure.
Look at Aaron Rodgers. He only throws 4 interceptions in a year. And if you want to be an elite quarterback, you can only throw single-digit interceptions.
Yep.
Last season, and this is something, Kirk Cousins has become really good at minimizing big-time interceptions and mistakes. I think basically ever since that Falcons game where he just rapid-fired interceptions and they fell behind.
That was a very un-Kirk-like performance.
Yeah, and he had the Niners game last year too, which was pretty bad. But generally, he's become great at risk aversion quarterback play. But last season, Matthew Stafford led the NFL in interceptions and won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So the interceptions, now, do I want my quarterback to throw 17 picks? It's not ideal. He threw 2 or 3 against the Vikings in that game.
Yeah, I think 3
at US Bank Stadium. But it's not the end of the world. If you're throwing interceptions and you're not tapping into the upside of big plays down the field and touchdowns and stuff, then it's a problem. But if you're getting all the upside of that Rams offense and you happen to throw 16 or 17 interceptions, they won the Super Bowl. By the way, Josh Allen was tied for third in interceptions with 15 last year.
Yeah.
And the Buffalo Bills were toe-to-toe with the Chiefs, going deep in the playoffs too. So I think, in terms of the Kevin O'Connell, Kirk Cousins relationship, don't be afraid, man.
Well,
Don't check it down because you think that there might be, a dicey throw down the field. It's okay to take some risks and make some mistakes if you're tapping into the upside of a big play offense.
And back to the draft for tonight and the Vikings' potential first-round move is this. If you're going to give Cousins – so basically what you're talking about, and I agree completely, is you've got to give him the ability where a mistake is not just on him, it's on him and coaching because you're taking chances. But those chances could pay off big. And to go back to what you talked about at the top of the show as far as the potential of taking a receiver is you can't create the illusion of complexity if C.J. Ham is the check down guy.
Hold on, the illusion of complexity. Let's hit you with one here.
Little football.
Yeah. It's hard with gloves on to hit these buttons.
But you can't create that if it's, oh my God, what am I going to do? Oh, there's C.J. Ham, my outlet. And you know what? God bless the guy. Went to Duluth, a heck of a player, has turned himself into a nice player. But the reality is you're trying to create, like if you are going to do what the Rams do with Cooper Kupp, you need the guys around Jefferson to be threats.
Yeah.
Like I can move Jefferson from here until kingdom come, but if you're not afraid of anybody else, guess what? You're not biting.
Yeah.
So I need you to bite. And you bite by me having actual weapons on the field.
Yes.
And all jokes aside,
no, we're not putting jokes aside.
Okay, you're right. I should know better than that. But what's more likely? Like if the Vikings take Stingley or cornerback today at 12, is their defense going to improve? Potentially. Are they going to go from 30th to top 10 overnight? No. But if they took a wide receiver, does that defense go from 11th and 12th in points the last 2 years, potentially being in top 5? Is the chances of that happening better than the former? Yes.
Yep.
So that's where the lure of drafting a wide receiver, I think, is definitely on the table.
Now, do you think, though, and just back to the defense for a second here, I think you need, if you want to, and they have committed to winning big by sort of running it back. They're bringing Kirk back for a couple years. They probably could have gotten a first or second round pick for him, but they've decided, no, we think we can win. We think the coaching staff was holding this team back. Mike Zimmer was a dinosaur who didn't get along with people. Let's bring some actual modern coaches in here, and let's get this thing done. Well, is it possible that a new scheme defensively, plus Daniil Hunter playing, let's say, 15 games, plus Zadarius Smith coming in and playing 15-plus games, that and getting, I think Harrison Phillips coming in, he's going to hopefully play more games than Michael Pierce did.
What if Cam Dantzler can play?
Yeah, there's improvements to be made before you even get to the 12th pick defensively.
Right.
By just all the changes they've already made. So I'm curious, do those changes bring you from the 25th defense to the 15th? That's something we don't know yet.
Yeah. Well, and the change in scheme should help. Like that defense became bad. So it didn't go from you had to be top 5 and now you're 14. That defense was bad.
Yeah.
There were moves made. There were things done to it that absolutely positively did not work. And so, you did spend the free agency period focusing on that side of the ball. It should be improved. The change to a 3-4 base should improve it.
Yep.
There should be less pressure on the corners. Again, Cam Dantzler, we have no idea. He might be good. He basically went from playing as a rookie to being inactive for game 1 because Mike was mad. So there's just a lot of variables here, but I really believe that the eggs are in the basket of this offense can flat out outscore teams. How do you get there? That's the question.
All right, you guys want to give some stuff away here?
Let's do it.
All right, we're gonna give some stuff away here. You guys have signed up to win things. You have come here to win prizes, and we have prizes to give away. All right, let's start with the. This is the Score North swag pack here. Okay, so the Score North swag pack it's a Score North stocking cap, a trucker hat, and I think a big steamy hug from Judd Zolgad.
Yeah, Judd is included.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. No one asked me about this. No one told me.
It's an uncomfortable, a little bit too long hug and embrace from Judd Zolgad.
I just go with the brief.
And
Judd,
Judd will willingly learn your name.
Yeah.
and immediately
Hello.
forget it. And I would immediately forget your name, too, and that's not my fault.
All right, Mason Hernandez.
Mason
Hernandez.
Mason.
Come on down.
Come on down.
You are going to have Judd know your name is what's going to happen. All right.
Na.
All right, congratulations to Mason Hernandez.
We got him?
And if we don't have him, let us know. We'll draw again, okay? He heard that, and he's like, I don't want that.
Yeah, he's like, Zolgad hugging me?
Screw that. Miss me with that ish. All right, a 4-pack of Twins. By the way, the Twins have won like
7 in a row.
Seven games in a row.
First time since 2011.
Are back.
Yeah.
First time since 2000. How about that starting pitching?
Let's go. Twins.
I always said the starting pitching was great.
I never doubted him at all.
Never doubted the Twins at all whatsoever.
No.
Been all in. All right, 4-pack of Twins tickets in the Delta Club.
Ooh.
Oh, am I eligible?
No.
Live season tickets.
Which means you can go inside and be warm and drink beers,
That
such
sounds
as
great.
Surly.
I believe this is it Logan Tosillo?
Logan,
Logan Tosillo.
where you at?
You get to watch the Twins.
Logan Tosillo. While I remember your name, are you here?
Oh, we'll give Logan a second here. It's possible he's in the bathroom after too many Before I Die ales.
Oh, these things are good, man.
All right, by the way, did we get the first winner? Okay.
Not yet.
All right, St. Paul Saints tickets, Samantha Neymark. Samantha Neymark.
There's too many people here for
Calm
people not.
down.
All right, we'll let that percolate
Marinate,
for a
yeah.
second
Samantha.
and see what happens here, because it is 7 o'clock on the dot.
Football.
Judd's in his drop top,
Raindrop.
and the Jacksonville
Here we
Jaguars
go.
are about to be on the clock. Let us know if you want us to try again here at some point.
The same team that a year from now will be on the clock is on the clock.
But the 2022 NFL Draft is about to begin. The Jaguars are about to be on the clock. Very exciting, gentlemen. Very exciting. I have for you, speaking of exciting, before we get to an actual first pick, let's go. We did this on our show this morning, but for people that didn't see it or listen to it, we've got the godfather of mock, Mel Kiper, with his final mock draft, okay? Mel Kiper sitting in his home office today. This is version 5.0.
With the largest slice of pie you have ever seen in your life.
What kind of pie was it?
I think it was pumpkin.
Okay.
He wouldn't
Was
have done
it?
that if he was on the road.
It was the largest slice of pie I have ever seen in my life.
So, all right. Mel Kiper has
Sing along.
Trayvon Walker going to the Jaguars, number 1 overall. He's got Aiden Hutchinson going number 2 to the Detroit Lions. Ike Ekwonu to the Houston Texans at number 3. Sauce Gardner to the Jets at number 4. Charles Cross to the Giants at number 5. So no quarterbacks even through 6 here. Evan Neal to the Panthers at 6. Jermaine Johnson to the Giants at 7. Garrett Wilson, wide receiver, Ohio State to the Falcons. Derek Stingley to the Seahawks at 9. Drake London to the Jets at 10. Chris Olave, another wide receiver to the Commanders at 11. And he has the Vikings taking with the 12th overall pick. This is the godfather of mock drafts, Mel Kiper. Kayvon Thibodeau.
I want a mock.
Kayvon Thibodeau falling all the way to
As Thor told us,
number
that ain't
12.
happening.
Yeah, it's very interesting, man. Thanks
Hey,
for coming
thanks,
up,
man.
dude.
Appreciate it.
Listeners, appreciate
Appreciate
you.
it.
coming up,
Appreciate
dude.
the support.
What's going on, man?
That's my guy.
What's going on, dude? And then the Todd father of mock, Todd McShay.
Do you like Todd?
Todd father.
Todd.
So I'll speed through this real quick here. He's got Trayvon Walker, Aiden Hutchinson, Derek Stingley, 3rd to the Texans, Ike Ekwonu to the Jets, Charles Cross. Let's just get to the Vikings here.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
And with the number 12 pick to the Vikings, Todd McShay has Kyle Hamilton, safety, Notre Dame.
Do we
So,
like that
there it
Kyle
is.
Hamilton pick?
You guys are Kyle Hamilton, in on Kyle Hamilton?
Are we in?
By the way, we said once the draft started that we would open up the vent lines here. So can we do that?
I think so.
Can we throw a microphone down there? And,
Here, I got it.
You know, don't get us fired or anything. We
Well,
probably
we're-
have bosses that are watching and listening to this
Yeah,
right
don't
now.
swear,
So
but
try to
we're-
keep it, fairly classy on that microphone. But we can turn this into a live vent line edition, too. And at some point, too, for the YouTube audience, we will pop people in on the screen here and bring those people in as well. So, okay. Let's bring Ben in, the head brewer from
Oh,
Surly.
God, yeah. Where is he? Oh, my hero. I don't have many heroes, but Ben's one of my heroes.
Dang it.
Here,
What's
this
going
is the
on?
guy before I die, man.
Yeah, throw those on. Yeah.
How you doing?
Hey guys, how are you?
That's awesome.
All right, we'll pot you up here. All right, can you hear us okay?
Yes.
All right, so let's give a round. This is Ben Smith. He's the head brewer at Surly Brewing Company here.
Hey guys.
You a Vikings fan?
Absolutely.
Okay, well,
I was raised here.
before we hear about how you concocted this glorious, delicious craft beer extravaganza, what are you hoping happens tonight?
I just hope we get the guys we need to win because I've lived here my whole life.
Yeah.
I'm still a Vikings fan, so you know how I feel.
It's very masochistic.
Yes.
You just keep going back for the pain.
You
Yes,
mean
man.
before you die, you would like the Vikings to win a Super
Before
Bowl?
I die, I would love that.
We all have something in common.
Just one would be fine.
Have the Vikings ever made you cry?
Yes.
What was the first time they made you cry?
98?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who cried in 1998?
Well, that's a good amount of hands. That's a good amount of hands.
3 people just jumped off the balcony when I said that, actually. It's crazy.
I can't do
Just
it anymore.
swan dive, yeah.
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 No, I was like 12 years old. I just went upstairs and cried for 2 hours and then
Yes.
became a Packers fan for
Cried
a year.
for 2 hours?
That's a long time.
It was pretty
It
bad.
was a rough time to be a kid and a Vikings fan.
Absolutely.
So what went into this is one night only, tap room only here, but this is called the Before I Die Pale.
Yes.
Because we want the Vikings to win a Super Bowl before we die.
So it's a juicy pale ale. Number one, I wanted something you could drink more than just a couple of. So the ABV had to be a little bit lower, but I wanted the hot punch of an IPA. So we really went hard. You got Centennial, Citra, Talus, Sabro hops. We got a couple really new school hops in there in Talus and Sabro that gives it more of the tropical fruit flavor.
Nice.
And it's just meant to drink.
Is there
And
an
hopefully-
11% version for when they lose to the Lions at home?
Yeah, come back.
Cooper Rush
Whiskey.
Yeah.
Is there a Cooper Rush version of this beer?
We're cellaring it just in case.
The Cooper Rush version
It can
is,
come out as a celebration beer too if we need it. So
Okay.
hopefully we'll take it that
So
route.
how do you go about developing a beer? Like what goes into, because I'd love to, I don't have the talent or skills or patience, but like when you're charged with, hey, a Before I Die ale would be cool, I'm sure you don't just like step into the lab and like, here it is. What
Yeah.
goes into it?
It's kind of like being a chef. You have to know your ingredients, number one. You kind of have to know the classics too. So what is a pale ale, right? How do you brew a good classic pale ale? So if you can do that, you know your ingredients, but you also have the ability to be innovative and bring in something new to kind of give it a twist, set it apart, make it somewhat distinguishable from what everyone else is doing. But it just, honestly, just experience, time, practice, you kind of get to know what you're doing. I can kind of picture something in my head from a sensory standpoint, and then we kind of take it to the team. And, if we're lucky, we can maybe take a crack or two at it at our smaller brewery in Brooklyn Center. And put it on here at the beer hall and kind of see what do we think about it, what do all you out there in the beer garden think about it. And if we need to tweak it, we will. But in general, we tend to have a pretty good idea of how to execute what we want. And we've got a great team. That's really key too. You can have the best equipment, best ingredients.
Oh,
all
take
that
the
stuff,
credit.
but-
Just take
I'll
the
take it,
credit.
dude.
No,
but,
just-
but our team.
This ain't
be here.
hockey. Take the credit.
Yeah.
I did it.
Ben's like, my teammates have been holding me back for
Yeah,
years, damn it.
exactly right.
I am Tom Brady,
Not
okay?
just
I'm a
work here.
genius.
He does not just work here.
We are really lucky though to have our other brewery, Brooklyn Center. It's a little bit smaller than this one here. If you guys are out here in the beer garden, or if you can see from home, we have a pretty massive destination brewery here. But we also have a nice little brewery over in Brooklyn Center that we can be innovative and do a lot of R&D at. And that's really key for us to stay innovative and kind of on the forefront.
Love it. All right, who's your favorite Vikings player of all time?
All time, I mean, probably Randy Moss, just so explosive. As I was a kid watching him play, like it was so much fun. Like every time you turned on the TV, you knew something exciting was going to happen.
Yes. Yeah, well, let's give Ben a round of applause here for all of his work
Awesome.
bringing this Before I Die ale to
thank
life.
you.
Thanks for coming on, man. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you, guys.
Thanks for the
Take
hospitality
care.
here tonight,
Great
man.
work.
Enjoy a few more pints.
Awesome, man. Yes, we
Oh,
will.
okay.
We will
Well,
indeed.
I mean, if you insist, it's your house.
Yeah. All right, so we do have, by the way, we do have a microphone up here, and we would love, even just starting now, if you guys want to jump up, form an orderly line, okay? We can incorporate you guys into the YouTube channel. You're just gonna pour a pint of, you're gonna pour a pitcher of beer over your head.
There's always that guy, and he's my hero.
Okay, say your name when you first became a Vikings fan, and then give us your thoughts.
Okay, my name is Sam. Probably about 11 years old. I'm 28 now.
Okay.
98 game, a little bit late for me. But big shout out to you guys. Love your show.
Thanks, man.
Got to give a shout out to my buddy Jacob Weiland. I know he's watching this. I'm a lacrosse boy. I'm from Wisconsin.
Hell yeah.
Enemy territory.
Nice.
Go
Big
UWL.
drinking town. That's why we got the picture.
You don't even. The
Before
pint
I
glass
Die.
is for sissies,
You
right?
put me,
Right.
you put me
Yeah.
to shame. And I consider myself a pretty good beer drinker.
Hey, you guys want a picture? I'll bring you one. Let me know anytime. It's sitting right there. Let me know.
Awesome.
All right. We got the draft coming up here. What do you guys think are going to happen at 12? And listen to the shows. Stingley, you going to drop?
So I don't think Stingley's going to drop. I also quit football in 8th grade because there was too much conditioning. So don't necessarily take my opinion as gospel here. But I feel like yeah, you guys know they make you run around. What the hell? It's ridiculous.
That's dumb.
But I think, legitimately, I think the way that it feels like there's too much talk to me about him falling and that, So I feel like the Seahawks at 9 might swipe him.
Okay.
I would love for them to take a wide receiver. So I'm just going to keep throwing that vibe out there
Okay.
for me personally.
Okay.
What do you guys think is going to happen?
I'm going with a trade back.
Okay.
I'm going with a trade back. I think that there's going to be options there at 12. But so far they've done everything to address the now, and the future is still important. So I could see them bailing back. And if they do, I really, really hope, we'll continue to harp on this, I hope they get a 2023 first. I want the collateral to get a quarterback next year. I think it's imperative. You re-sign Jefferson, who we all love. He's a great player.
Oh, yeah.
And when you do that, you can't afford to pay the quarterback as much. But think about this. Reverse the contract. So now you got a rookie contract from the quarterback, and you've got Jefferson with his new contract. That, to me, is incredibly enticing.
Well, and I hear you guys, too. I mean, you take a wide receiver now, you got 5 years of control with that first-round contract. If not, I mean, what kind of bargaining chip do you have with Jefferson? I mean, you're going to pay the guy, right? We love the guy. You want to pay him. Adam Thielen's aging out. You want to have 5 years of a rookie-scale contract on a wide receiver. I hear it.
Yeah, I have no problem paying Justin Jefferson. I know a lot of these teams, I think about these teams now that are like, I don't know, we're not going to pay Tyreek Hill. Well, part of it for the Chiefs is they just paid their quarterback $35 million a year. They can't also pay, they can't also pay a receiver $30 million because now you've got two guys making $60 million out of the $200 million cap, right? But the Vikings, I don't think, are going to be paying a quarterback $35 million in 2024. So we'll see, man.
All right.
All right, thanks for coming up,
Yeah,
dude.
love you guys. Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
it, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Go
it.
UWL.
Awesome, man.
Go
Yeah.
I like
Lacrosse.
the picture.
Yeah, that's
Go
an open
Lacrosse.
mic. You want to come up? Come on up and say hi. Yeah. Say your name, when you became a Vikings fan, and then give us your thoughts on life.
Brainerd Lakes. Brainerd
My name's
Lakes.
Cole Jensen. I became a Vikings
Come on
fan
up a little closer there.
back when I was about 5 years old in 1998, boys.
Oh, that's a great year to start being a Vikings fan. Yeah.
I mean, was it though? I mean, it was the best year ever.
The Moss year was fantastic.
I mean, let's be real. We've been through it. But anyway, I've been a big fan of your guys' show. Huge.
Thank you.
Like,
Thanks, dude.
You guys literally turned a narrative for me last year. Listening, I started listening week 4 or 5 last year, and I quit being so emotional. I got Judd in me. I got that negative.
You got to be dead
pessimistic-
inside sometimes.
and
Wait,
I
so
just-
you're saying you love our show because we've changed your life and now you're dead inside?
That's okay. That's okay.
You killed a lot of my optimism. A lot of that purple blood.
I
flowing
am
through me.
an emotionless
Well, you
zombie.
know-
It's real.
There-
It's realistic.
There's some outlets in this town that perpetuate it, and then you're like, but I'm dead inside. I can't do that anymore. I appreciate the fact that you listen.
You know what? Actually, too, a quick rant now that you brought this up.
Yeah.
You can be critical of your favorite team and still be a great fan.
The best
You
fan.
don't have to just listen. And if you want to just be 100% pie in the sky, that's okay too. You can be whatever fan you want. But I hate it when people say, "Well, you're criticizing so and so. You're not a real fan." No, you want your team to win and be better, and so it's okay.
Well, there's one topic I've been meaning to bring to the show for a while, and I'm just too lazy to send the email and do it. So I show up in person, and I'm ready to go.
Even better.
So here's the biggest thing being the Vikings fan over the past bunch of years is Mike Zimmer took over this team, had Xavier Rhodes as the cornerback. He inherited him. He always bragged to the media, "Oh, we love this long, physical cornerback, punch you in the mouth kind of guy." And what did he proceed to do? I said, this is going to be great. We're going to keep building these cornerbacks that are just big, physical beasts.
Yep.
Trey Waynes, was he a bust? No, I'm not saying that. But we kind of deviated away and we went less physical. The next 3 cornerbacks that we drafted, 5'10", all 3 of them.
Yeah.
All 3 of them, 5'10".
Yep.
That's not cutting it. We can't put that 5'10" cornerback on the outside.
Yeah.
Not in the first round, not in the second round. We can't put him on the outside to defend these guys.
That's a great point.
Metcalf going over the top of them, can't have it.
And that's partially why I'm not a huge fan of trying to draft first-round guys for immediate needs, too.
Yes.
Because
got ourselves in trouble.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, with Mike, it became like, and it's on Rick too, so it's not just a Mike thing. But it became, let's draft more corners. And I love corners. They're a good first-round pick, but they're not a good first-round pick if you think I got to plug and play him, I got to plug him in, I got to plug him in. First-round picks, what makes them so great is 5 years of team control and also the ability to develop them in year 1 as opposed to feel that they have to play. And so that's where I'm hoping that Kwesi has a different idea about this. If a first-round pick steps in and contributes, like Moss did, that's awesome, that's great. But if the expectation is, well, if this guy doesn't help us, we're screwed, I absolutely hate that. And Mike, and just to be clear about Zimmer, he did a very good job for a while. So, like, there was a time period, probably pre-Kirk, where he did a good job. But the reality is the game has shifted, the game has changed, and I think that there should be optimism now because the Vikings at least have, in my opinion, the right template, starting with O'Connell, who's going to be an offensive guy, and be thinking more from that side of the ball, which in 2022 I think is absolutely imperative for success.
For sure. And that leads us into tonight. Now, knowing the last 3 cornerbacks we've taken, 5'10", they didn't work out. You can say what you want. We don't know what really happened with Gladney. Is he going to bounce back? We don't know. But we can say for sure, I saw enough of Mike Hughes to know he wasn't going to be a superstar. I saw plenty of Mackenzie Alexander to know he's not a superstar.
Yeah,
he was graded as the worst cornerback in the NFL last year, by the way. It was really bad.
So that leads us into tonight. Who is the 5'10" cornerback that we are being projected to? He looks a little different. He's bigger. He's stockier. I like his quick twitch ability, but he's 5'10".
McDuffie.
You can't take McDuffie at 12, boys. What would Zimmer and Spielman be doing tonight? Trade back to 20, take McDuffie at 20.
Yeah, you're probably right.
That's what they would do.
100%.
And we would regret it. We would think it would be great.
And make the opposing team throw in a 7th-round pick at the very end of the negotiation, for sure, right?
Yeah, last pick of the
But you're
draft.
kicking that 7th right there, and we got a deal.
1,000,007 don't equal first place.
Thank you.
Hey, it's
Thank
been
you,
nice
sir.
talking
Dude,
to
thanks
you
for
guys.
coming
I'll
on.
be the
Love
show.
that shirt, too. That's a badass shirt, man.
Buccaneers
Awesome, man.
hat, though. What's up with the Buccaneers hat?
My friend Joe Haig played for the Super Bowl champs.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Cool, man.
He dropped this. I'm not going to talk about that. You guys can watch the film.
You're
You guys
awesome.
know what I'm talking about. Good buddy of mine. He plays for the Steelers now, but that's why I'm wearing the hat.
Awesome.
Awesome, man.
Okay.
Great stuff,
to see
dude.
you
Thanks
guys.
for coming
Love you
up.
guys.
Appreciate you.
Great meeting you.
So, real quick on the Zimmer front, because I think we talk about this on our show. By the way, the first. We do see some of the picks coming in on Twitter, I think, because we're sitting here with the live audience and we've got NFL Network on. Let's just react to what's happening on NFL Network so we aren't spoiling here. But the Jaguars pick is in at number 1. It's expected to be leading up to this, and I haven't looked at Twitter here, Trayvon Walker, so we'll get there in a second. But on the Mike Zimmer front,
Yep.
listen, he deserved it. He had to go.
Yeah.
All right, so let's start the conversation there. He had to go. No relationship with the quarterback, no relationship with the general manager. I think it's very telling, too, that he didn't immediately get a defensive coordinator job. I think he just needs a year to chill and to just maybe get right mentally.
Yep.
That said,
Yep.
and again, we talk about this all the time, but I don't like that everything's being lumped on him as the cancer. I legitimately think he's going to go down the 8 years he was head coach.
Yep.
As one of the 3 best Vikings coaches of all time. I think I put him behind Denny Green and obviously Bud Grant as the 3rd best coach. He brought a team with essentially Case Keenum, a backup as a starting quarterback, to the NFC Championship game, right? He was like 16 games over 500. So as we go through here, the draft and the offseason, let's just be careful not shoveling all of the dirt on Mike Zimmer here. There's going to be some things that are positive changes. But I think in the long run, he's going to be viewed as one of the best coaches in Vikings history. The Jaguars are making their pick right now. Let's boo Roger Goodell. Boo! And it is Trayvon Walker, edge rusher from the University of Georgia. So we are officially underway here. Trayvon Walker
Here
off
we
the
go.
board at
Here
number
we go.
1.
First round underway.
Let's get it.
I like the jacket. Nice jacket. Great Vikings jacket. Love that. Old school.
Oh,
too.
DX chop.
The
Old
DX
school.
chop. The DX chop.
Oh, boy, you got Declan and Phil all
And if you're not
excited.
done with that, sir, we've got two words for you. That's right.
I was really hoping for a good one there.
Draft pick.
Yeah, draft.
All right, so now the Detroit Lions are on the clock. And I think at this point, Aiden Hutchinson seems like the logical pick to the Detroit
And
Lions.
you know who
but
can screw anything up, ladies and gentlemen? The
the
Detroit,
Detroit
Lions.
Yes, yes.
Let's hear it for the Lions.
Okay, what's the craziest thing that can happen right now?
Well,
Malik Willis,
Yes.
number 2?
Yeah, that's probably.
There's a fighting chance they are going to take Malik Willis.
Oh, my gosh.
There is a fighting chance.
Inject chaos into my veins.
And
if
by
that
the way,
happens.
if it's right, it's genius, and if it's wrong, it'll put him back for another 10 years.
But Dan Campbell
Chafee.
Dan Campbell needs some meat and potatoes here, right? He needs.
I know, but this is Malik Willis to me is the most interesting player in this draft because you don't know what the upside is. And are you really going to just allow a quarterback to free fall? I always go back to, and I covered this for the strip, the Aaron Rodgers draft.
Vikings beat writer.
I was a Packers beat writer at that point. Boo, I know. Aaron Rodgers was allowed to fall. He was allowed to free fall. And I guess my question is this. There were a lot of question marks. We didn't know if he'd be good. Do you allow Malik Willis to free fall? Like to 32? I can't see it.
Well, Lamar Jackson fell to 32 in a year in which, by the way, the
There it
Vikings
is.
needed a quarterback.
Okay, can I just say,
Well, the Lions pick is in.
good for the Lions to not, like, they've known they're number 2
You know why?
for months.
You know why? So most teams view so they get 10 minutes on the clock, right?
They're making calls.
And most teams view the 10 minutes on the clock as this is great publicity. The nation's going to be talking about us for 10 minutes. If you're the Lions, let's just get the pick in. Talk about us for 2 minutes, and we'll just get the pick in, and we'll move on to the next team.
They put paper
we don't need
bags
the
on.
nation talking about us for 10 minutes.
They put paper bags on
Look
their
at
heads.
that. Okay, if you think you have it rough as a Vikings fan,
Oh, God, no.
the Lions have not won a playoff game since 1991.
I was born in 92.
So you've never seen the Lions win a playoff
I've
game
never
in your
seen
life.
that. I'm 30 in December.
Amazing.
Don't forget, that's a team that beat the Vikings in Detroit last year, and the Vikings almost blew that game.
know,
That's
dude.
what can't happen anymore. You got to sweep the Lions.
Was that the game when the Vikings beat the Lions at home? Was that the weird Kirk Cousins, Mike Zimmer
Yes.
interaction where
Yeah.
you like that and Zimmer thought, oh, we're fighting for a second?
Yeah, I
It
pushed
was
them away.
so weird.
Oh my God, we're fighting. Okay. No, we're not. Okay, we're celebrating.
All right, let's do the
Okay.
next pick and then bring some more people up. Does that sound?
Yeah, let's. Well, the pick is in right now. Why don't you come up? Who cares
start-
about the Lions?
just
They're going to
start
draft Aiden
talking.
Hutchinson. Who gives a
All right,
rip?
all right.
Yeah, come on up. What's your name? How long you been a Vikings fan?
David. I've been a Vikings fan for 30 plus years. Warren Moon was the first QB of my
Yes, dude.
like
of my
it.
dreams.
Yes.
I had to write this down last year that went wrong against the Lions. I said they'd go 0-6 in the division, and the Vikings kind of screwed that one for me.
Right.
So I think they might be good next year. I don't know. But so I'm wondering if Surly and the distillery next door want to partner for the next time there's a 41 donut, and they make a please don't let me jump Everclear.
Yeah.
By
By the way, Aiden
sorry.
Hutchinson. Aiden Hutchinson is the pick
Yeah.
to the
my real
Detroit Lions.
My real question. So, like, I'm a nurse and I collaborate with people, and I like the word collaboration, but I'm just worried that today that Kwesi's gonna collaborate too much and not just make the picks himself and think about ownership, think about the coaches.
Yeah.
Instead of just do it in himself. So that's my one worry. And what are your thoughts on
I've
that?
got the
Judd's
same,
got takes on this
I've
for
got
sure.
the same exact fear. And look,
Yeah.
collaboration's great, consensus. Let's get opinions, but ultimately the GM and probably the coach to a large degree have to make the decision. So yes, we don't know a thing. So perhaps Kwesi's talking a good game, and behind the scenes he puts his foot down and says, "Hey, here's what I'm going to do," which is great. That is the one thing I'm curious to see play out, though, because. And it's one thing to tell the media it's collaboration. It's another thing because you do have to make a decision.
Yeah.
And you have to make a decision that you feel is the best for the franchise and not outsource that. I share in your fear. I don't know if it's real yet or not, which is what makes tonight fun.
Listen, I don't know. I feel like usually you're pretty like you're a young 53. You're open to YouTube and you do TikTok videos for us and stuff. I feel like this is where the age and generation gap between us starts to show itself. Thank you, Ross, for the Before I Die
Brendel.
Pale Ales.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Ross.
it.
But you blocked my camera, and so people couldn't see me for a little while, so they're very upset.
Jeez.
Collaboration is not a bad thing. If you have an indecisive person taking in the information, okay, then But then, thank you. But then, if you have an indecisive person, anyways, it doesn't matter if you're collaborating or not. Then he's not fit to be a general manager. So I kind of love that. I love that Kwesi is using his own background and knowledge and his career outside of football to sort of craft his decision-making process. And I hear the word collaboration and think it's a little corny. He uses collaboration and intentional, like he's got some buzzwords that he uses.
Oh, we're intentional.
But to this point, the only thing I really disagree with is I don't know that they have a Super Bowl core here, and yet they're going about their offseason as if they're going to win big and win a Super Bowl.
Right.
Whatever, like they're going to be competitive, and I think they're going to make the playoffs. But I like what they've done. They've committed to a path, and within that path, they've done a good job. Do they have enough to go all in and actually do what the Rams did last year? I don't think so right now. Right. But get back to me in 10 picks, and maybe I'll have a different opinion right now because the Lions just made their pick at number 2, and now the Texans are on the clock.
Nice suit game from Aiden Hutchinson, too, can I just say. Nice suit game. Very nice
That
suit
Lions hat is ruining his suit, though. That's the problem.
Hold on a second here. Ladies and gentlemen, Declan Goff has pulled up his hoodie, messing up some of the best hair in the Twin Cities.
Oh, that is a shame, dude.
This guy told me today I will not wear a hat all night. I said, because I'm wearing a hat. I don't care about my hair.
All right, fine.
Declan pulled up the hoodie. Look at this hair.
Fine.
It doesn't move.
Fine,
It's unbelievable.
Fine.
You're like a news anchor.
You are like a news
You're
anchor.
like a news anchor. Your hair doesn't move. Now that dude, he's got good hair.
I try.
All right, Randy Moss, come on up.
I try, okay?
All right, your name and how long you've been a Vikings fan.
Yeah, pull that thing down.
Yeah. Since I was 10.
Okay.
Started when?
Yeah, what year?
09 was the first major disappointment that I saw.
I love how everyone.
First major disappointment. I'm old enough to
Everyone has
remember. How
one,
about
man.
that?
You were 10 in 09? Oh, my
I was 11.
God.
I was a little,
Oh,
11
my
or 12. Yeah.
God, I was
Sorry,
40.
Why? No, you weren't.
Yeah, I was. 09?
Oh, in 09 when he was
09.
okay.
I was 40.
I guess, no, 09, I was like 12.
It doesn't make me feel any better.
That's hilarious.
So that was the first
So you're a
major
sports son of mine, basically, is what we're saying.
pretty much.
Sports
All right.
son, yes, yeah.
Go ahead.
So I just wanted to come up. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. My friends wanted me to come up. I don't know what I'm supposed to
You
do.
got
Okay,
Question?
give us
Statement?
your hottest Vikings take right now. What is the hottest Vikings take you have?
Cousins take a minimal contract and just live with what I got for a year
My
or two.
man.
If
Purple
we
Taylor?
You're getting a standing ovation for that take.
If we
God.
absolutely suck for
Oh, there's some booing. There's some booing.
Let's hear it for him.
all right, if we absolutely suck for the next year or
This guy's
two,
booing.
we
Give
get
him
to
a
be
skull. Give him a skull. Skull. Skull.
That's it. Pay Jefferson. We definitely need to pay Jefferson. So
Yep.
I'm on that train. But yeah, that's my hot take is the Kirk take. I think I'd rather suffer for a couple years, get a couple high draft picks, and even though we are absolutely awful at picking quarterbacks, I'd like to take my chances.
That could
You know what though? This is a good thread here for a second because on one hand we're all traumatized by Tavares Jackson and Christian Ponder, and I think we have this fear of, well, be careful what you wish for. If you move on from Kirk Cousins, you might wind up with a Tavares Jackson. Well, the Vikings won 10 games and made the playoffs once with T-Jack. Not because of T-Jack, right?
Yeah.
The Vikings franchise has shown an amazing ability, and the Texans have made their pick here, to win with crappy quarterbacks,
Yeah.
right?
It's a surprise.
You're going to want to see
This
this
is a
one.
surprise.
Okay, the Houston Texans,
Ladies
Please
and
not
gentlemen,
stink.
one of the most incompetent, weirdest franchises.
Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the Texans.
Derek Stingley.
Sauce Gardner.
Number 3. I told everybody to be gone.
Wow. Derek Stingley
Talk
Jr.
about-
is off the board.
That's what a pro day will do. That's what a good pro day
I goes
does.
when I write that down. I really just care about when I write that down. That's all I care.
All right, hey, do you want a T-shirt?
Sure, I'd love one.
What size are you?
I'll take a large.
You got
I think
large
this is a
though?
large. Yeah, this is a large. There you go, man. Thanks for coming up,
We
dude.
can give more
Appreciate it.
t-shirts
Skull.
out, too.
Yeah, by the way,
If you ask a question, come back up. We'll give you a T-shirt.
yeah, for sure. For sure. All right. Wow, the Texans So Derek Stingley Jr. off the board. He was the most mocked player to the Vikings in mock draft
And we
season.
kept saying a week ago he wasn't going to be there.
Yeah.
Like, this is the least surprise. Well, 3 surprising.
I can't hear you. Can you just talk into the mic?
pot him back up.
Hold on. Sorry.
Oh, T-shirt. Yeah. What-
T-shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
guy
like, what
wants
the
t-shirt.
hell? I
Here,
want a
I'm
t-shirt.
going to be on T-shirt duty for a second.
Yeah.
You guys carry
Judd,
the.
Judd will hold it down.
All right,
size?
so Derek Stingley Jr. is gone. So the Vikings now, their options include trading down from 12, a receiver at 12. Here's the question. Are we going to see a run on receivers at some point before 12? Because if we don't, there's going to be a temptation to take one. And I'm sorry, if you have Hamilton and a receiver rated equally, I think the Vikings, as they're currently constructed, take the receiver.
See, I disagree with Judd here. I actually think with Stingley coming off the board at 3, I think your run on corners starts now. I think the run on cornerbacks is going to start here pretty dang soon. So
Yeah, this might eliminate the Vikings from taking a cornerback, right?
yeah,
Chris
exactly.
Ron is keeping us alive right now by holding that. Hey, can we turn the
Jason Stormer and Chris Ron are single-handedly
Can somebody
holding
dial
us
the
up.
wind down?
Yeah.
Hey, David, it's Surly. Can you dial the
Hey,
wind
Kirk,
down?
I know you work here. Can you turn the wind off just for a little bit?
While Chris Ron attempts to save you guys, we're going to give away some more stuff.
Okay.
This is how good Chris is. He's multitasking.
Yeah, Chris
All
does
right.
a really good job.
We got some Score North branded echoes to give away. Echo, echo, echo.
Focus on us not dying first and then give the stuff away.
yeah.
All right.
Howard Luthen.
Howard.
Howard.
Hey, Howard.
Congratulations, Howard.
You're taking
All
home
right.
an echo.
For the YouTube audience, thank you guys for hanging out with us. We see all your comments here, and if you could click the like button and the subscribe button, you can help spread the word about this Vikings draft show at Surly Brewing Company. So we appreciate you guys hanging out with us, and we'll bring people, by the way, from the YouTube channel. We'll bring people in. In fact, Dex, can we put the
Yeah,
email
sure.
up on the screen?
Let's do it.
VikingsVentline@gmail.com. You send us an email, we'll send you the invite, and you can jump on. Even if you're not live here at Surly Brewing Company, we'll bring you on the show, on the stream, and you can deliver your 2 cents and your takes on things. So, go ahead,
Just
Russ.
for public record, Dan Chavis, if you're still in the parking lot, you've won an echo. Come
All right,
back.
Dan
Dan
Chavis,
Chavis.
All
dude.
right.
Did Chavis leave
Where'd
already?
There we
Chavis
go.
go?
No chance.
Back to Andover?
He might have hypothermia, so it's good to get him on.
I think
Him
I
and
do
me
too,
Yeah,
actually.
him and me
I told him to wear a
are in the
jacket.
same
How
boat
about
here. Okay.
Don Cupper? Maybe
Don's on-
Cooper? Don? Come on down. You get an echo.
Did he?
All right.
All right.
Nice job.
All right.
Congratulations. All
And
right.
a cooler goes to Dan Goldstein.
Dan.
Dan Goldstein.
Goldstein.
Way to go, Dan.
Come
All
on
right,
down.
ladies and gentlemen, back to the show.
All right. Thank you, Ross
Thank you,
Brendel,
Ross.
doing awesome work, and Chris Ron behind the scenes here. It's Purple Daily, part of the Score North network of daily Minnesota sports entertainment, therapy, speculation, you name it. I'm Phil Mackey. That's Judd Zolgad. We got Declan Goff, our executive producer. We got Pat and Adam over here pushing buttons and keeping this tent from falling over and equipment. By the way, these guys, give these guys a
Can we
round
get-
of
I'm about to
applause over
say,
here. These
can we
guys are
please?
everything behind the scenes is happening over here. These guys are killing it. Awesome. So, all right, let's get to it here. The Jets are on the clock at number 4. Derek Stingley is off the board with the number 3 overall pick. And that was predicted by Todd McShay. Todd McShay is pitching a perfect game right now, everybody.
All right.
Okay, so nobody's sitting next to Todd McShay in the dugout. He's pitching a perfect
You know
game
what?
through 3 picks.
They're going to call Kuiper at home and be like, hey, Mel, why don't you stay home?
Dude, Mel Kiper has lost all credibility. Right? He's not in Vegas, and he's whiffed early on here.
He's eating pie. He's living life at home.
So the Jets are another sort of wild card team here, in that they could go any which direction. But I think the most common thing we've seen is offensive tackle. The pick is in
Sauce Gardner.
for the Jets here.
Sauce.
Is it Sauce?
No, I have no idea. I'm
Oh,
guessing.
okay.
I'm not going to ruin it.
Yeah, I'm not looking at spoilers here. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
I
not even
love
look-
this pace. This pace is great.
Yeah, well, but if you're the Lions and you're the Texans and the Jets, you don't want these people talking about you for 10 minutes on national TV.
no.
Just get to the pick, man.
My guess is Sauce Gardner.
Okay.
All right?
So the way this is playing out so far, Sauce is going to be off the board before 12. So Sauce and Stingley are off the board.
Yep.
Does that, Judd, eliminate cornerback
No.
at 12, or do you think McDuffie could still be in play?
McDuffie's got to be factored in. I personally don't think I would take him at 12, but he has to be factored in, and there's a chance they could trade back and
wow.
take him.
I know the pick. Sorry.
Oh, you know the pick. Okay.
Sorry.
So, no, I don't think it eliminates it. But again, I will say this. I think the longer that we wait for a true run on receivers, the more tempting it's going to get.
Dude. Yep. Yeah, this is going to be so fascinating. There's going to be there's going to be an offensive tackle run here at some point. I think Aquanu, Cross, and Neal are coming off the board, maybe even in the next 3 picks.
And if you're the Vikings, you want that run. You want that offensive tackle run.
Yep. The Jets are congratulating each other in their war room right now.
Yep.
A bunch of incompetent front office people and scouts that
They're
are
saying, "You remember
patting
that-
each other on the back. Yes. Hello, Larry. Congratulations. Another 2-win season. Yes.
It's going to be like 69
Vontae
all
Mack.
over.
Can you believe
again.
we're still employed? This is great.
Where's Namath when you need him?
Vontae Mack always, boys. Vontae Mack always.
This playoffs for 11 straight seasons. Unbelievable.
You know, it is amazing.
Mark Sanchez.
You know, the goal should be Super Bowl for the Vikings, but every time you start feeling a little self-loathing as a Vikings fan, just go through Jets Twitter and Detroit Lions Twitter and Houston Texans Twitter.
Jaguars.
It's ridiculous, man. I want to keep going here through Ventline feedback, but I want to see who this pick is with the New York Jets.
Come on, just show
But
us.
I guess my take here is I think Stingley going number 3 makes it more likely that my wish of a wide receiver at 12
I think
comes
Mack
true.
is right. I think you're right, Phil.
Oh, absolutely.
Ickey Ekwonu
It's
or wide
trending that
receiver?
way. Yeah, no, it's trending that way.
Absolutely could be.
Yeah.
Yes, it's going to be tempting.
And Kwesi is going to be very intentional about collaborating on the best possible pick
Stop with that.
for number 12.
Just stop with that. We don't need that.
Yeah.
All right. Are you gonna show?
I
the
know
pick?
who it is. Do we?
All right, just say who it is. Let's
It's
just move on.
Sauce.
Okay.
Sauce. Sauce
Okay, so
Gardner
Sauce
is gone.
Gardner's gone.
Sauce
All right,
Gardner. is
Sauce
gone.
Gardner,
All these people got
number
Sauce.
4.
All
So
right.
2 cornerbacks off the board. All right, let's keep it moving here on Vikings Vent Line. We've got the most amazing outfit with Helga. We've got
Easily.
Helga horns and hair and Zubas here. What's your name? When did you become a Vikings fan?
I'm Zach. I've been a Vikings fan since 1993. Jim McMahon.
Oh,
era.
Eric Gulliford.
There we go.
Eric-
They
I
thought
was-
he came
that
up.
was the
I was
first-
at that game.
That was the first regular season Vikings game I ever saw live.
No kidding.
No kidding.
They thought he came off the sideline.
Fuad Reves kicked 5 field goals to win the game.
Amazing.
Yep. Fuad was just a stud.
He was a stud on Tecmo Super Bowl, too, the first football video game. I ever played.
Automatic.
When
Yeah.
he wasn't he with Miami on the first one though?
Was he?
I think
probably
on the
was.
second one he was with the Vikings.
To me,
but-
football didn't exist before Tecmo Super Bowl, so I
Yeah.
don't even know. Yeah,
And
I'm
don't
not sure.
And don't forget too, that was when a young Brett Favre was awful in the Metrodome.
Oh yeah.
He'd get flustered.
Funny thing, he had the only touchdown that day.
Favre did.
Quarterback sneak.
Yeah.
And odds are good. He was drunk.
Yeah.
Probably.
He probably
Well,
was.
Drunk or pills.
Something or another, yeah. Some sort of vice. All right,
Yeah.
what's your
go
take
ahead.
on Vikings life here?
You know, I think, you know, the Stingley and Sauce going before the Vikings doesn't surprise me at all. I kind of had a feeling, and I actually think there's even a chance that McDuffie goes before 12.
Oh, wow.
I think if McDuffie's still there, which I think he will be, but I think there's a chance he goes before. It's hard to pass him up because I've heard comparisons to Antoine Winfield, and of course, as a longtime Vikings fan, you know you can't go wrong with that.
Yeah.
But you know, if we're not gonna, if McDuffie's gone, or if we're not going to go with him, I am in favor of trading down. I think you could get a guy, one of the receivers at around that 20 range. If Pittsburgh would give us a first rounder next year, and that 20 pick, I do it every day, all day.
Yeah. Well, let's discuss that. I mean, it's too early here. And thank you, dude. You again have won the outfit of the night here. This is great stuff.
The Zubas alone. So comfortable.
I told Dex earlier, I will die on this hill. Zubas are the most comfortable pants ever invented.
You just
And
strap in, baby.
I would give for it to be socially acceptable to wear those in public again. You know,
Don't be confined by social norms,
the
man.
whole-
You do
the whole-
you.
The
You
whole
do
George
you.
Costanza draping himself in velvet. You know, that's me with Zubas.
Yep.
Okay.
You know what? Bring them back. Bring them back. All you got to do, put yourself on TikTok. Kids love it. They'll start to wear it.
kids
Then
love
you'll
the top.
be back in.
Just got to do a little dance.
Exactly.
Exactly right. Do
Exactly.
those games.
Okay, it might be too early to ask this question, but the way the first 4 picks have played out, with 2 cornerbacks coming off the board in the first 4 picks,
Yep.
does it have any bearing on whether the Vikings trade out of the 12th pick?
Yes.
Okay, how?
Yeah, because I think the Vikings. I think the only possibility that I heard that they would trade up was to try and get Stingley Jr.
Okay.
But he went, but they weren't going to trade to 3. And so I think what we're looking at now is Stingley. Stingley Jr. was probably in their heart atop their list.
Yeah.
And so those mocks weren't all wrong. But the fact that he skyrocketed up so high, I could see the Vikings now doing what we just talked about,
Yeah.
which is, I mean, there has to be a plan here at quarterback. There has to be. Like, you have to be counting on Kirk 2 more years. The voidable years kick in. He's gone. Again, you've got to pay Jefferson, and you're going to. So I think they wanted Stingley for an immediate plug and play, and they thought he'd be great. With him gone, I think that there's much more now wiggle room for them to potentially go back and try and accumulate picks.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
and to be clear here, to me, that would not be a Spielman faux pas. So like Rick was like, oh, I'll trade my 3rd rounder for 6 6th rounders. This would be way more of an actual plan in place.
Yeah.
Because Rick was trying to just take shots. I get what he's doing. This would be different than that.
Yeah. No, I think you're onto something. I actually have a quick on-air production meeting question to ask you guys.
Yeah.
The way that people are consuming the draft on the YouTube channel right now and live here at Surly Brewing Company, we know who the Giants have picked already on social media.
Do you want to know?
Should we tell you the picks even though NFL Network? You guys
Yeah,
okay with that?
Do you care?
Does anyone disagree with us tipping the picks before they happen on TV here? You guys are good?
Aside from Roger Goodell, who just called me and said we're all going to be sued.
Judd.
He said, Judd, it's Roger. Don't ever tip the picks.
Okay. To the Giants at number 5, edge rusher Oregon, Kayvon Thibodeau.
Okay. Sorry.
Kayvon Thibodeau. Why are you guys booing that? Did you want him to fall?
Yeah.
Step on up to the
Yeah,
microphone
man.
here, sir.
Phil said that. That's Mackey. You come get Mackey. I didn't say that.
It's quite the emotional reaction to a Giants pick. All right, your name and what year you became a Vikings fan in your take.
Jonathan, 2007, actually, Adrian Peterson's record-setting single-game rushing record
Yeah,
was
dude.
the first game I watched with my dad
Yeah.
on TV, and I was like, okay, I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Little did I know the heartbreak that would,
I'm in.
be waiting for me. But I remember 2009 starting the YouTube trash talking like NFC North, like sending videos back and forth to people. My takes back then, oh my goodness. Pounding the table for, no, Tavares Jackson, he's the quarterback of the future.
We saw him have a couple great practices in training camp. We're like, maybe this is the guy. I'm not sure.
And I mean, at the time, he did have some great games that made me buy in, but I didn't know what I was talking about at all.
This might be right now the collection of the greatest Viking support group of all time.
It really is. Yeah.
People all get it.
We've had fans that started in 98, in 2009, the 2 most heartbreaking seasons of the last 40 years.
Yeah, I was just gearing up for 2009. They're like, oh, I'm in for a good ride. Like, we're on the upswing. And then
Let's hook him in with a Jared Allen trade and see if he becomes emotionally invested. Yes.
Well,
Let's calf rope him in.
Yeah, the Jared Allen trade is free, though. Just sample it and see what you think.
It's amazing.
But, okay, so my take is, it's not really a hot take. It's just whatever Kwesi does, I don't think is going to define him as a GM from here on because it's his first year. He's all about collaboration. I don't know what his scouts are looking like and what board they have put together. So I think it's going to take some time to really get what Kwesi does in the draft.
Agreed.
If they're all in on being as successful as they can, I think it's either going to be a wide receiver or a cornerback if the right people are there. So those are Garrett. Garrett is probably my pick for the wide receiver.
Okay,
If
Garrett
he's
Wilson.
there.
Garrett Wilson.
And you
Okay,
bring
from
up
Ohio
a-
State.
Your point's a great one based on this. So I think that in the next few weeks, we're going to see some major changes made as far as the scouting staff goes and things as well. Like Kwesi hasn't, you don't fire scouting staffs that have done all the work. You retain them, and then they usually leave right after your first draft. And so to your point, I would agree completely. Like he will be defined by certain things,
But not.
this one. Yeah, I'm not trying to dismiss this.
No. He's not scot-free for his decision, but it's not going to be like, well, this is what Kwesi does now because
Right.
of his first
That's a good point.
draft ever. So
Meanwhile, yeah.
That's a good point. And I'm
Rick Spielman's
sorry your
just laughing
parents
in the
did
corner.
that to you.
I almost
Oh, dude, Kayvon Thibodeau.
I almost burned my
Rocking
hand
the
off,
tuxedo.
by the way, guys. There's a heater by me,
What'd
and
you do?
my glove almost caught on fire and burnt my hand off.
Wait, there's a heater by
Show
you?
that.
Yeah.
Here, show Show it to the people.
They're I almost just burned my hand off, Undertaker and Kane style.
Right now, executive producers all over the world are burning their fingers off. That's why Declan needs you to send him more.
Declan here.
This is the devotion.
For his
Thanks,
Surly
Jason.
Brewing.
Jason Stormer.
Fanning us.
Great producer, fanning us with flames.
With flames.
Heater flames here.
It's the Inferno
Great.
match. This is our Inferno match happening right now.
So Kayvon Thibodeau is kind of he's almost like the Anthony Edwards, the basketball Anthony Edwards of this draft, in that people are questioning, does he really love football? Does he just like the lifestyle of football? I mean, judging by his suit, I don't know if he's, I'm not sure if he's answering any of those questions, but that was a guy that was rumored to maybe fall to 12 at some point, so he's off the board. And now we get to the Carolina Panthers at pick number 6, and this is one of the most interesting gateway picks of the draft, right? And I'll pull up to see if they've made their pick here in a second, but they could go quarterback, they could go lineman, offensive lineman in this situation, but they literally have Sam Darnold as their starting quarterback right now, don't they?
And they've been trying to convince people for the last 2 weeks that they love Darnold, which means they're probably going to take a quarterback.
It's ridiculous.
I know it is, but I'm telling you, Carolina's dysfunctional. I don't get them. But yes. If Carolina passes up the quarterback position here, I guess my question becomes, does somebody go up and take one? Does somebody go and trade for one?
Yeah. So who are the teams here? Because this matters for the Vikings if they're looking to maybe trade back. The Panthers could use a quarterback. Who are the other teams you could see drafting quarterback? Now, did I see a report today that the Giants are officially out on the 5th-year option of Daniel Jones? I think I saw that today.
Yep. So they could do it. Pittsburgh could certainly try and get up from 20 at some point.
Yeah.
I've been thinking they might try and get up to 12. The Kansas City is 1,000% coming up. The only question is with whom.
Okay, here's a wild, harebrained idea here. So
Okay.
I'm going to ask you some questions here. So who's the new Giants coach? It's Brian Daboll,
Brian
right?
Daboll, Buffalo.
And who was his quarterback in Buffalo?
Josh
Allen, right? Like talented, mobile, but raw.
Yep.
Yeah, very similar.
Malik Willis makes some sense for the Giants.
Totally.
Okay.
If they're out on Daniel Jones,
Yeah, you're right.
he makes some sense for the Giants. But I think from a Vikings perspective, I think you should be hoping for quarterbacks to keep falling, so that you have options at 12 to trade back, accumulate future picks, and still get the guys that you want.
If I'm
So it's going to be really interesting here.
If I'm the Vikings, the one thing I'm hoping for right now is that we start very soon a run on offensive linemen.
Then there will be one.
Because
yes.
I'm not going to take a tackle. I want them gone. So if they're gone, now it pushes receivers down. And if the quarterbacks come down, now if I'm Kwesi, I have a decision to make.
Yes.
Do I trade that pick away and bail backwards, or do I flat out stop a top receiver from falling, which could be tempting?
Yes. Real quick here before we get to the next pick here, and the Panthers are on the clock with like 2.5 minutes to go. We wouldn't be operating with the lights on a daily basis without some of our partners, and Surly is one of them too. But we just welcomed another partner on board here at Purple Daily, Underdog Fantasy and UnderdogFantasy.com.
They're awesome.
I mean, this is legitimately the best and easiest way to play fantasy sports and get a sweat on games, and you can already draft teams for the NFL season in a few months from now, which is great. But you can sign up now on UnderdogFantasy.com or the Underdog Fantasy app and use the promo code SCORE, SKOR, and we will double your first deposit up to $100. So you just get $100 on top of your $100 to get a sweat on games. I mean, Judd's in.
Declan showed me how to do it.
Declan had a big night with hockey a couple nights ago.
I did. $100.
So yeah, check them out and listen. We're trying to grow this thing at Score too. So you can help. People ask us all the time, how can we help you at Purple Daily? How can we help you at Score North? And quite frankly, a way that you can help us, if you like to watch games with a little bit of equity involved, UnderdogFantasy.com and the Underdog Fantasy app with the promo code SCORE. You'll have a great time watching games and playing some of these games alongside of them, and you can help us in the meantime.
And by the way, thank you to every one of you who's come out here. It's cold. It's awesome to see you here. Thank you. We appreciate you beyond belief. In the last year plus, this thing has grown and grown and grown, and it's great fun. And personally, as a guy that grew up here watching teams here, it is fantastic to see like-minded people who want championships.
Yes.
I feel like there's a fiefdom here of people. We're not down on teams, but we want champions. There is no reason why 94 can't be closed down like it was in 87 and 91 to have a Twins World Series parade or somebody else have a parade down that damn freeway that can go from Minneapolis to St. Paul, okay? So
we reject 500 football.
Thank you.
We reject 500 football.
Say
we just want a championship.
Say it. We reject 500
Reject
football.
500 football.
We reject 500 football. We reject 500 football.
All right, the Carolina Panthers pick is in, and then old Macadac might have to go to the bathroom for a second here.
I'm going to beat you to the punch. I'll be right back.
Oh, you're going first. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not taking really any commercial breaks here, so
No, that doesn't exist
we're
on
just gonna keep flying here.
Yeah, that's
so
fine.
all right, the Carolina Panthers pick is in, and they will select at number 6 to try and save their head coach from getting fired, which probably won't happen.
That won't happen.
North Carolina State offensive tackle Ike Ekwonu.
Wolfpack.
So we have an offensive lineman off the board with pick number 6 to the Carolina Panthers.
Okay.
So we've got 2 cornerbacks off the board. We've got 3 edge rushers off the board. And now we've got our first offensive lineman off the board of the Panthers, and the Giants are on the clock. So according to many of the mock drafts going in here, including Todd McShay's, the Giants were in the mix for an offensive tackle at 5, and then maybe Sauce Gardner at 7.
Yeah.
And obviously they went with Kayvon Thibodeau at 5. So we'll see. Maybe this might be the run on offensive tackles.
Yeah, it could happen now.
Dex. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I'm curious what happens here with the Vikes. I still think the fact that no wide receivers have basically come off the board here, that this is trending towards the Vikings potentially taking a wide receiver or going back.
Yeah,
no
I think so.
wide receivers off the board, ladies and gentlemen.
But we have
What
prizes.
are you
We have prizes
doing?
off the board. We got prizes.
How about that for a segue? A Surly prize pack goes to Sarah Smith.
Sarah Smith.
Sarah, come on
That
down.
sounds like a fake name.
Yeah, if you're a real person, Sarah, come on down.
Bill Smith.
Is that Sarah Smith?
No chance
I don't
that's
think
a Sarah
so.
Smith.
Dinner for 4 here at the Brew Hall.
Love
How
it.
about
Oh,
that?
love that.
And an uncomfortable hug from Judd.
He'll learn your name.
Maybe Kevin Brist
Kevin Brist.
will be getting
come on
some
down.
brisket. Kevin
Kevin,
Brist.
you son
Come
of a
on
gun.
down, Kevin Brist. And a 4-pack of tickets to the St. Paul Saints. Shang-Lai.
All right.
Shang, come on down.
Let's
More
get it.
giveaways soon.
All right. Ross Brendel, everybody.
Ross Brendel, baby.
Behind the scenes extraordinaire
Taking
here.
Taking names. Chris Ron on the
And
mic.
by the way, any prizes that aren't picked up by the end of the night are going to be up for grabs, so stick around.
Okay.
Oh,
awesome.
God.
Awesome.
All right. That'll be
Awesome,
fun.
man. All right, the Panthers, yeah, NFL Network's behind here. So the Panthers have made their pick. It's Ike Ekwonu. He's the first offensive lineman off the board. So we're starting to get a picture of what might be available for the Vikings with the 12th pick here. And I think it's interesting. No quarterbacks. Like 6 was the first spot that a quarterback might make sense.
Yeah.
You're either hoping for a quarterback run so that more non-quarterbacks that the Vikings might want are available at 12, or you're hoping for no quarterback so that teams might get desperate and think they can trade up. Like the Saints, I could see a trade up from 19. I could see a trade up from 20 with the Steelers.
Right.
The suit games, Declan, are on
Yeah,
fire
no,
here tonight.
they
Ike
look
Ekwonu,
great.
man.
They look great. I mean, as a skinny guy who has to get his suits very tailored down to making sure that like I'm not getting swallowed by a suit jacket, I always
Amazing.
appreciate a really good suit fit. But the fact that if Carolina potentially doesn't take a quarterback, or all these other quarterback-needy teams here, like when is the first quarterback that comes off the board? Like that, I know everyone wasn't buying the stock that Malik Willis or Kenny Pickett were going to go in the top 5 or even top 10. That's what's so curious to me here, because in 2017 we heard, right? Well, it's not a great quarterback class. But then you had Patrick Mahomes, you had Deshaun Watson,
Yeah.
and even shockingly Mitchell Trubisky, who was the first quarterback off that class. I'm curious in what team is going to take the bait and take that quarterback here in the first round.
Well, Declan, there's plenty of teams that could use some quarterback insurance. And if you're a business owner out there looking for insurance, let's talk about Federated for a second.
Let's hear it.
Federated Mutual Insurance Company, a longtime partner of ours here at Score North and on the Mackey and Judd and Purple Daily shows. And they are passionate about making sure that your business is minimizing risk and maximizing its potential. You can find a full list of industries Federated protects at federatedinsurance.com. They're one of us. They've been around for over 100 years in the state of Minnesota. So again, if you're a business owner out there, Federated Insurance has 100+ years of experience in helping you maximize your biz. Federatedinsurance.com, where it's our business to protect yours. I love when they show the offensive lineman film of like Mauler in space, Ike Ekwonu just destroying people 20 yards down the field here.
Little quick jam, as our guy Baldy says. Little quick jam, little bam.
Little bam, quick jam.
A little quick jam, little bam. Little bam.
All right, so there's maybe going to be a run on offensive tackles. There's definitely a run on bathroom breaks here for us.
Yeah.
Commercial free here
Mackey's
on
next.
the Purple Daily YouTube channel.
Who's gone now?
I'm tagging in next.
Mackey's out. Mackey's out.
So Carolina has selected. All right. So let's actually, as Phil goes and takes a bathroom break, let's run through some more folks here. So step up, tell us your name, how long you've been a Vikings fan, and how much pain you've actually been through by that association. Go ahead. Nope, pot him up.
Hold on.
Thank you. All right, now.
All right.
Perfect.
Check. Ready?
Okay, check.
Got it.
What's going on, gentlemen? It's
Executive
good to be
producer.
up here. Well, Cody is my name.
Cody?
From the Twin Cities area. 98 I started.
A lot of people started
yeah.
that. I would guess a good amount of people in this crowd started with Moss.
Me and the boys back there, playing in the alleyway with the 84
Oh,
80
yeah, dude.
jerseys on.
Absolutely.
Rocking it out. But I'm saying Malik Willis, number 12.
Oh, wow.
Put some
Whoa.
pressure
Whoa.
on Cousins. Get him out of here. The pressure's huge on him this year.
I agree.
So if you got Malik sitting there, 2023, I know he's got the 2 years, but he can pick where he goes. We don't have to get rid of. He can be like, it's uncomfortable, like he always is.
Yep.
And see you later.
I might do something really
And also,
silly.
hey, I was told that I'd come up here. You guys are buying me a beer. I don't know if that's true or not.
No, but you can have a T-shirt.
You want a
How
T-shirt?
about a hat? How about a hat?
Do we have
Are we out of
hats?
hats?
That's why I stood in
Are we
line
out
for
of
20
hats?
minutes.
For a hat?
Jason, is there a what size are you?
Roscoe,
For a
I
shirt?
don't care. Something.
XL?
Large.
Roscoe, give this guy something.
Dang.
Darn it.
Jason,
So,
Ross?
I even had to remember not to swear.
Our
like
offensive
10
line.
times.
Yeah, that'd be
And you did a
great.
good
There was
job
already
on that.
one F-bomb dropped earlier that I have completely lost track of that I have to go edit out. So that's a fun time for me.
So your point on Willis is an intriguing one because in one sense I agree with you, but here's where I don't think it works. You've got Cousins for 2 more years, and the advantage of drafting a quarterback is the rookie contract.
I agree with Judd
which
here.
you'd be burning 2 years of and get him to year 3. And don't forget, by the 5th year, it's a 5th-year option. It's cheap, but not as cheap.
Sure.
So I don't think they do it based on that.
But
When they got back in bed with Kirk, I think that eliminated a quarterback for this year, but not for next year. if that
Right,
makes
but
sense.
wouldn't it maybe put a little pressure on him to want to be traded next year?
I don't know if that's how he operates mentally. Like, I totally get your point.
Yeah.
But no, I think they're going to do everything they can to kid glove him for, kid gloves for a year or two and see if they can maximize him. So my guess is they draft a quarterback, hopefully in the first round next year. And basically it's just going to be a foregone conclusion that 2023 is it.
Sure.
So that's why. All right.
Evan Neal is the next pick for the Giants. So we have started our run on offensive
All right,
lineman here,
good.
Zolgad. So
Thank
started
you,
our-
guys. Going. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Thanks for not
Appreciate it.
swearing. All right, sir.
Next up.
Go ahead.
Hey, I'm Chad.
Chad.
My earliest Vikings memory is Darren Nelson dropping a pass at the goal line.
Oh, that's a whole nother. Oh
Yeah.
my God, I remember that one.
I was too young.
In Washington.
I wasn't born yet.
You weren't born
Brutal.
yet.
Yeah.
Too young.
Brutal. So my question is this.
Wade Wilson, God rest his soul. Yep.
What is your take when the Vikings draft Jordan Davis at 12?
You know what?
I wouldn't hate him.
I am going to be. Yeah.
You know.
There's very little that they could do that I would be like apoplectic about. Now, throughout the course of the draft, that's a different story. But I don't think there's many things that they can do, including that would leave me like upset. Partially because I don't know what the mission of this draft is yet. And to go back to what we talked about earlier tonight as well, this is Kwesi's first draft. It's being done with a staff that's really not his staff. Because I think his true signature draft will start in 23, because that's when he's going to have his entire staff in place. So I wouldn't be that upset. You?
I would love it.
So I'm not. I mean,
I would be super excited.
Sure.
Yeah.
there's a lot. Look, flat out, there's a lot of places this team could get help right now, and we would all say, that's a pretty good idea. That's a, so I think we need to see how this plays out. And I think that it's largely going to be a process of, are they trying to do stuff for 2022 in this draft? Or is this going to be the first time since Kwesi arrived where they're actually saying, okay, 2022 is important, but there's also things that we got to start to address. And that's where long play-wise, I'm curious.
Okay.
Cool. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good
Did
stuff.
you get new mittens? Are these your same mittens you
No,
had
these
on?
are winter mittens, and they've got the turn-down
they got
thing
the
to type
classic
with.
wet bandits
Exactly right.
look that Judd Zolgad loves to support.
Exactly right.
Got it.
All right, sir, your name, and when did you become a Vikings fan?
My name is Chris. I've been watching Vikings my whole life, and the reason I became a diehard Vikings fan is my best friend told me Tavares Jackson was going to be the best quarterback in that draft.
Ooh.
Your best friend, I hope you disassociated from him
He's
shortly
no
after.
longer part of my life.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Good, yeah.
Of course not.
God rest T-Jack's soul, but yeah.
And that led me down a path of bad quarterback depression for the rest of my life.
Yeah, that'll happen.
So here we are.
Yeah,
That'll happen.
Aside from Favre in 2009, which was great fun.
So I have a question for you. For me, the number one player that I always thought was going to be great and just didn't pan out and disappointed me was Cordell Patterson.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who was that for you guys?
Oh, that's a great. I love that question.
Well, I actually, you know what? I had an old tweets exposed today on the Mackey and Judd edition. I was convinced that Greg Childs was going to be the deep threat for Christian Ponder. Anyone remember Greg Childs in the crowd with his Peltora tendons that snapped both of them, I think, in training camp?
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know Christian Ponder could use a deep threat. So
Yeah, I thought that's what he needed, Judd. That was the furthest thing from Christian Ponder's problems.
Yeah,
you could never hit him anyway. If you
No,
could.
not at all.
I would say the greatest disappointment in my professional career in covering this team, because I was on the Packer beat in 03, 04, and then I joined Kevin Seifert on the Vikings beat in 05. My greatest professional disappointment was the quick end to Dante Culpepper's time here.
Yeah.
Because 04, I saw him play, while covering the Packers, and that guy was an MVP candidate. Like, legit, unbelievable. And I thought, oh, my God, I'm going to come back and I'm going to watch this quarterback who's phenomenal. I mean, selfishly, I will say this, and I think it's true for media fans, blah, blah, blah. Watching a good quarterback is special.
Yeah.
There's nothing like it.
What's that like for a Vikings fan?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, Favre, 2009.
Yeah, 1 year. That's the only time I remember
I
since
know.
I've been a Vikings fan.
But that's
so.
it's a treat to turn on the television on a Sunday
Yeah.
and be like, this quarterback just doesn't give me a chance. He's
You
going to do
believe
something.
in him.
Yeah.
I haven't had that.
With a Greg Lewis pass, week 3, 09, back in the end zone. It's like, okay, this is it. So I think professionally, my greatest disappointment was Culpepper, held the one-day strike in training camp in 05, and then didn't get off to a great start because things had changed, and then blew his knee out. So that was my greatest disappointment as far as expectation versus reality.
Great question, though, dude.
That was awesome stuff.
I love you guys. Keep it going.
Thank you,
Thank
man.
you, buddy. Appreciate it.
All
Keep
right.
it rolling here.
Yeah, next up.
Hey, I'm Darren.
Hi, Darren.
My first Vikings memory is probably the Pittsburgh Super Bowl, I think 9.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
About 73, 74.
In the midst of the
Yep.
roll of tough Super Bowls against great teams.
Yeah, yeah. Probably my first game that I saw in person was at Met Stadium.
Oh, yeah.
Fran Tarkington against the Redskins.
What year? Do you remember?
Be about 77.
Okay.
Like his last season.
Yep.
Saw Randy Moss at training camp in 98. Was totally impressed,
Right.
By the way, Darren, just quickly, Drake London, the first wide receiver off the board here to the Atlanta Falcons.
Okay.
So the run on wide receivers has started again.
That's a guy the Vikings like, for sure.
That's what I'm hoping they're going to pick as a wide
receiver?
Okay.
That's my hope, but I don't know what they're going to do. And honestly, there's a lot of good players out there.
Yep.
They need a lot of help. I think that whoever they pick will probably be awesome. But
I like it.
I just want you guys to know I called that pick
I hope so.
to a random fan as I walked out the door. I said
did
Drake
you?
London is going
Write
to
that
the
down?
Atlanta
Oh, I thought
Falcons
you were
right
at
there.
the-
Write
Give
that
me
down.
write that down
Write
point.
that
That's
down.
right.
The
Dang.
urinal. Hey,
Hey.
Drake London's going to Atlanta.
there you go. I just going to say, I listen to you guys every day. I think you're great.
Thank you, man.
Thank
I
you,
love
buddy.
it.
You're awesome.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, dude. Appreciate it.
Appreciate
it. All right, let's keep it rolling here. Let's keep it rolling. Your name and when you became a Vikings fan.
Yeah. My name is Wahid. I became a Vikings fan in 2001. when Randy Moss and Chris Carter went off against the Saints in the playoff game.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. All right.
What's your take on things?
Yeah, so my motto for this season is no excuses.
Yes. Well, that was the motto for last season.
That was my motto for last year.
season.
It
So we're
didn't-
using
hey,
it this
Then we had a
way.
bunch of excuses.
It didn't
fired
work.
everybody.
Exactly. We got 2 stud receivers. Irv Smith's coming back. You got Delvin Cook out of the backfield.
Yep.
You got Daniil Hunter coming back. We got Zadarius Smith from Green Bay.
Yep.
Like, there's no excuses. Kirk got to deliver this year.
Yeah.
I think where you're right totally is on offense. Like, I think that they have now synced everything up offensively to be what Kirk needs.
Is the offensive line good enough yet?
I think so.
Garrett Bradbury is still a huge question mark.
Yeah, but I mean,
we can address that in the draft.
But
we
if
can
they
address that.
if they stick with here's my thing offensively, if this team sticks with Bradbury, I think they are in on Bradbury. Like that's got to be at some point in time. You have to think that Kevin O'Connell and his staff have Kirk's best interest in mind, right?
Yeah.
So if they're going to say we got you the right guard, we think the center's good enough. The tackles are definitely good enough.
Absolutely.
They're damn good. And I think Cleveland at left guard is good. So at some point in time, I think we do have to go with what you're saying, which is offensively, you're being given every opportunity that any team is to be successful.
I mean, think of it. What other team has all those weapons? Like, name another team with a quarterback making that much money.
Well, and you got Dalvin Cook, you got Justin Jefferson, you
Absolutely.
got Thielen, Irv Smith.
Irv Smith.
If
You got KJ Osborne.
Yeah.
Like, maybe a receiver in this draft. So,
Does KJ Osborne? I think a lot of people, when we bring up wide receiver in the first round, right, the instant response is, well, KJ Osborne. I like KJ Osborne.
I like it too.
But if I have a chance to draft Jamison Williams or somebody, sorry, KJ, you're the fourth receiver now.
And that's fine. Adam Thielen's getting old, too. So if we do get a Jamison Williams, he can kind of replace Thielen and things like that.
Yes.
I agree.
Awesome, dude. Thanks for coming up, man. We appreciate it.
T-shirt.
That is a badass Vikings hat there, sir.
Thanks.
That's awesome. Yeah. What's your name? When did you become a fan?
Jack, kind of my earliest memory, I think, is when the Vikings probably drafted AP. That's,
Okay.
I think kind of when I remember following along. And then 2009, 2010 Metrodome roof collapse, everything like that.
Oh, my
So
gosh.
that's
yeah,
kinda
yeah.
when I start remembering.
A lot went wrong.
I think my take, picking off where he left off, is just, with this year, I think the Vikings just go all in on offense. We see the Falcons just took whatever that guy from USC, and like I said to him,
Dripland.
I don't even know who that is. So I'm hoping this is a little bit of a repeat with the Justin Jefferson draft, where the Falcons took Jalen Reagor, and we ended up with Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can land Jamison Williams, and hopefully have like a greatest show on turf 2.0.
Wouldn't that be fun? The thing is, the Vikings have had the seasons in the last 40 years or so that have been the best for the Vikings, like 1998, 2009, and there's been a couple defensive years. It's been track meet offensive football, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, Mike Zimmer brought some great defenses for a couple of years there, but I want to get back to track meet offensive football.
Right.
It's so much fun. The stadium, put some offensive pressure on teams, man.
Right.
I'm
yeah.
all for it.
And it's where the league's going, right?
Yep.
Yes, absolutely.
All right.
Thank
Thanks,
you for
guys.
coming out, man.
Awesome stuff.
Thank you. Let's give away a couple more prizes here real quick as we are hanging out. Just to reset, too, it's Purple Daily Vikings entertainment, therapy, speculation. And this is the live Surly Purple Daily draft party. We're drinking Before I Die ales. We're giving away a TCL 65-inch smart TV. TCL has been a great partner of ours for a long time. And we got some more prizes to give away here. Let's go with, I might have dropped this one. Twins versus Royals. 4 Delta Club tickets on Friday, May 27th. Mark Milberger. Come on down. You get to watch the hottest team in Major League Baseball.
And Bobby Witt Jr., too, is a pretty darn good rookie at third
Bobby
base for
Witt
the
Jr.,
Royals.
yeah. And then we have United tickets, too, to a game against, or a match, I should say, a match against Austin on Saturday, August 20th. 6 tickets to Larry. Is it Larry Cook? Larry Cook? Come on down, Larry. I'll give these to Roscoe here.
Whoa, I just lost something. You just lost something.
All right, there you go.
You get to see if the soccer team gets to move up the table.
Look at the table, the pitch.
Yep,
Look at us in our
match.
soccer terms.
Yep.
All right. We are approaching the Vikings pick here within probably the next 30 minutes, unless they trade at some point. So We're definitely getting within range here, but let's keep it going here. Sir, you are wearing a T-shirt tonight.
Yeah, are you not?
You are the real MVP. I thought you were going to be wearing shorts there too, but a T-shirt's pretty
I
tough.
put the pants on before I left home.
That's
so.
good. That's good.
Hi, Phil. Hi, Jed. David, I've been a fan since 97, 98.
Nice.
My dad, who wouldn't come up from the table over there because he's freezing his butt off, about 1967, 68. The way the board is falling with no quarterbacks gone, this is shaping up for us to trade back as much as we might hate it.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think
that might not be a bad thing, though. There's going to be players available.
You're getting teams that are going to want to jump Houston with their second pick, Philly with one of their 2 picks, or New Orleans. I think the Steelers are going to come up and get Willis, and we're going to fall back. We're going to get the pick we want in next year's draft. And we're going to get probably Linderbaum at like 20.
And do we hate it?
Wow.
Do we hate it? Because that
some
sounds
of us
attractive.
do. Some of us have Spielman PTSD.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. I don't know that I want a center in the first round. That's the thing. Like, Linderbaum is a great player, but I don't know, man. And we talked about this earlier this is getting in the weeds here, but, so Kwesi comes from the Cleveland Browns ecosystem of, that's where he kind of really cut his teeth on being a general manager. And the Browns, since they went analytically minded in 2016, with their first pick in the draft, have only taken cornerback, edge, receiver, quarterback, and offensive tackle. So they stick to like the 5 premium positions. So I'd be kind of surprised if, now listen, Kyle Hamilton might still be there. I'd be kind of surprised if it was not one of those positions. But if they trade back and get an extra first-round pick next year or something, I mean, maybe that changes the way that they think about it.
I think if you have an elite grade on Linderbaum as the center, it's like Quentin Nelson a couple years ago, taken in the top 10 as a guard.
Yeah, fantastic.
If you have an elite grade on somebody, if you get him in the first round, you don't care. You're walking away happy.
I think the short arms might hurt him, though. And I'm not joking around. I think short arms, like that stuff, they judge that stuff very harshly.
Well, short arms for a center isn't the worst thing if you're working in small space. If you're working in small space, it's more about your foot speed, quickness to get around the nose tackle so you don't get forklifted out of the space by a nose tackle.
And thrown into the third row at Lambeau Field.
All right, Charles Cross did they trade up?
No,
they did. They're at 9. So the Seattle Seahawks take Charles Cross, offensive tackle.
Right.
So we now have, is it 3 offensive tackles off the board? Cross came off the board, Ikwanu.
Yep. So 2 picks to the Vikings around. But here's the other thing, though, because if Hamilton falls, then that's great. Does any team trade up for Hamilton? Like, does any
before
team?
the Vikings or with the Vikings?
Before the Vikings pick, because they're on the clock here in 2 picks. Does any other team would want to do that?
And we have not had a trade yet, correct? Which I thought.
No.
In my write that down world,
yeah,
I had a bunch of trades.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah. Dex, do we have some people in the YouTube
Yes,
room
sir.
right now?
We do have people in the
I think we
YouTube
can
room.
hear these guys, right? If we bring them in from YouTube, I guess we'll find out.
Let's try here. We're gonna try this out. We're gonna go put Jim on the screen. Jim,
Gentlemen,
can you
how are
hear us? Yes.
I hear you perfect.
Jim, what's going on, dude?
Well, depending on how the draft goes, if they go defense, I'm going to have a little Glenn Fittich.
Oh, my man.
If they go
Get into the
offense, what I
brown.
want, I'll be having a Cuban cigar.
Oh, attaboy.
Oh, you can't lose, Jim.
No, I can't.
Jim is living his best. I have a feeling that Jim might do this every night, not even draft
Jim's
night.
I'm loving life.
Jim's like, I'm going to pour some brown and smoke a cigar and watch some Netflix tonight.
That sounds great.
It's like I'm going home.
I'm going home, yeah.
All right, Jim, what's your thought on things here? A couple picks until the Vikings.
Yeah, most likely they're going to, if someone offers a trade, they'll trade back. If not, I'd really like to see him go Jameson Williams.
Yeah.
I want, like you, I want that show on turf. I want quick, and the best defense is having an offense that's going to throw up some major points.
LFG, Jim. LFG. Let's get it.
Outscore those teams. You don't have to worry about those close losses, Jim.
Yep.
That's right.
Yep. Well, Jim, you enjoy the rest of your night. Pour one for us as well, and we'll see what happens in a few minutes, man.
All right, nice.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, that's Jim jumping in on the Purple Daily YouTube channel. So just to recap here, Trayvon Walker, number 1 overall. Aiden Hutchinson, number 2. Derek Stingley and Ahmad Gardner, Sauce Gardner, the 2 top cornerbacks off the board with the 3 and 4 picks. Kayvon Thibodeau. So the top 3 edge rushers and the top 2 cornerbacks came off the board in the first 5. offensive tackle Ike Ekwonu, offensive tackle Evan Neal, Drake London, wide receiver, and offensive tackle Charles Cross.
Oh.
So,
Okay.
you got something?
Yeah, I do got something here. The Jets are taking Ohio State wide receiver Garrett Wilson.
There it
instead
is.
for
All right.
Albert Breer.
Garrett Wilson off the
Garrett
board.
Wilson's off the board.
But you're also one pick from being on the clock.
The Vikings are on the clock shortly.
Yep.
Ignore
All
what's
right.
on the screen over here. We appreciate that it's on, but they're behind on NFL Network here. They're behind reality.
If it's not,
So the Washington Commanders are on the clock, and
Yeah.
there's been a lot of mock drafts that have Kyle Hamilton going to Washington.
yeah.
What do you guys want to happen here? What do you guys want to happen?
I prefer they take Hamilton. Oh man, you're the best. You're the best. You take care.
Thank you.
My man.
All right, you take care.
Enjoy that pizza, dude. No,
Yep.
you keep
Always,
it 100.
always.
You keep it 200.
Be good. Take care. I would not mind if Washington took Hamilton and the Vikings then take a wide receiver.
Is there any other scenario here? Let's say they don't trade.
Well, are you taking a quarterback?
I think
don't think they're
if
taking a quarterback.
Hamilton gets taken by Washington, this team's trading down.
Okay, would you take Malik Willis?
Yes, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Whoa,
Yes,
whoa,
100%. If he's available
you
on
take
the board, you do it.
Would you take
do
Malik
it.
Willis?
You
Let's
would do
hear
it. Let's do it. Would
Let's
you
hear
not do it?
Yes or no?
Would you not do it? No.
No.
No. What is this? What
Yeah,
is this?
it's
You're
not-
fine with Kirk? You're fine with mediocrity? You
It's
like
not
vanilla
the year
ice cream?
for a quarterback, is it, ladies and gentlemen?
Come on.
This is not the year.
This is not the year. This is not the year.
What are we doing?
This is not the year.
This is a cult? What is happening right
It's
now?
not the year for a quarterback.
Sports dad and son here, trying to lead the charge. That's all we're
Amazing.
trying to do, okay?
I mean, you can't sign Kirk to $70 million guaranteed, no trade clause contract, and then draft a quarterback with the 12th pick.
Why not?
And I think Malik Willis is
not gonna
great.
play.
Like, give me some Malik Willis, but like, it would be so stupid to sign him to that contract and
Yeah, you'd be
then
sapping
not
up.
give him a weapon or a defense or something, right?
Yep.
So
We're looking for skill.
that being said, if they do it, all right, whatever. It would
Should
be
we
a
get to this
blast.
poor guy who's
Yeah,
been
let's do it.
waiting?
All right, come on. Dalvin Cook jersey with
Yeah.
gloves on, freezing his ass off. All right.
Yeah, poor guy's
What's
been
going on, man?
great
What's your
hat,
name
though.
and how long you been a fan?
Love the
So my name is Noah, and I've been a Vikings victim since 2000.
Vikings victim.
Hi, Noah.
Hi.
I know.
Yeah, so a little precursor to this, I do have a Packer fan mom, so obviously mental
Sorry to
illness
hear that.
runs
I have
in
a
the
Packer
family.
fan wife. Don't worry about it.
Boo.
Yeah, plenty of rivalry there. But my take is that I would be happy to take Kyle Hamilton right at 12, or trade back with the Steelers with Malik Willis. So,
Okay.
Yeah, this draft is plenty deep. Like, we have no problem taking players later. So.
All right.
We have some breaking news.
We have some breaking news.
We have breaking news.
Go ahead.
So Washington's on the clock. They were, but they're trading back from number 11.
Ooh.
Washington is trading back,
With
and the Saints are on.
Malik Willis.
Saints are on the
Malik
clock.
Willis.
They're doing it.
They're gonna do it, dudes. You
Wow.
guys booed.
Wow. Okay. Why? Okay. Here's my question. Okay. Why would the Saints trade up to 11
Yeah.
for Malik Willis and not 12? Did the Steelers? I wonder if there was a bidding war happening between Steelers and
Yeah,
Saints
right.
to get up to 12.
Yes.
And the Vikings had a deal with the Steelers for the 12, and
Yeah.
the Saints caught wind of it and moved up to the 11. Is that what would potentially
Yeah.
happen? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, they were both bidding.
Yeah. Interesting. Is there any other player? So they're trading up from 19 to 11, which is a big jump. Would you make that big of a jump for anyone other than a quarterback? Probably not, right? It's probably
Well,
Malik
and the
Willis.
Saints have a ton of collateral to trade
Yeah,
with. So.
it makes too much sense. It's gotta be.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's gotta be Malik.
All right, let's go back to the in-person vent lines here, sir. Why don't you step up and tell us your name and how long you've been a Vikings fan?
And my name's Omar. And let's see.
It's a nice polo.
I'm 51, so I guess I've been a fan
Oh, you're young.
for about 45 years.
Yeah.
So 45 years in misery. I wish my dad would be here because he's the one to blame for all of this.
Yep.
But I'm trying to figure out, here's what pains me. Of everything that's happened this year, right? Signing Kirk to a 2-year extension. What could be more Rick Spielman than drafting a Notre Dame safety
Yep.
at number 12. No, I like the guy, but I'm like, seriously?
Yes.
This is exactly what would have happened if nothing would have changed.
Yeah, Kwesi got.
Exactly what would have happened.
I feel like the Wilfs.
Except he would have traded up.
The Wilfs
for
fired
Notre
Rick
Dame
Spielman
safety.
and then gave Kwesi the Rick Spielman offseason playbook and said, just run this. We'll just see what happens.
We'll give you 2 years, Kirk. We'll give you 3 years, and a Notre Dame safety. Like, he looks exciting, but
Omar, you know what? Play like a champion today, okay?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try. Is this what do you guys want for number 12? What do you guys want? Number 12.
Listen, this is
Here we
shaping
go.
up. This is
What do you guys
shaping up
want?
for a receiver here.
I want a
This is
receiver.
shaping up for a receiver.
I want a
here.
receiver.
Yep.
Do you guys not remember the 90s when he scored a lot of points? Do you guys remember that Patriots game when they threw 53 times
94.
against our defense?
94, yes.
Give me a cornerback. Give me a lineman. Someone
Okay.
to play defense.
Okay. All right.
That was 94. We're going to outscore teams now, Omar.
So the Saints, by the way, are trading their 16th pick, a third rounder, and a fourth rounder to Washington for that 11th overall pick.
All right.
So
Okay.
that's the compensation going back.
Okay, so would you have traded back? Would you? Let's say that was the. Would you have gone backwards for the? What? Say the compensation again.
Yes, it was. The Saints are trading the 16th pick for a third rounder and a fourth rounder to Washington for the 11th pick. So a third rounder and a fourth rounder to move
Okay.
up 5 spots.
Oh, I thought they were 19th. They're 19th. Oh no. I see.
had
I
the
see.
two.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
They traded the 16th. My
The
bad.
16th
Okay.
pick. Yep.
That makes more sense. Okay, so if it's Malik Willis,
Yep.
and the Vikings can draft Kyle Hamilton, or they can draft, or let's say Chris Olave or Jamison Williams,
Yep.
or they can trade back.
Yep.
What door are you choosing?
Well, are you going to trade back now? Because is the Kenny Pickett, like he'd be the next guy. Are you going to, if the Steelers are desperate for a quarterback and they're going to come get Pickett and give you a lot,
Yeah.
then I trade. If they're not, and I have real questions about Pickett, the Hamilton pick wouldn't upset me, but I personally just think
I think it's the safest.
it's the safest.
It's the safest.
But I think the receiver pick would be a bold pick that could put this team over the top offensively.
Well, and also, so Jameson Williams, he had the ACL tear, right?
Yeah.
So is
Yeah,
he,
that's a-
so is he healthy though? Week 1? Is he can
I don't
even
know about that.
participate?
He might not be.
training
It's going to be
camp?
close, but I don't care as much about that. I think as long as he's healthy, second half of the season, and then for the next 4 years after that.
And this gets into the conversation about, are you doing everything predicated on opening week 2022, or are you doing the long play a little bit?
Yeah.
Because a healthy Jameson Williams solves a lot of issues. But I think, Dex, to your point, Hamilton's the safest.
He's the
and
safest.
And I could see them doing that too.
Yeah.
And look, I'm not going to freak out. There's almost nothing that they could do short of missing the pick, and that never happens. That would make me freak out.
Don't put that energy out
Yeah,
there right
please,
now.
please
I
don't
did
do
get
that.
Kevin Williams.
Zolgad.
Get Kevin Williams, man.
Don't put that out
They
there.
got Kevin Williams.
All right, so we're waiting right now on the Saints to make their selection at 11. They've traded in the 11 spot, and then the Vikings will be on the clock. And if you're hanging out with us on the Purple Daily YouTube channel, thank you guys. We appreciate it. We have an awesome live crowd here at Surly Brewing in Minneapolis. And if you could click the like button and the subscribe button,
Thank you.
that would be a blast.
Thank
All right.
you.
Who saw this coming?
All right.
Albert Breer reporting, according to my tweet deck. So you know this is for real.
Wow. What?
The Saints are taking Ohio State wide receiver Chris Olave.
Wow. So we have a receiver run. So they
Malik
traded
Willis
up 5 spots.
is on the board. You take Malik
No.
Willis.
Oh, my
Don't
God.
Take
do it.
Malik
Don't
Willis.
do it.
Take Malik Willis.
Don't do it.
Take Malik Willis.
No.
Take Malik Willis.
No. No, the executive producer's over his skis.
Before I die, I want to see
No.
Malik Willis on that podium, damn it. That's
Okay,
what I want to see.
okay.
Exactly. Surly did not brew this beer to take Malik Willis tonight.
All right, hold on. Okay, if you would take Malik Willis, cheer in 3, 2, 1. If you think Malik Willis would be a huge mistake, boo in 3, 2, 1. Overwhelming. Okay. All right, if you would go defense with the 12th pick, cheer in 3, 2, 1.
Mixed.
Okay, if you would go wide receiver, Jamison Williams, 3, 2, 1. This is a looped up, offensive, friendly crowd here
Yep.
at Surly. waiting for the Vikings to make their pick.
Before I die. Before I die. Before I die. Before I die.
Amazing. Amazing. All right, boys.
Whoa.
Whoa, we have a trade. We have a trade. We have a trade. We have a trade. Okay, the Saints pick is in. It's Chris Olave. And it's not the Vikings on the clock. The Detroit Lions are now on the clock.
Oh, my God, if they got the Lions' first-round pick in 23. If they got
Detroit Lions are now on the clock at 12.
If they got the Lions' first-round pick in 23, we're all chanting crazy. There, he's got the crazy jersey on. Yeah.
Yes, it is official. The Minnesota Vikings have traded with the Lions.
We're now at 32. The Vikings are at 32.
By the way, hey, the real winner tonight is Surly Brewing Company because now the Vikings are on the clock at 32.
32. There's no question I'm Ubering home now.
Ross, give me another beer.
Yeah. Hey, Ross.
Roscoe.
Jason. What did they get? What did the Vikings get?
All right, we're waiting for the count. This has to, okay, by the way, Omar.
Hey, Omar, another round for the table, huh?
What do you think, huh?
Okay, here's the crazy thing. Judd, unless I'm wrong here.
Yep.
The only way that the Lions can get that far up into the 12th pick is if they give the Vikings their first round pick next year.
I agree.
Which is going to be a very high pick.
Yeah. Oh, if
They had to have, dude. They had to have.
Oh, if they got the Lions' first-round pick in 23.
Okay, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Ian Rappaport. The Vikings trade the 12 and the 46 for the 32nd, the 34th, and the 66th.
Okay, so we have two picks and 3.
There's got to be more.
So the Vikings get the last pick in the first round, the third pick in the second round, and then the 66th overall pick, which is an early third-round pick, for the 12 and for the 46. Wow, that's interesting.
What's...
Okay.
What? No. So you got the third pick of the second round.
Yes.
You got the last pick of the first round.
So the Vikings now have the 32nd pick, so the last pick in the first round,
All right.
the 34th pick, and they have the 66th pick, and then their own third-round pick as well. That's what they have.
So they didn't get
All right.
next year's first.
Okay. As you digest this, multiple beers in, as we relay this from Twitter, are you boo if you hate this trade? All right, let's open up the vent lines here again.
All right, let's go.
Let's open up the vent lines here again. Quam, are you on? Are you on, Quam? All right, what is your name and when did you become a Vikings fan?
My name is Ben Quam. I became a Vikings fan in Tommy Kramer's last season with Wade Wilson, which I believe was 87-88.
Yeah.
Somewhere in there.
And tonight is your last night as a Vikings fan.
Yeah,
You're now somebody else's fan.
This has ruined everything that I was going to try and ask because what on earth just happened? That is insane.
This is fascinating. It kind of tells you that they don't really love a lot of the options around this pick, right? That they kind of feel like, we can kind of move back and accumulate some extra capital in the second round. So.
I will say that Kwesi has talked about like that first and second round. There's so much value there that he wanted to try and find more value. So I guess maybe that's what we're looking at right now.
Yeah.
But with what's on the table right now, it's really hard for me to say that wouldn't have been a brilliant decision. So I guess, again, this is a wild change from where I was 20 minutes ago when I got in this line. So trying to ask a not what are we going to do in the next two picks question, I was wondering overall, looking at this draft, do you see more offense focused or more defense focused if you look at the totality of the picks?
Yeah, Judd, what do you
in
think
this
right
draft for the Vikings?
Yeah.
My guess is offense, but yeah, I mean, like this speaks to the fact that they don't think there's a lot of top end talent here, and so they definitely are going to try and move back. I mean, like of all the things I saw transpiring in this draft, this was not one of them.
Exactly.
So I'm trying on the fly to figure this out, but I think they probably see more offensive upside but it's clear they don't see a ton of upside in itself. So I got to process this. I got to work through this. It's just typical of being a Vikings follower.
Yeah.
I'm literally trying to get my mind wrapped around this right now. It's
As a Vikings fan, I feel like we spend so much more time processing what on earth is going on than we do actually analyzing anything. But now I want to throw a question back, actually, now that I've had time to process a little bit.
Yeah.
Now that we have moved back, now do you see a quarterback in the future of one of those picks in the end of the first round / beginning of the second round?
Well, there's going to be dudes there, man. I mean, there's going to be, Matt Corral is going to be in there somewhere. I would be pretty surprised if they draft a quarterback with one of their first 2 or 3 picks this year. I don't know why, because a big part of the value of drafting a quarterback in the first round is getting the contract. It's like having Russell Wilson for $500,000, or it's having Lamar Jackson for $1 million. You got Kirk Cousins for $35 million the next 2 years, so you lose the value of the quarterback contract. Yeah, I'm still trying to process this too.
This is so wild.
My gut feeling is, that's a little bit of a buzzkill trade, but at the same time, I have no reason not to trust Kwesi Adofo-Mensah and Kevin O'Connell. They've done nothing to this point to make me feel like, let's just let them have a draft and see what happens and go from there. So I don't know.
I feel like it was pretty savvy in the offseason moves with free agency, and now we're looking at what's going on in the draft. And I trust the process, I guess, is what we're going to do. I've been doing it since '87, so let's keep going with it, I guess.
I really thought, or was hoping, that if this trade was made, that it would land you a high collateral pick in next year's draft, though. And the fact it doesn't, and the fact that, so you must like the second round.
Okay.
So you must think there's talent here, but not in where you were. It's pretty interesting.
Well, may I say then, if they have the 32nd, Phil, and the 34th, is that correct? Or 35th?
34, yeah.
So they have the 32nd and 34th pick, and there's still the first round to play out. Are those 2 picks leverages to get back into the first round?
Could be, yeah.
Between then and 32.
Could be.
Right now, right?
Yes. Another trade, too, the Eagles just moved up. So 3 trades in a row, bang, bang, bang.
Oh, good.
Here in the early teens. Ben, thanks for coming on, dude.
Good stuff,
Appreciate
man. Thank you.
Holding it down here. Let's keep it rolling here.
Yep.
On a Vikings Vent Line edition of Purple Daily, live at Surly Brewing Company. What's your name, and when did you become a Vikings fan?
Cornelius Catamaran. I came in the Warren Moon era.
Wow, there you go.
Yes. I came up here to say 2 things. First thing, Skull Gang or Never Bang. Number 2, with the postscript, shout out to Purple Jesus for getting me into 100 Vikings games on the low. And the postscript, FTP, till I die. Have a nice night.
All right.
My man.
Thanks for coming on,
man.
Succinct and to the point. Very well done.
Love it.
Thank you.
All right, let's keep it rolling here.
Oh, man, we got a guy in a good
How's it
sweater
going
back
now?
there. All right.
What's up? My name's Andy. I've been a fan since '96. Brad Johnson. They kind of primed me to be sad in '98. It happens.
Yeah.
I really wanted Jameson Williams here, but now that we've done all this, if Boye Mafe is there at 32, maybe you take him.
Yeah.
That would be pretty exciting for the Minnesota fans. I would like that personally. Otherwise, maybe keep trading out. If you're going to do the Spielman thing, do the Spielman thing. Get somebody else. Let's go. Get the first rounder would have been nice, but maybe you get a different first rounder with this stuff. Package it. Let's go.
What position do you want?
I wanted wide receiver, but at this point, best player available. If you're going to have 32, to see if you have a high-level talent at that level, you can get somebody really great there, potentially. So
Agreed. So they now, just to unpack this, they still have a first-round pick. It's the last pick in the first round.
I mean, Teddy,
right? Yeah.
Teddy was.
Yeah. But they have 2 second-round picks and 2 third-round picks.
Yeah.
No fourth-round picks. So they do have 5 picks between now and the end of the third round. The Eagles made a trade. So the Lions took Jameson Williams, FYI.
Oh, did they? Wow.
Yeah,
See,
the Lions took Jameson Williams.
That's what it is.
And now the Eagles are on the clock. Interesting.
I listen to you guys every day while I'm working. I greatly appreciate it. Thank y'all.
Thank you, dude.
you
Appreciate it.
very
That's an awesome sweater, by the way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, man.
All right, real quick here. Let's. What are these for?
Nice.
All right, Chill Boys. Rebecca Buyback.
Rebecca.
Congratulations. You are the winner of the most comfortable underwear in all of America. And then what's this other one here? This is for the Vikings.
Surly Sweet Vikings Packers.
Ooh, in the Surly
Yes.
Suite.
Oh,
You
wow.
get Surly Suite tickets to a Vikings Packers game. Trevor N.
Judd's not eligible, shockingly.
Trevor N.
But I might come join you.
There might be 3 Trevor N's here. I don't know. You guys can fight it out. We have a phone number on here, so there we go. Right on.
Awesome.
All right. Back to the vent lines here. Is it a Gus Farrat jersey?
Oh my God.
Are you serious?
Turn around.
Turn around.
Turn around.
Culpepper.
Oh,
okay.
the rookie year Culpepper.
Yeah, that's a throwback. That's awesome.
Are you guys hungry?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll give us 2 seconds and we'll throw something in. All right, go ahead, sir.
All right. This is JD Bondi. I got to say, earliest memories, still have some Scotty Graham.
Druggist.
Scotty Graham,
I just
dude.
got some
Do
Scotty
you remember
Graham.
that?
I need some Scotty Graham here.
Pharmaceuticals.
I feel like exactly.
He was a pharmacist.
Exactly.
I know. I'm not
Three,
in the
the best, like
I
3
talked
game
to him.
stretch.
He was a great guy.
He ran a no, that was Robert Smith who ran a shoe off. But this, I gotta say, I just feel like fan perspective.
Yep.
We just became the Detroit Lions.
Oh.
Oh wow.
Wow.
We got Detroit Lions.
Oh.
I don't know, man.
No, listen,
Why?
listen.
Why?
Come on, man.
Hear him out.
Why?
Hear him out.
We went-
Hear him out.
We gave up our first, our second, to take the 32nd pick in this first round and their second round. So we basically said,
We got to open the draft value chart here.
hey, this is
It looks
Jimmy,
like a good
no,
trade.
Jimmy Johnson is not going
Looks
to
like a good
appreciate
trade.
this.
Jimmy
Did you do the
Johnson's
math?
not walking through that door?
He ain't coming. So I gotta say, this just reeks of draft day. The Jaguars, Kevin Costner picks up the phone and hoodwinks those Jags for like
Sonny, what's his face?
Yes.
What was his name?
Sonny
what?
Jurgensen. Or no, that was
Oh,
different.
the
That was
quarterback.
Washington, sorry.
According to Over the Cap, and I don't know what this truly means.
Yep.
So put
Yeah,
that
it means
disclaimer on it.
devastation, and it means Kwesi saying, you want Kirk, you want him on this non-trade. I'm just going to give up our draft and submarine this team, so you are forced to rebuild. So it's a very Jedi mind trick.
Oh,
thing.
so it's a rope-a-dope.
The Vikings,
rope-a-dope.
the Vikings apparently gained 533 points according to Over the Cap on the trade that they made, getting the 32nd, 34th, 66th overall pick in this draft.
Okay, so I don't know that they did. Hold on. Hold on.
See?
We have
So,
controversy.
hold on. Can you do some? Does anyone have a pen here? Just can you like?
Can you get a pen?
Does someone have a pen?
That guy's got a great math mind.
You got a math? Okay.
He's a calculator.
All right, go
Okay.
give
So
it to me,
so the
though.
Vikings gave up. This we literally have the draft value chart open right now.
It's me and you right now.
The Vikings gave up the 12th pick, so that's 1,200, so 1,200, and the 46, which is 440. So 1,640 is what the Vikings gave up, and they got what? The 32nd pick, which is 590. The 34th pick, which is 560,
Lame.
and the 66th pick, right? Which is 260.
So what does that equal? I don't know.
The Vikings got fleeced. Am I
Yeah.
doing the math wrong?
Yeah.
260.
So
The Lions won this trade on the draft value chart.
These guys.
We literally have like 10 people like doing math on their drunken math
Sean
on their
Hill.
phones right now.
It's the Sean Hill draft chart. It's slow and doesn't work well.
So-
It's an old school calculator.
It's hilarious. You know what they could have used? A 7th rounder kicked in.
Yeah.
Rick Spielman would have won this
oh,
trade.
wow, Mackey. Mackey's going to go there.
Unbelievable.
Oh man.
At the end of the day, guys, thanks. This is great. Starting to rain.
Oh good.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
I appreciate the tents.
This is a great night for a while.
But truly, this is, I feel like, a passing of the guard and not in a good way.
All right. So you think the Vikings are going into 50 years of futility?
No,
right
no.
now?
Well, okay, we're not that inept. We don't have Barry Sanders, but Adrian Peterson aside. I think we have a 2-year window to turn this around, and this might be the beginning of the end.
Okay. All right. So, all right. I appreciate your
Hey,
honesty.
great jersey,
Yep.
though.
All right.
Thank you, man.
Awesome
Love
stuff,
the
man.
Culpepper rookie look. That's awesome. That's awesome.
All right.
Nice.
Let's keep it rolling
All right,
here.
let's
Vikings
go.
vent line. Vikings trade out.
So I said initially that Kwesi would not be defined by this first draft, but I am slightly rethinking.
You were gone.
You're out. Fire him.
No.
Fire Kwesi.
No. I'm not saying fire him. It's just a little bit of a. When that trade happened, I was like, 32nd. That means we're getting a first rounder next year. I was like,
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah.
Woo! And then all of a sudden it came through. Nothing
Yeah.
next year.
Yeah.
I don't know what we gained from this trade. I don't get where this makes us better this year because all of those picks are such more unknowns. It's like we're reliving the Spielman project all over again. that was below the barrel of what I thought would happen this draft. Is like reliving Spielman's throwing as many darts at the board as possible.
You're not wrong.
This is a weird trade. This is a weird trade.
I didn't think this was possible for me to be this disappointed in this draft, and I am.
And they haven't even picked anyone yet.
I'm sorry, Mackie. What was the first two? What did we give up in value? What was the first number that we gave up? The first two.
You want the draft value chart value
that
here?
we gave up.
Okay, so the Vikings gave up. I love that we're doing live math here.
1,200.
The Vikings gave up 1,640 draft value points,
Yeah, no.
and the Lions gave up 590,
560,
560,
260.
260.
So yeah, we got fleeced.
So it's like 1,400-ish, right?
We're under.
Couple 13,
We're
14.
under in draft value. How did that happen?
I don't get it, man. It's a weird trade.
We went to buy a car
This is
and
a
got
weird trade.
confused.
Yeah.
It's a lemon.
I'm glad I got as much as Before I Die as I could. because,
Exactly right.
Yeah.
It ain't happening.
You know what? There's a reason why that beer was brewed. Because if nothing else, you'll forget about tonight's draft, hopefully.
Limited time only.
My man.
Yeah, don't forget Chill Boys.
Thank you for what you do. I love you all.
Thank you,
you, sir.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you.
All right, Scott.
All right, let's roll. Anthony Barr jersey. Let's get it.
Dude, I had to get some Anthony Barr. So my name's Keenan.
Hey, Keenan.
Guys, I'm going to be honest with you. I am shocked, to say the least. So I guess the Vikings think either it's Super Bowl right now or it's quarterback next year. Because I don't see this going anywhere but those two options. Because I'm shocked that we trade back and we lost so much value. I cannot even believe how much value we lost on that.
So what could the thinking, in all seriousness, be?
They think McDuffie drops maybe, but I don't see that happening. It
Not
just
that
seems
far.
weird to me.
Okay, so let's say that's the case. Let's say that's the case, and they get McDuffie at 32nd overall, because it was a potential going to be a reach at 12, right? Or even if at 20, if they traded back with Pittsburgh at a more reasonable spot. If they get McDuffie, does it change how you feel about it?
Not really.
Because it's weird.
Don't you think
I just think it doesn't make
Linderbaum's in
sense
play
to me.
here too now?
Yeah.
Like
Linderbaum's in play.
See, I would be okay with Linderbaum if they find a way to get some sort of value for Bradbury.
And they won't.
But that won't happen.
No.
Well, and now the Bradbury. So they're not going to pick up his 50 year, right? So
No.
So Bradbury is kind of it's such a weird lame duck situation because if you commit to trying to build him back up for 1 year and then he signs somewhere else, you almost have, because you're not going to pick up his 50. You almost have to draft a center with one of these next 5 picks.
Exactly.
So I could see them drafting with either the 32nd or the 34th Tyler Linderbaum. I don't know what the value of this is. Did they hate the players available at 12 so much that they would rather? But even moving back, like they picked up extra picks.
But to move back that far,
Or an extra pick.
to hope that Linderbaum drops, that's a really big gamble.
And if I'm going to trade with the Detroit Lions, I got to have your 2023 first.
The
Like,
Lions
I
would be
traded
laughing
somebody
right
else
now.
before that.
Also, the Eagles traded up to take Jordan Davis at 13.
Okay.
That just happened.
So is that where we're at right now? So the Eagles just picked, so now we're going on to the 14th pick here?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's perplexing. And I don't know, I'm trying to think of what can happen now at 32 and 34. And I've said it in the weeks leading up here. Give me a great player at 12 over because what I'm, and again, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I'm so sick of the trade back and play the volume game and accumulate picks, which is what Rick Spielman did for years and years.
Yeah.
Give me a great player at 12.
Yeah.
I mean, give me a cornerback. If you believe in McDuffie, go get him. But if you're going to trade back, I think I need more than this.
Yeah.
I think I need more than this.
Absolutely.
I got 2. Write that down.
All right.
I got 2 right now. So
Hold on. Let's make it official
wanna
here.
pick? Yeah, I got you.
Write it down. You like writing things.
I got
Write
you.
this down.
I'm ready.
So the Vikings will get Tyler Linderbaum at the 32nd.
Okay.
Then with you said the 34th.
Man from way back
Man
there
shot.
in the dark just says gross.
And then you said the 34th pick.
Yeah.
We take some corner. So then that's a corner there at 34. We'll finish the season with 9 wins. That's what I got.
Okay. And what's your name again? Keenan. All right. We'll make sure we get that on the record. Dude, Keenan, great stuff,
All right,
man.
Now we that is awesome.
You like that?
Glorious sweater game happening
You like
here.
that?
That's
And I
right.
brought something else for you boys too.
Got the Kirk Cousins
There you go,
jersey
Phil.
in the house. That's right.
All right, well, quick shout out to my boy Jordan, who's on the road trucking. He wanted to be here tonight, but couldn't make it.
Love the sweater, buddy.
Thank you, buddy.
That's awesome.
All right, so why did we hire Kwesi and Kevin, right?
Right.
Identify quarterbacks, probably.
Yeah, that's part of it.
I'm thinking they probably found someone that they like. I don't think Malik will fall that far, not below Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
But maybe there's someone there who they like. Didn't see the value in picking him here. Can you maybe get him on later, like the last pick of the first round, have that fifth-year option for him?
Yeah.
Because Kirk's on 2 years, right? But essentially no trade clause, but that can be a 1 year pretty easily, right?
Well, if
Like,
you,
he
yeah,
waives it.
if he felt like, all right, I'm going into my last year anyways, then he might agree to a trade, right?
Yeah, he could. Say, like, Baker goes to Carolina, doesn't work out, right?
Yeah.
And maybe they're still looking next year and they don't have, like, a great pick because they could be okay with Baker, but they're, like, average. Kirk goes there. But we find a quarterback here that we could have on a fifth-year option still.
Yeah.
But why would you do this, though? Like,
Yeah.
that's I still don't understand the reasoning behind the value of this, which seems to be a bad trade.
I feel like probably one of the receivers that they wanted were already gone. Especially, I don't know, especially the Olave one coming in with the Saints right before that.
Yeah.
It could very well be it, and they didn't trust Jameson Williams with his knee injury. I don't know. Otherwise, I have no idea why else you would do this.
Right. It's just really baffling.
But I'm on it with, like, the Linderbaum at one of those two picks, if he's there. Unlikely, but I would be down for that.
All right, we have a TCL TV winner here real quick.
Good
All right,
stuff.
we have a TCL TV winner. Okay, if you want to be largely disappointed in the Vikings, but on a 65-inch TCL 5 Series Google Smart TV.
You know why? Because the Wild's going to win the Stanley Cup, right?
That's right.
Let's
go
Wild. Wild.
Wolves in 7. Wolves in 7. Wolves in 7. Is that a Rashad McCants jersey?
Edwards?
Oh, it's Anthony Edwards. Okay.
Anthony Edwards.
Love it.
All right, and if your name is Ryan Schaefer, you have won a TCL 65-inch
Nice.
TV.
Congratulations.
Thanks to our friends at TCL. Ryan Schaefer is the winner.
Awesome.
Awesome. All right, by the way, as Patrick Royce would say, thanks to everyone hanging out. Should we take another person from YouTube here next? We got people waiting? Or have you kicked everyone out of the virtual room?
We got one guy in here we got one guy.
Okay, well, let's go there real quick here. And if you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much. We're hanging out here at Surly Brewing Company. Wish you guys could be here with us, but please click the like button and the subscribe button on the YouTube channel so we can spread the word about this Vikings community and therapy right now that we're all enjoying. So who do we got?
Let's go to our
on
guy,
the YouTube channel.
Our guy, CJ. CJ, you got us, okay?
What's up, dude?
Yeah, I got you guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
man, we
sir.
got you. What are your thoughts on this trade?
Good. Down here in Arizona, living the Vikings glory, sipping some Surly that I brought myself into Minnesota.
Beautiful.
I don't like the trade. I think the trade's terrible. I think it's the value is not great. Even though there are some still good players in this draft, I follow college football a lot, which is why I just want to say this idea that you can just draft a quarterback next year is insane. It's insane.
Yeah.
Because look at what happened to Spencer Rattler, who was the #1 overall pick at this time. And then look what happened to him. Any of these guys, C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson from Florida, Bryce Young, they can have terrible years. They can get hurt. I don't know. I thought Malik Willis would be the draft at 12, but
wow.
I don't know. I think when you have a guy and you believe that he can get you that talent right here, right now, you take him. And you figure out the value for the contract later.
Yeah, I think, there's a chance he might still be there late in the first round.
I don't know.
Well, but you could trade up. You could trade up with your ammo too. Like if you sit in there, at this point, I don't think that's going to happen. And by the way, Kyle Hamilton just went to the Ravens, who love themselves a high-end safety. So Kyle Hamilton
there are
to
tons
the
of guys
Ravens.
though, Phil. Look out for Christian Watson at NDSU. He's a receiver that has a lot of potential late in this draft that the Vikings might take. Maybe they want Kenny Pickett. Maybe he falls all the way down that far. I don't like Kenny Pickett, but I don't know. But at this point, you got to give Kwesi a shot, right? We don't know. We don't know who any of these guys are. Maybe Kwesi's just counting on, hey, I have all these players from the 2021 draft that have never seen the field. Maybe I can use some of these guys. I don't know.
Yeah.
And take a shot of Surly. That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
For sure.
Oh my gosh.
What now?
Huge trade just happened.
What's that?
By the way, thank you so much for coming on.
Hey, I love the show, guys. You guys do great stuff. Watch you guys all the time.
Thank you.
You're awesome.
Thank you, man. So the Ravens just traded wide receiver Marquise Brown and pick 100 to the Cardinals for the number 23 pick.
All right.
Marquise Brown and the number 100 to the Cardinals for the number 23 pick. Interesting. Wow, this has been a wild first round. So many trades.
Yep, just like I said, and write that down.
This is crazy. This is
I got to write that down.
Dude.
Point.
This is insane. And we have not seen a Baker Mayfield trade yet.
Yeah.
And what was the other big one? Deebo Samuel. We have not seen a Deebo Samuel trade.
yet.
Dex, are you okay there?
Yeah, I'm just hiding over my laptop with the rain.
It's raining out. Let's get these
keep it
poor
going
guys
here. Yeah,
up
yeah.
so that they can get in.
All right. What's your name and how long you been a Vikings fan?
Awesome. I'm Derek. I have been a fan since 1997, so got right in right before 1998.
Yep.
Which is awesome.
Great timing. Yep.
Big Brad Johnson fan, actually.
That's not a Brad Johnson jersey, is it?
No, but I have one. It doesn't
Good for
fit
you.
anymore.
Whose jersey is that?
But Dalvin Cook.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Okay,
Which
I
will
didn't
be
know what that-
vintage since we're changing numbers.
Right.
Yeah.
And I was actually a big Mitch Berger fan.
Oh, a little candy bar in the cleat, baby. Yeah, let's get
Who
it.
wasn't a big Mitch Berger fan?
That's right.
You know how to have a good time.
So this might be a little unpopular right now, but I'm actually okay with the trade.
Okay.
And I'm gonna give a little. counter. I'm gonna give a little counter here.
Okay.
First of all, we picked up a third rounder.
Yep.
We don't have a fourth rounder.
Yep.
Thank you, Chris Herndon. Thank
Yeah.
you, Spielman. Yeah, thanks,
It
Rick.
was a great trade. Yeah.
Yep. So we pick up that extra third rounder.
Check the draft value chart on that trade.
Yeah, exactly. We heard going into this draft that there weren't a lot of star players, but there was depth.
Yeah.
So now we are picking up that extra pick, and we're seeing what we can get for value. I think what we're seeing here is Kwesi bringing in those value picks, not going for a star in the first round that could be boom or bust and doing something there, but maybe picking up some extra picks, so you're in the first round, second round, third round, getting some more value there, maybe competitive rebuild.
Yeah. So he said they picked up an extra
Bringing
pick
in
in the third round. They must love the second and third round relative to the teens, right?
Yep.
That must be what's happening here.
So those
Sorry, we got water dripping on us here.
This is what happens when you trade to the last pick in the draft,
Exactly.
ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly.
God, this is what
Kwesi,
happens.
you know what? Screw Kwesi. I am so done with Kwesi
Now,
and Alpha
you can put
dude.
any positive spin you want on it.
Epic, dude.
I do have one hot take that I have to
Please.
give for my brother.
Please
Of
give it.
course,
Of
My brother
course.
dared me to say it, and I have to do it.
Of course.
When Kirk Cousins turns 53, he looks like Judd.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
Wow.
They're both grilling mystery meat.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. I can see it. Yeah. All right, who do we got next year? Yes, our guy from Atlanta here.
Yep. Keep going.
Evan.
What's up, guys?
So I'm listening. I'm just adjusting my soaked backpack.
Do you think?
Exactly.
My name's Evan. I've been a fan since 2007. What's you guys' over/under on the use of the phrase "competitive rebuild"? Kwesi's first.
In his
press
press conference.
I'm putting it at 1.5.
Okay, 1.5. I'm taking the under.
Yeah, I think I'd take the under too, man.
Not as much as the word intentional. We intentionally made this decision. I think that's what we're going to get a ton of.
I think definitely after this trade is going to be about 3 because he's moving out of getting something high end
you
to
might be
just
right.
pick up some quality players.
So you came all this way. How do you feel about this?
My fear on the plane was that I would get here and they would trade out of the first round, and they did the second worst thing next to that, which is picking all the way at 32.
Yeah.
So,
amen, brother.
I've enjoyed being out here with Vikes fans, but as far as the draft itself, it's kind of a bummer.
Kind of a buzzkill, yeah.
I don't disagree.
Well, dude, thanks for coming out. Appreciate you making the trip, giving your takes. Let's keep it rolling. You guys are standing out in the rain. We'll keep coming up to the mic, man. We appreciate this. This is great.
Great.
Yeah. What's your name and how long you been a Vikings fan?
Kent for too long.
Poor Kent.
Poor Kent. Poor Kent.
I
Pour
have-
one out for Kent, man.
I have no questions, and I don't really even have a comment. All I have to say is I have something for Judd. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Judge, you get the pierogies? This is just
I got us some pierogies and a pretzel here, so
Okay.
just throw them down
All right.
wherever. Yeah,
Got
that's
it.
cool.
All right, next up.
All right, so I remember being at a game, and my buddy looks over and says, I just talked to Randall Cunningham's wife. So that's been quite a while. Anyway, I just wanted to ask about Kellen Mond.
Yeah.
Judd, you and I talked about this earlier, and people are kind of crapping on after Mike Zimmer started crapping on, but they were really excited last year when he was drafted. And I just wondered if you guys would elaborate on that. Thank you guys very much.
Yeah, dude. Thanks for coming out.
I think what they did to him in Green Bay was completely unfair. I have no idea if he can play or not, so I'm not passing judgment on that. But I think Mike crapping on him was basically the end of Mike for sure. Like, Mike was just done with it. And I thought it was unfortunate. Yeah, right. But I just think it's unfortunate that Mike did that because there was no need. They put the kid in an impossible. I mean, what was he going to do? You're playing in Green Bay. You haven't taken snaps in practice. So I thought the look of that was really Bush League. Like, if Kellen Mond can play or not, I don't know. But you can't throw a kid in that game after your. I mean, Mike was mad at Kirk, and like everyone paid the price. Unfortunately, I think fans took that to heart about Mond, and that's not what he should be judged for.
Yeah, I mean, it's really unfortunate because if there's so many other situations he could have been drafted into that would have been advantageous for him, right? It would have been like the Vikings offensive coaching staff, including Mike Zimmer, he's a defensive guy. No, he's the head coach. They were scrambling just to put together Kirk Cousins' offense throughout the year, right? They had to go back to the drawing board and do a self-evaluation after the first few weeks. And so how much attention were they really paying to Kellen Mond? It's almost just an unfair throwaway year for him. And then the coach throws him under the bus for no reason after that Packers game. So, yeah, it's so tough. It was a wasted year for Kellen Mond. How are we doing over there, Declan?
I'm all right. I'm more worried about our equipment here and our fine folks from Hubbard Interactive with their very nice equipment. With the rain coming down, that's more what I'm.
Yeah, you guys let us know if we need to.
If we have to take a time.
If we need to do something here, we okay?
All right.
And for the YouTube audience, it's literally pouring rain right now. We got Vikings fans standing out in the rain and some are hovering, under the canopy over there, and now we're waiting for the 32nd pick. We have to wait till the end of the night for the Vikings to make their selection. So. And if you're watching us on the YouTube channel, thank you guys. Surly Brewing Company and TCL are putting on a great event here, and if you could click the subscribe button and the like button, we'll give you daily Vikings entertainment in return, but you can help us spread the word about this community of Vikings fans. So, all right, come back up here. Outfit of the night, sir. Double fisting a pitcher and a pint. I love this.
That's what you do when it's raining.
Well,
like this.
that's first of all, after that trade, I had to upgrade to a pitcher from a pint.
Amen.
So, I going back to 32, I'm okay with it if we get the first round next year. But 32 and 34, I don't understand it. But I mean, what are they thinking here? I mean, are they thinking? Is it? Are they hoping? Obviously, I heard earlier, people talking about Linderbaum, and that's not my ideal pick.
Right.
But are they thinking maybe Elam, Petrie, somebody like that maybe falls to there? Those are kind of the only things that I'm trying to make sense of this.
Right. Like, what's the my question is this: what's the upside?
Yeah.
Like, I get if you're going back and that's fine, but what's the ultimate upside? Because I thought that the ultimate upside would be trying to get Detroit's first rounder next year, which I would have applauded them. But I'm confused as to what they feel. Like, you have to feel that you sort of won this trade if you're going to move that far back.
Right.
And I don't understand the win.
No.
So, I mean, I hate to rag on them already, but I'm confused by the strategy.
I'm in full kind of listen. I can only go off the draft value chart, and the Vikings gave up more than they received in this trade. By the way, you guys feel free to munch. We've got some snacks here too.
By the way, there's been a big trade that was just made. Big trade from Adam Schefter here.
Another big trade. Yep. Wow.
The Titans are planning to trade wide receiver A.J. Brown to the Eagles, sources tell ESPN.
What? What is happening? This is the most
A.J. Brown?
This is the most drunk first round I've ever seen.
But A.J. Brown goes.
It's like teams all are carrying around a big picture of Surly tonight,
right?
And they just started making trades.
They're making trades like they're sober.
This is like a fantasy league night.
So A.J. Brown to the Eagles in exchange for the 18th overall pick and another third-round pick. So A.J. Brown was worth the 18th pick and a third-round pick.
Oh, my God.
Incredible.
I also just wanted to say, you guys were talking about earlier when we first started tonight, you guys asked if the Vikings had ever made us cry. And I just wanted to let you guys know, I kind of, when you say that, and then you also later talked about the collapse of the Metrodome roof in 2010.
Yeah.
Yep. It's kind of made me feeling like make me feel like the Vikings Forrest Gump tonight. In that, not in 1998, I was at the NFC Championship game. I was 12. And not only did I cry, my picture was in the Star Tribune.
Oh, no, dude.
Of me crying.
Were you one of the weeping blondes?
I was not one of the weeping blondes. I do remember the weeping blondes very well. I was on about page 5.
Okay.
I will find you.
I was face painted kid, and I haven't painted my face since because I'm not David Putty. But
the Devils.
The Devils.
The Devils.
But and also when you mentioned the roof collapsing, that was the only time during the Brett Favre era I had tickets to a Vikings game.
Oh, the Giants game.
Yeah, and I didn't make it to Detroit.
I was going to say, all you had to do is come to Ford Field with me.
Thanks, guys.
You're awesome.
Thanks. Appreciate you coming up, man. Awesome. All right, let's keep it rolling
Yeah,
here. What's your name and how long you been a fan?
So my name's Anthony. I've been a fan since 2000. I've been a fan since 2012. The Adrian Peterson contending for the rushing record year.
Yeah.
I watched that game where he came like 7 yards shy with my dad, and I just have to say, thank you, Dad, for passing this godforsaken team on to me.
Exactly. Yeah.
So my main gripe here is the trade, mostly because my boss is a diehard Packer fan. I've submitted complaints to HR when he comes in with his Packer hoodie.
Well, you should.
It's disgusting. He has this picture.
It's harassment, quite frankly.
I also submitted him to Child Protection Services because he has a picture of his daughter wearing a Packer jersey in his office. That's disgusting, terrible treatment of a kid, and I just was not okay with him putting that there. He actually told me, if the Vikings take another quarterback at 12, since Ponder was last time, you can have tomorrow off. You can just call in, and I'll just give you PTO, your paid time off. You're fine. So I'm pissed about that, but also he's going to rub it in my face that if we lose this trade, because we have a whole thing going. I got there. It was the first. He got moved to my branch. The first thing I did, it was when Davante Adams got traded. So I filled out an address change form because I work at a bank. You have to change the address.
Yeah.
The address change form was changing Davante Adams' address from Lambeau Stadium to wherever the Raiders play. And he didn't take that well.
I love it, dude. This is high-level trolling right here. This is great. This is a PhD in trolling, dude.
He wins tomorrow.
Yeah.
So what he did.
Well, maybe.
On April Fool's Day, he just put like a dozen pictures of Aaron Rodgers in my desk. And so I came in, I couldn't let that slide. So he left to go to another branch one day. So I printed off 75 photos that just said Packers suck. And I taped them over all the photos.
I want to work here, man. We were just trolling each other all day, printing
I taped
photos.
It over every photo in his office, all the pictures of his kids, his computer, his coat, everything. And then I took more photos of it. I put it in his printer. So every now and then for the past month, whenever he prints...
just randomly...
He prints important documents, and it just says Packers suck.
Yeah.
Terrible. Love it.
That is brilliant high-level trolling, dude. I love
it. I'll just say, I'll show this to him tomorrow. So hi, Corey.
Amazing, man.
That's my main gripe with the trade. Yeah, that's
awesome.
Keep up the great work.
Yep.
You are doing great work on behalf of Vikings fans who can't shake their Packer fan coworkers and relatives and neighbors.
Just like Judd, I'm very self-aware, even at the age of 21.
There you go.
This sucks. 500 football sucks. I won a championship. Whatever is going to get us towards 500 or we're going to contend every year and then maybe we'll pop up. No, I'm not for it.
You reject 500 football.
I reject 500 football.
Awesome, man.
I completely respect the mission statement.
Great. I'm giving
Good
that a
stuff,
round
man.
of applause, man.
Thank you.
It's great stuff right there. It's still raining out there. You guys still getting soaked?
A little bit, but it's
Okay.
worth it because I'm a big fan.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for coming out.
Yeah, of
Appreciate it.
course. Can I just say, so my uncle Brian told me about your show first, so I just want to say hi, Brian.
Cool.
Thanks for introducing me to these guys.
Thank you, Brian.
Brian, appreciate you,
watching right
Brian.
now?
Absolutely.
Brian,
All right.
you son of a gun. Love it.
I'll give the mic out to someone else. Thanks,
Awesome,
guys.
man. Thank you. Yeah, let's keep it going here. You guys are basically taking over the show while we snack.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna have more of my burger.
I've done introductions already, so I just want to say I actually like the trade because I think that there's depth, and if they didn't like somebody at 12, get more people. That's great, but I think there's significance in trading for the 32nd pick. So what are the odds that that's a quarterback at this point for the Vikings?
I love it.
more likely than the 34th pick because you get the 5th-year option.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Who's left by then? Corral?
Matt Corral.
I mean, it'll depend on once we get by the Saints and who's right after the Saints? Who's 20? Pittsburgh. Once we get past those
Right.
two.
It's an interesting trade. I don't know that I fully get it. Like if it proves out that that's the thing, I'm just surprised they went that far back without getting more immediately.
There's a bunch of D-backs that are projected to go late first, early second, and that might be the play.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some interesting dudes out there. I mean, obviously Tyler Linderbaum is going to be a thing until he's drafted because the Vikings aren't going to have a starting center. They might not have one right now, quite frankly, but they don't have one beyond 2022 right now unless they pick up the 5th year, which they won't, on Garrett Bradbury. I mean, there's also some interesting sort of second-tier wide receivers out there too. You know, the North Dakota State kid, Christian Watson, for instance, stands out. Sky Moore from Western Michigan, row the boat.
Sky Ma.
Yeah, Treylon Burks is out there too. All right, let's keep it rolling here.
This guy's in shorts and a
Shorts and
Thielen.
flip flops, and a Thielen T-shirt or a jersey here. Loving it.
So my name is Alex. I go to St. Thomas, so Roll Toms. Got to give
Roll
that a
Toms.
shout out. So obviously I've been hearing the trade. You know, I was driving home from work and I can't even express how I was, but I guess who would you guys target if assuming we don't trade back into the first round? Because that was something I was thinking about. Like maybe use that 34th pick to jump if somebody like, I guess the guy from Washington. If McDuffie slides like very late, maybe trade back in. Like what would you guys think?
Who's gone now, Phil? If we can update the draft, who is? Oh, hold on, I got to put my old man glasses on now too.
Oh, yeah, Jay can't see.
I can't see
I
without
got
my
you.
glasses
No, I
on.
got. Excuse me.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I got you. I got a hunk of pretzel in my throat here. We're trying to refuel on the fly here without taking a commercial break. So the last few picks have been Kyle Hamilton to the Ravens at 14,
Okay.
Kenyon Green, the guard from Texas A&M, to the Texans at 15, Dotson, the Penn State wide receiver, at 16, and then Zion Johnson from Boston College to the Chargers at 17. I think we might have another one here too. We've all been just trying to digest what the Vikings did, so we kind of stopped paying attention
Well, yeah.
to the actual picks here.
A.J. Brown is getting a 4-year, $100 million extension with Philadelphia.
Okay.
Okay, so he wasn't going to get paid by Tennessee.
4 years,
$57 million
$100
guaranteed, so it's basically two and a half guaranteed
Wow.
years almost. Yeah. Man. Yeah. I mean, well, every time a contract like that comes out, guess who pours a big stiff cocktail and just kicks back? Justin Jefferson, right? Every time a contract like that comes out. So yeah, I think we're on the 18th pick right now.
So if you could go back up and get McDuffie, I might. I just don't know if you would have gone that far back to get those two picks to go back up. So I think they are probably going to stand pat there and take those two picks. So clearly they think that somebody's going to fall. The quarterback, I mean, you could do that. This just seems like a weird time when you're as committed to Kirk Cousins as they are for the next 2 years. So, I mean, they must be going for depth. They must think that they can just add depth, but I'm sorry, I don't love it.
Which, yeah, I do
can't love
understand it. I do understand the depth, though,
Yeah.
because I've heard there have been a lot of analysts have been saying, like, the second and third round is kind of a gold mine this year.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that turns out.
The only, I guess the one thing that we have not discussed yet, too, is if you factor in the depth they think that they gained from the 2021 draft, which we don't know a lot about. Like if they think that there's some type of deluge of, like the rain here, like if there's some type of big depth, help coming. But I'm just guessing.
Treylon Burks to the Titans.
All right.
At 18. That's a wide receiver, Treylon Burks to the Titans at 18, right after they traded.
God.
Adrian. So he's the Arkansas wide receiver. All right, we'll keep it rolling here. Vikings Vent Line live at Surly.
All right, my name is Walter. I've been a Vikings fan since '93 on the first game where this kind of feels like it because the first game I watched was when we lost to the Lions. Now what this trade feels like to me.
I mean, they technically did lose the trade from a draft value chart standpoint tonight, so yes.
Yeah, that's all I really wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks for coming on,
Appreciate it, man.
Appreciate it. All right. Yeah, who's next? You want to step up here? Oh, you're up? Okay.
I've been on twice already.
You guys are haggling. You
Yeah,
go up
go
there.
ahead.
Come on.
Come on. By all means.
Yeah.
What's up?
Vikings Vent Line live at Surly on the Purple Daily YouTube channel. Can you adjust that mic down? Just bring it down.
Thank you.
All right. What's your name and how long you been a Vikings fan?
My name is Maria. I'm from Colombia.
Nice.
My husband is a the number one Vikings fan. So I just come in here to see if you guys have anything left for what you guys were making. I just come in for the tickets.
Oh, for the tickets. I think so. We gave away. Have we given everything away to this point? I think we have. I think we've given all the stuff away. We have T-shirts. You want a T-shirt?
You want a T-shirt?
What's all right? What? Here you go, Chris. I'll let you handle.
Oh, it's small?
A small. All right, cool. Well, we'll find. All right.
Thank
awesome,
you.
man.
Skull Vikes.
All right, so I know I've been up here twice already, and my takes haven't changed. I just now think that so with the ownership saying that we're going to be super competitive in 2022, I think this is kind of the hedging of the bets with the GM and the head coach being like, yes, we want to be super competitive in 2022. However, we all have to be realistic and think that it's not going to be super realistic for us to be Super Bowl competitors this year. And so I don't understand the trade from a draft capital standpoint, and also I just do not understand the far-reaching trade back. I get it's a deep draft in certain positions, but you kind of got to make a stand at some point.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to say that the 12th pick compared to the 32nd pick and the 34th pick.
20 picks in a drop.
Well, I think I need more value. I need
a
another pick.
first-round pick at least in the next year's draft, especially with the Lions. It's going to be a low pick. We all know that. Oh no, actually, it'll be a high pick.
Or at the very least, I don't know why you have to give them. And I get, why are you giving them the 46th?
And everyone's saying, "Oh, we got picks out of it." No, we got pick.
One extra pick.
We got pick out of it.
Yep.
We got one pick out of it. This is not like a huge success.
Correct.
We didn't get anything that's going to change our draft this year or even next year.
The Saints, by the way, are taking offensive tackle from Northern Iowa, Trevor Penning at 19. So Trevor Penning is off the
all
board.
I have to say is, as far as it seems like last year was a GM versus head coach sort of thing. Now it seems like GM head coach versus ownership sort of contradiction.
And I think the problem too is you're confusing your fan base. If you're right, what's the mission then?
Yeah.
This is why I wanted a tear down, partially, because if it was just a tear down, then I'm like, okay, yeah.
I'm hearing conflicting reports from both sides. I don't know what to believe anymore.
I don't disagree with you.
And hopefully Kirk Cousins just is able to fourth quarter Pharaoh, the Colossus is a clutch, and let's win 16 games this year. But that's all I got.
Thanks for coming on, man. Thanks for coming on. All right, let's keep it rolling here. Vikings Vent Line. What's your name and how long you been a fan?
My name is Steve.
Can you step up a little bit?
Yeah,
there we go.
My name is Steve, or Delusion on YouTube. I've been a fan since I've been 4 years old. I actually have to write that down.
Oh, we got to write that down here. Declan, we got to write that down. Let's make it official.
All right.
He's drawing stuff up right now.
I want to write that down that at least two of the 3 picks that we got from Detroit will not play in more than 2 games this year.
Wow. Wow.
I hope it's not true.
Hold on.
That's awfully negative. That is awfully negative.
That's my gig.
2 of the 3 picks.
When I saw that trade come through, I was like, yes, we're getting a first round next year.
Yeah.
Then I heard it.
We'll not play in how many games?
We'll not play in 2.
Oh my God.
That's so they're going to be useless, basically, is what you're saying. That's great. Well, I mean, their third round picks last year didn't play in any games.
2 or more. 2 or more. Yeah.
Okay.
They'll throw 'em in.
Just want to make sure we're
They'll make 'em
quantifying
play.
this.
They'll make them play just to be like, yeah.
I want to say that I appreciate you guys. I've actually been listening to you for 2+ years.
Cool, man.
My man.
Thank
I
you.
came from #IsAMyth, and I enjoy both takes, but I agree with yours more.
Dude, thank you,
Thank
man.
you.
Appreciate it, dude.
Yeah, there's room for everyone in
a great
the
jacket,
Vikings
too.
content community. So
Great rain
Thank
slicker
you.
right there.
thanks for coming on, man.
See ya.
Yeah.
All
Let's
right.
keep it rolling.
What do we got?
What's up, guys?
What's going on, dude?
AJ, been a Vikings fan since ever I can remember. That just took the life out of me. Like, I don't even know what to say. I'm not even paying attention to the draft anymore.
I know, that's kind of how we are. We're like, yeah, someone got picked.
Well,
I don't know.
it started raining too, so that probably caused a little bit
Yeah.
of problems.
Does the pick at 32 have to be a quarterback for this to make sense?
See, I don't need, like, I think if you draft a first-round quarterback, you're losing 2 years of contract value because you got Kirk Cousins, unless you can get Kirk to demand a trade and okay a trade after the year.
That's the only thing that's like, are Kwesi and Kirk on the phone right now waving the no trade clause and sending him to Pittsburgh to make this make sense? Because I don't know what they're doing.
This
now.
feels like they're doing something they think is smart, and the rest of us are like, are you sure that's smart? Because, I mean, we've seen this before. It just feels like they overplayed their hand potentially here. And if they had done a few of the things that we talked about, i.e. getting Detroit's first-round pick next year, we'd be like, yeah, heck yeah, that's great. I'm really curious to see how this plays out. I said earlier tonight there was almost nothing that they could do that I would question too much. But I got to, just being completely honest here, I got to question this. Like, when you give up this much, I no longer think I can guess the position.
This is the first time I think that since Kwesi's gotten hired that I'm like, did we really have to get rid of Rick for this?
Yeah.
Because like with this is the one thing I was banking on. Like, oh, he's smart, he's analytics, he's gonna get value.
Yeah.
All the moves he's made. If you put Rick Spielman's name on this, I wouldn't think it would be any different.
I think what's hard is it's like we can sit here and we can try and figure out, did they get beat on the value side of the trade? But if they wind up with a Pro Bowler at 32 and then another one in the 40s, like, we can't really evaluate this. I hate to be this guy for another 2 or 3 years, but in the moment, it does feel like they didn't get enough value.
We would have flamed Rick Spielman for this.
Or if you,
Rick wouldn't have done this.
Or if you do
I don't
this,
think Rick would have made this trade.
I agree.
At least trade it to someone outside of the division.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus.
Yeah. Well, here's the other thing. So Kwesi went on Tuesday during his pre-draft press conference, and he made that sort of offhanded comment about how there's no amount of 7th-round picks that can equal a first-round pick. Well, I'd love for him to map out, okay, how many, and there is an answer here, because late firsts and seconds and thirds are much more valuable than 7ths, but the 12th pick is valuable. 20 spots further back, I need to know that he thinks the talent is flat across the teens into the 20s, right? If he thinks that the talent from 12 until 40 is pretty flat and pretty similar, all right, well, you picked up an extra pick and you can draft a similar caliber player.
I'd buy that if you didn't have to give up your second.
Yep.
That makes no sense to me.
I'm with you.
Yeah, if it was like a 5th instead of a 2nd, I think we'd all be sitting here like, yeah, okay, all right,
What
that works.
Kwesi didn't say is there is no 32nd pick I don't love. I don't want 7th-round picks, but I want the end of the first round.
I want all of the 32nd picks. And I get all of the 32nd picks.
I got to go to the end of first round every year.
I'll say this and then I'll get off. I was sitting over there at the table as we were going 9, 10, and 11. I'm like, something's up, man. This is going too in our way. We have too many options, man. I'm like, are they going to say screw this and pick Malik Willis at 12? They trade. I'm like, oh, here's the first rounder. And then I see the return. I'm like,
I love it.
Why didn't we expect more? But
Good stuff, man.
Awesome, dude. Thanks for coming on, man. The Steelers are on the clock right now. We're waiting on their pick, but there have been no quarterbacks off the board. This would seem like a place where a quarterback is coming off the board.
Malik Willis going to go.
But we'll see. We'll see what happens here in the next couple minutes. All right. What's your name and how long you been a Vikings fan?
Hi, my name's Cortland. I've been a Viking fan since '98.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Cortland.
Hi, Cortland.
Hi, Cortland.
I'm mad. Honestly mad that they made this trade. I think they should take the best player available at number 12 and, sucked it up.
So there's nothing that can happen now. There's no player that you're jazzed about here.
What do they do at 32? Honestly.
Well, and the trade back, to me, depended on, if it's a good trade back. Like, if they had gotten first rounder next year, if they'd done, there were a lot of things that
They didn't do it, though.
Like the Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh at 20, you swap with them. But yeah,
They didn't do it.
In my wildest dreams, this was one I wouldn't have ever thought of.
Never. I thought.
And I love the Lions idea.
I kind of thought,
maybe
maybe one of the really good teams in the late 20s is gonna make a move, and maybe the Chiefs are gonna get aggressive for a wide receiver or something and move up the board.
So my best guess at 32, they're going to take the center,
Tyler Linderbaum. Yeah.
That's my best guess. What?
Gosh, yeah.
I hope not, but.
Well, if he's still there at 32, I wonder if this is where you got to play the positional value game, right? There's a huge difference between the 32nd pick and the 34th pick, because the 32nd pick, you get an extra year on their contract. You get a 5th year, right? I'm explaining, I know you guys know this, but just for the audience out there.
Yep.
So I think if Linderbaum is on the board at 32, but there's a cornerback or an edge or a receiver that you like, take the more premium position at 32 so you can have an extra year of control. Not that center's not important too. And then take Linderbaum at 34.
But I'm with him.
I'm lost.
Everyone's everyone just seems deflated. Vikings fans are just what?
They buzzkilled the draft.
Yeah.
They killed it.
I mean, there's no other way around it. They buzzkilled the draft.
Yeah, they did.
We're dead.
They totally did.
We're dead. Anyway, I love
right.
you.
Thanks for coming on, dude. Oh,
Love
we
you
have a
guys, and-
Steelers pick.
Great stuff, man.
We have a
Thank
quarterback off the board.
Yeah. Are you sure?
Kenny Pickett to the
Oh,
Steelers at 20.
Kenny Pickett stays home.
Kenny Pickett to
Small
the
hands.
Pittsburgh Steelers.
Small hands and all.
So
Kenny
Malik, okay, let's hold on. Let's do the Malik Willis thing real quick here. Malik Willis, for all of his tools and upside, and for as desperate as teams are in the NFL for quarterbacks, Carolina. I mean, Carolina is sitting there with Sam Darnold trying to pretend like, we're fine, everybody, don't worry, we got a great quarterback.
Yep.
What does it say about Malik Willis that he was not only not
shocked.
the first quarterback off the board, but now that we're into the 20s?
I'm shocked.
We're at 21 right now. He's on the board still.
I'm shocked. And if I'm the Vikings and he's there at 32,
You go for it all.
I might take him and tell Kirk we're going to have to find a way to move on in 2023, dude. But then you create a problem with Kirk because he'll completely lose his confidence and go into a shell, and you'll get nothing from him in 22 potentially. I'd love to explain this one. I can't.
Patriots are trading back.
All right, let's fire it up here again.
Ryan, like a bunch of people, 98 Vikings.
Yeah.
I guess my question is simple. Rick Spielman and Mike Zimmer, in their time, drafted or signed backup linemen, defense, traded back in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
How is this offseason when we were all excited about the new regime?
Yep.
How has this year been any different?
Well, let's go through sort of a blind resume here, right? If you didn't know who the front office was or that there was a change, and I said, all right, the Vikings are going to spend free agent money on an interior defensive lineman, on a linebacker, on a slot cornerback, and they're going to bring in, a couple veterans to duke it out at right guard, right? And I do like Chris Reed. I think Chris Reed's going to be a good right guard.
I think he has a chance to start at right guard.
Yep, he's probably the leader in the clubhouse, right? But he's it's like a couple $1 million contract. He's kind of a bargain bin guy.
It's a shot.
And then in the draft, they're going to trade back, classic trade back in the first round. I mean, it's very familiar. It's a very familiar scent, right? But I'm still sitting here. I haven't lost any belief in Kwesi yet. Like, I need to see who they pick, and I need to see how this plays out. And I probably need to see it for a year or two to really have a super strong opinion. So that's where I might differ from some of the frustrated fans and Judd here.
Well, I think part of the problem, though, too...
I'm being very level-headed, actually.
Yeah, you are, but I guess my question is, internally, if they were to tell us what's the mission, like, what are you doing here? If you are looking to 2023 and beyond, that's fine, but then why did you do what you did in free agency and keeping guys? And if you're looking to 2022, is this really the way to fill immediate needs? And just as a whole, this trade doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, just as a whole, when you look, I mean, I'm not in love with the, trade value chart when we're talking about a 4th rounder and a 5th rounder, right? But first rounders, they're pretty relevant. And so that's where I have questions about, so what are you trying to do here? Because if you have told the Wilts, hey, look, free agency, you're telling me I got to do this, I got to bring guys back, that's fine, but I'm going to retool in the draft and do what I want for the future. Again, you're sending a very confusing message, I think, both organizationally to people that don't know what you're doing and to your fan base. And right now, I think that's where we are. We're sort of like the kids who are like, what are mommy and daddy doing here? Like, are you getting divorced? Are you staying together? And that's where it's legitimately confusing.
Yeah, I guess just when I heard a month ago when Kwesi was ready to reset the cap and, start anew, and it just seems the same old, same old.
Yeah. I'd love to tell you I think you're 100% wrong, and here's why, and I can't do it.
We have another trade.
Good God.
The Chiefs.
Write that down. Write that down. Yeah.
The Chiefs.
Thank you very much.
Man. Thanks for your
good stuff. Have
participation here. The Patriots have traded out of the 21st pick with the Kansas City Chiefs. So the Chiefs move up from 29. They trade 29, 94, and 121 to the Patriots to move up 8 spots for the 21st pick. So this is now the bajillionth trade we've seen so far in the first round of this draft. All right, back to the vent lines here.
I'm Jeremy. I've been a Vikings fan since like 2002. I was born in 96. My grandpa's been season ticket holder since 1963. My dad's had season ticket since 1989. So the masochism runs very deep in our family.
Inject the pain.
My first Vikings game was Michael Vick's 54-yard overtime touchdown.
Oh,
run.
dude.
So the most Vikings possible way to start my
Greg
fandom.
Beekert's cleats are still stuck on the ground inside the old Metrodome
And
site.
I want to say, like everybody else, I'm not a huge fan of this trade. But to add some level-headedness to this, I think if we can get Andrew Booth or Trent McDuffie at 32 and Tyler Linderbaum at 34, that's not bad.
Yeah.
And I also want to say, I think it's absolutely hilarious that there have been 6 receivers taken before the Packers have even come on the board.
Yeah.
And now the Chiefs probably just traded up to draft another one.
They did, for sure.
Yeah. In fact, oh no, they did not.
What?
The Chiefs, with the number 21 overall pick, have selected Trent McDuffie. McDuffie.
So Andrew Booth.
Yeah. Michael Vick, man, that run. Oh boy.
So there it is. If you thought the Vikings were going to get the
Good
third
hat,
cornerback
too.
off the
Like a
board,
Twins hat.
he has gone to the Chiefs. Interesting. Like you see some of these teams moving. Like the Lions move up 20. The Chiefs move up 8 spots. The Saints moved up 5 spots. Right. There's just massive movement so far in the first round.
This draft is drunk.
It is ridiculous. It's probably been drinking some Surlys. Quite frankly. Yeah.
Real quick, we have some Surly swag to the right of our booth. First come, first serve. If there's T-shirts, and it fits you.
Definitely gonna.
Who wants a free T-shirt?
If it does, yeah. Where's the T-shirt cannon?
To the right.
Hey, Crunch.
By all
Amazing.
means, go out and get a T-shirt.
Amazing. Yeah, we're hanging out here just to reset. Mackie, Judd, executive producer Declan, an awesome team from Score North, and Surly here. We've kind of fought off the elements, the rain, the Vikings buzz killing by trading back 20 spots. But we're hanging out here. We're in it for the long haul tonight, and we're going to see what the Vikings do at 32. If you're watching us on the YouTube channel, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Please click the subscribe button and the like button to spread the word about Purple Daily and this Vikings community of just awesome fans that are hanging out with us tonight. So, all right, next up, Vikings Vent Line live at Surly. What's your name and how long you been a fan for?
Hey guys, I'm Martin. I've been a fan since '98. I guess we're seeing a little bit into what Kwesi is thinking as far as how he values his first-round picks.
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't place as much a high value as that crazy draft chart that we've all been referring to.
Yep.
But
Let's get his own chart.
Honestly, I think the 2 best players on the board were there at Jamison Williams and Kyle Hamilton, and I just wanted to see what you guys thought about that, and if you think we might get better value just by trading back into the end of the first round, early second. It does bring us three picks in the top, 66? Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, and that's much better than where we were, but I thought that we could have probably got there without giving up our second-round pick and maybe just giving up our third.
That's the one that strikes me as, that's the part that strikes me as a little bit odd.
Yep.
Like, if Detroit comes to you and it's like, we want 12, I'd be like, that's fine. But we ultimately have to then win the rest of the trade.
Right.
And it felt like they cut a fair deal, or more than fair, I should say, to the Lions, and they're the Lions. Like, if I'm doing anything with Detroit, I got to win it.
Right, and this kind of makes me think that maybe Kwesi's going to try to recoup some of that value at the end of the first by trading out of the first round altogether.
That wouldn't surprise me now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I think that's
like we definitely have to get some more value.
Do you like
back
that,
there.
though?
At first, I liked the trade, but then I looked at the players on the board, and I'm like, well, I mean, it's either boom or bust. I mean,
Right.
Jim Williams got the injury, and Kyle Hamilton is probably one of the best safeties to come out in recent history. But
That trade, and at least night one, I would think, and this is not a big deal, but it's interesting. I think it's going to be panned by the critics.
you're right.
Like, I think they're going to look at what you just said and be like, you just passed on a safety who was considered probably the best player available at that pick,
I think he was the best player in the draft.
and you didn't win that trade then.
Right.
Well, and then on top of it, think about the mental gymnastics you have to do to have the 12th overall pick. And then because you brought up the scenario where maybe they trade out of the first round, which I think is possible. Like, they could trade that 32nd pick tonight, right?
Easy.
But they've basically traded to the fringe of the first round. Is that jockeying around to get an extra third round pick and maybe an extra, let's say they trade back again, and is that better than the 12th pick and a stud potential player?
I for sure thought we were going to get Detroit's first round pick next year.
Yeah, I did too.
Just on basis of like how far we had to go back. Like, we should have just scrapped those late round picks altogether and just be like, no, your first this year and your first next year, otherwise no deal. And I'm surprised we didn't.
Well, you know what? At least we're not the Green Bay Packers, because the Green Bay Packers just took linebacker Quay Walker at pick 22.
Bum, ba, 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 ba.
Oh,
what a
come on.
What, are you serious?
A linebacker.
All right, you guys, I want to give a shout out to my friends in LA who are listening live, and just want to thank you guys for the opportunity.
Awesome, man. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Everyone's posting the Aaron Rodgers sideways head meme right now on Twitter. Are you serious, dudes? A linebacker.
How great
Come
is that
on,
to
guys.
call Aaron Rodgers and tell him, we got
Best
some
player
help.
available.
Who'd you get? A linebacker.
I mean, maybe
Packers.
he's going to wind up being a stud, but it's probably going to
Packers
piss
know
off
more
Aaron
than
Rodgers.
you.
All right, Vikings Vent Line live at Surly continues here.
I've been up a lot. I apologize.
That's okay. It's all good, man.
Are you kidding? You're staying in the rain. Don't apologize.
So my question is, if the Vikings actually go Malik Willis at 32, how much does that change your evaluation of the trade?
Okay, let me ask a question before we answer that one. What is the percent chance the Vikings, if he's available, draft Malik Willis at 32?
40.
40.
40. 40%.
I hear a 25. A 10.
I've lost all feeling. Like, I have no feeling.
I don't know what they're. I don't know.
anymore. Crazy and I are
I'll say 25. What do you think? What's the percent chance?
I think trading for 32 specifically indicates quarterback.
But why are you so explain this though then. Why are the Vikings actively through free agency and re-signing guys saying we are competitive for 22, there's no doubt in our mind we're competitive, blah, 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 and then picking Kirk's replacement now?
Well, they're also adding middle picks where they can flesh out the roster. Like the trade back did that as well.
Yeah.
So they can at 34 they can still get a DB. At 66 they can still get.
I don't think you can, but and I've said this the entire time to Phil and Dex. I don't think you can serve as many agendas as they're trying to serve. I think you need to pick your path. And I'm cool with that. Either way, hey, we are all in. Okay, I personally don't agree with it, but then you're all in. But this is like they're trying. This is literally like the person said a while back, and he might be right, which is scary. This is sort of like there's the Wilf agenda, and then there's the football ops agenda. And like we're trying to like juggle them like we're jugglers and all these apples and everything's flying all around.
Yeah.
I hear that. I would say that I don't think that long-term success is binary. So I think you can serve both purposes at the same time.
But can you win a Super Bowl that way?
Yeah.
The Rams sold out. You know,
Ultimately-
we talk about the Rams blueprint all the time. I mean, they haven't had a first-round pick in years.
They
right?
don't care.
Well, and exactly where you build a foundation until you find your window, and then you invest.
And then you go.
And
Yep.
then you go. Yeah.
By the way,
Oh, this is so good.
we have another trade.
Yes.
Another trade.
Keep 'em coming,
The
baby.
Ravens have traded the 23rd pick to the Bills, who move up 2 spots And they move up 2 spots and also give up the 130th pick. We also have conflicting draft value charts, okay?
Uh-oh.
So our buddy Kevin Seifert, who took over the Vikings beat for ESPN.com,
Yep.
he says if you just prefer the trade value chart that Jimmy Johnson popularized in the 1990s, which is that's the standard draft value chart, right?
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Then the Vikings got routed in this trade, which we already figured out. They got beat by like 200 points in this trade.
Okay.
But if you go off the ESPN draft value trade, which is based on some other formula, the Vikings actually won this trade by the equivalent of a 4th round pick.
It's like a presidential election.
So I don't know. Do you believe the Jimmy Johnson draft value chart? Do you believe the ESPN draft value chart? I don't know.
If this is the Vikings, it's the Jimmy Johnson.
They got screwed. Of course. You're next up, man. If you want to jump up and give us your take on things.
Well, I'm Kevin. I've been a lifelong Viking fan since the first Super Bowl.
60 or 70. 70 against the Chiefs.
And I hate to say it, but I've been to 2 of the most games that have been costing us my hair.
Yeah, you got the Brad Childress haircut there. It's good.
I was to my very first football game was in 1975.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas against the Vikings.
Oh, no,
dude.
the push-off.
I was 12 years old.
You should have bailed then.
I was down in the corner. I saw the bottle come out of the stands right over my head.
Yeah.
I was to the wide left kick at TCF.
Oh.
I actually was with my son, and at the time I said, get on your phone. We're going to Phoenix. I turned around because he was standing behind me, and I was facing him. He goes, what the hell are you facing me? Why aren't you watching that kick? I said, I've been a lifelong Viking fan all my life. I know it's going to happen.
Yeah.
And
You told him you were going to Phoenix, though?
Well, I said I was going to buy the tickets if they won.
Oh, my God, though. Once you said that, it was over.
Well, but I turned around and faced him, and I said, he goes, what are you looking at me for? I go, I know what's going to happen. You're going to miss.
That's what Phil said.
Yeah. I was in a room. Funny story, too. Speaking of Ventline, we've been doing Ventline for like 9 years. It used to be a radio show, call-in radio show. I think the only time that we didn't do Ventline, we had a conflict like college basketball game on 1500 ESPN radio the afternoon of the Blair Walsh miss. So I'll tell my story in a second, but he missed that kick and we weren't doing Ventline. And we had some poor producer sitting in studio that fielded like 500 pissed off calls. Why am I listening to a women's basketball game right now? But I was in a room of maybe 15 friends just watching at a friend's house. And they got into field goal range and the entire house was just celebrating and high-fiving. Yes. And this feeling came over my soul. And I kind of sat down because I can't remember if there was a timeout or something, but there was a changeover obviously to go out on special teams. And I just blurted out loud, I think something's going to happen. And everyone was like, what? What are you talking? I said, I think something's going to happen here. And sure enough, you had the same feeling I had.
Well, when Adrian Peterson went left, and I actually think he went down on purpose to kill the clock. If he would have just scored the touchdown, I would have felt a lot better.
Yeah.
And don't forget, he fumbled the ball in that game that cost them enormously.
Yes, he did.
And we never talked about that one.
No. Yeah. So I think what's going to happen with the Vikings right now is I think, from what I've been reading for the last couple of weeks, there's a lot of defensive backs that are almost in the same category. Like Kobe Bryant, is it?
Dean?
He's supposed to be almost as good as his. And I think they can pick him up. I think there's a lot of DNs out there. And
there's definitely guys that they can pick.
There's a lot of wide receivers. I mean, you don't need from what I've read, first round draft picks for wide receivers are not, they might pan out 10% of the time. Yeah. So you got to weigh that.
Yeah.
But I don't, this just seems like it's a normal Viking thing.
Yeah, no, you've grinded through it, man. You've seen it for sure. Thanks for coming on the show. We appreciate it.
That push-off
Vikings
game, man,
live
I feel
here.
for you.
Couple things. The Wild won in overtime. So
all
we
right,
got that
yes.
Hey, take that.
Let's go.
And then Quay Walker, the amazing pick by the Border Battle Green Bay Packers, is ranked number 51 on the consensus big board, who was taken at pick 22.
Goody. Yeah, you know what? Good.
Got that going.
Brian Gutekunst can.
Oh, that's nice.
Aaron Rodgers must be like, I really stayed, huh?
Yeah.
I really stayed.
Do you think he's even watching tonight, or is he just like
I don't know.
doing a cleanse on an island
But
somehow?
I mean, the fact that they picked, how can they pick a linebacker? How can they continue to do this and win 13 games? At some point in time, it's got to end.
The Florida cornerback Elam to the Bills at 23. So we are to pick 24. I guess we're kind of in that range where if the Vikings do like someone, they could trade up now.
Yeah.
From 32. No, there's one player that's, unless I missed something here, as I wipe the appetizer off my face.
And get a little wet there, too. Watch out. There's some waterfall.
Jermaine Johnson has not been selected yet.
Really?
You know, he has been regularly mocked top 10 in some cases. Kuiper has him as the 11th best player on his big board.
Are there questions about him that have come up? That seems like an irregular fall.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that, that do this for a living on the draft breakdown side who are just kind of shocked that he keeps falling like this.
This has been one of the weirdest first rounds in forever.
It has. All the trades. We've had we've blockbuster receivers being traded.
Yes.
Teams just throwing haymakers to trade up 20 spots,
It's been a really weird round.
So, yeah, I mean, there's still, hell, there's some edge rushers on the board here. Boye Mafe from the Gophers is obviously still on the board here. And, we've already had 6 or 7 wide receivers go, but the Vikings, I think, are going to draft a wide receiver with one of their first 5 picks. I won't promise it, but as far as the quarterbacks on the board, so Malik Willis, right? Still sitting there.
Yep.
Matt Corral, Desmond Ridder, Carson Strong, Sam Howell, probably more 3rd, 4th round guys, but let's go back to the Willis thing. The Vikings drafted Teddy Bridgewater with the last pick in the first round a few years back.
Yep.
I don't know, man. Like I've been saying no. There's no way. They committed to Kirk for 2 years. There's no way. But they're also trying to put together a great quarterback room. And I think they're probably also wary of what the contingency plan is going to be. It's not Sean Mannion, and maybe they don't like Kellen Mond.
Right.
So
that's very possible.
I mean, the further we go here, the more it becomes a possibility that they would use one of these picks, 32 or 34, on Malik Willis.
If they take Malik Willis, they have overestimated Kirk Cousins' ability to be a good team guy.
What do you think would happen with Kirk if they drafted Malik Willis?
He wouldn't help him. And they would try. I mean, you can only take Kirk to a certain point, and this is not just a Kirk thing. There's a lot. I mean, there are very few quarterbacks in this league who are willing to be like, oh yeah, I'll help that kid develop. And if they take Malik Willis in the first round, it would be to replace Kirk. And then the question becomes, okay, how soon? And they would be putting a ton of pressure on O'Connell and Kirk to be ultra successful in 22, or expect Kirk to be jettisoned, I don't know how, for 23. Look, these guys are smart, I get that. But there is also, and this is true across the board in football, new age people, old age people. There is a certain amount of hubris that can creep into decisions, and this would be, if they were to consult me right now, if they were to call my cell phone and say, Judd, should we take a quarterback?
Judd Consulting Services,
Willis?
LLC.
I would say, first of all, you got to try the Before I Die beer at Surly Brewing, where I am right now. But second of all, I really think they'd be pushing Kirk to a point where it would be uncomfortable. I really do. Just as far as the development of the kid and what he would need and the infrastructure, I think that they would be banking on Kirk becoming somebody that Kirk is not. Kirk wouldn't sabotage the kid by being a complete jerk to him, but I don't think he'd be actively trying to help him, which is what the goal of Kevin O'Connell and Kwesi would be.
But that's kind of the conflict of this whole situation. Sean Mannion's not an NFL quarterback,
right?
And if Sean Mannion is good in the room, then okay, then make him a highly paid assistant coach that doesn't take up a roster spot or something. We read that article a few months ago when Doug Peterson was looking for a head coaching job. And Doug Peterson wrote this manifesto about how to build a great Super Bowl winning quarterback room. And in the Eagles' philosophy has been, with Carson Wentz at the time, and then Nick Foles, and then Jalen Hurts, was just keep adding good quarterbacks to the room so that you have options. You've got guys under team control. If someone gets hurt, someone steps up, right? Like Nick Foles did for... That's the thing. When Kirk Cousins gets hurt or missed a game because of COVID last year, Sean Mannion has no chance to keep the Vikings in that game.
Yep.
So at the very least, they just need a better backup situation, right?
Right.
But I don't think you draft a backup quarterback with your first-round pick. I think you draft a quarterback with your first-round pick that you think is going to step in and be a starter for you at some point, starting in 2023.
And if I was convinced I could win and was trying to get a backup to Kirk, I would sign a veteran who could take the disassociation from Kirk and be fine with it and be the backup who, if this person had to step in, could play. That's my point. Like, that's the thing about Kwesi that we don't know yet. He certainly had an important job for 2 years with the Browns, but he wasn't the guy in charge. What we don't know is what he still needs to learn about potential roster construction. And look, just because he is in a collaboration and egoless decisions in football, like football is based on it's based on people who play the game who are filled with ego and collaboration to a certain degree that benefits them, right? So, like, there's a lot of things at work here that we flat out don't know. Perhaps he's got a genius plan. I just feel like he's trying to do two different things at once, and I'm really on board with one, which is trying to build something, and I'm not on board with the second one but we brought everybody back because that's what Ziggy and Mark Wilf wanted.
Yeah, the Wilf influence here is a really interesting wild card, right? What do they want to be happening here? The Cowboys just made, I believe, their pick at 24. Tyler Smith. Mike Silver says Tyler Smith. Yep, offensive tackle Tyler Smith to the Dallas Cowboys. So we're sitting here just to reset this again. So the Ravens are in the 25th spot here on the clock. And then Titans, Buccaneers, Packers again. Maybe they'll take another linebacker. Maybe a running back. How about the Packers? Maybe a fullback. A fullback sounds like a great call. For a long snapper, I think the Packers could really use someone to just be reliable. Patriots, Chiefs, Bengals, and then the Vikings in, 8 picks from right now. All right, let's go back to the live vent lines here at Surly Brewing Company, Purple Daily. What's going on, dude? Welcome back.
Thank you. I just wanted to check in with my write that down. Do you believe that is a touchdown?
Can you repeat the write that down again for us and the audience?
Yes. 2 of the 3 picks that we got from Detroit will not play more than
absolutely a touchdown.
Touchdown.
Yeah.
Touchdown.
Yeah. Absolutely a touchdown. Confirmed. Yep.
Thank you.
And I think people get fired if that happens too.
Yes. I hope it's not true, but that's my guess.
Yep. No, we got you covered. All right, let's keep it rocking here. Yeah. Fire Zimmer.
Well.
Fire his ass. Again. Fire Childress too. Clown.
Oh, man.
I like the guy back there.
By the way, hold on, Dex, we can get some people in through, if you want to send that invite out on YouTube.
Yep. Hit me up.
We can rock the, just for the YouTube audience, we can bring you guys into the show too. So hit us up, vikingsventline@gmail.com. We'll pull you guys in if you want to join the show. Sorry, keep going.
I just have one name to say on this next draft. George Karlaftis.
Yeah. Okay.
His name alone says
good player.
He can wreck.
That's a football name, man.
He is a
George
football
Karlaftis.
Karlaftis.
Let's get it, dude. I could see that. Yeah, Karlaftis on the board. Jermaine Johnson still on the board. There's some interesting players still on the board here at positions of need for the Vikings. So,
You look at that name alone.
Yep, scares you.
It scares you.
Why would you want to line up opposite a guy named George Karlaftis?
Yeah, that's the type of name.
He's going to tear you in half.
If you read his name, you don't sleep that night.
Yeah.
No.
You're just like awake all night. You're like,
I love it.
Karlaftis is coming after me.
He's coming. He's coming in hot.
Love it.
Tom Brady, George Karlaftis.
Yep.
All right.
J.J. Watt, George Karlaftis.
Yep. All right. Thanks for coming on, dude. Appreciate it. All right. Is that a Brett Favre jersey in the house?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. It's also AKA Lawyer Chase and Mike. What's good?
Yeah.
What up, man?
What's going on, Chase?
Hey.
Welcome in,
Chase.
dude.
Hey, first
Godspeed.
of all, yeah, what's good? What's good? First of all, thank you for having this event. And whether you agree with the trade or not, the first overall pick of the Surly Brewing Draft is.
Oh, here we go. Oh, he's got.
Score North right there, baby.
Hey.
Right there. Let's get
Unreal.
it. Here we go. It's good.
He's got the
Lawyer
Score North
Chase.
hat. Yep.
I don't have much to say besides thank you. Judd, you got to do a sports challenge again. That has to come back Like, that was amazing.
We have a list. We had to dust off a list.
Yeah.
We had a list of things. Like, I think the thing that we were the most shocked at was the golfing challenge. You didn't pick up a golf club for 20 years.
Yeah, and I hit a nice shot.
And we had there was like a 150-yard par 3 or something, and we set the over/under at I think 7.5. If he could quadruple bogey, and we didn't give him any warm-up shots, and he pipes one down the middle 120 yards, and then just kind of hacks it up the rest of it.
Swing.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Was it left-handed?
Yeah, I golf left-handed.
Oh, where'd you get a left-handed club? Was Harrigan left-handed?
Harrigan was left-handed.
Okay.
That
Okay.
helps. Yep.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Dude,
thank
Chase,
you guys.
thanks for coming on, dude.
You're awesome.
Appreciate
Guys,
your support.
Go Brett Favre.
Yep. Awesome. So, all right. So we're getting closer here. Wouldn't it be the ultimate buzzkill if they traded out of the 32nd spot?
I'm gonna kick him in the shin.
Can you imagine?
If we get Kwesi ever, I'm gonna kick him in the shin just for doing all that.
All right, Dex. Are we going back to the YouTube crowd here?
Let's go to the YouTube crowd here. We got a couple people in the room. Let's turn to Tyler. Tyler, what's up, dude? You got us okay?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Tyler.
Perfect.
This has just been devastating. I'm here with my brother-in-law. Just getting, moving down 20 spots to then move up like 16.
Yep.
And then pick up the 66 is just awful. The worst thing about it is we fire Spielman to hire a guy who does a semi-Spielman move and trades him to Spielman's brother. We're getting fleeced by a Spielman left and right. The only thing that would make this value work is if Kwesi moved that second-round pick back into the first and get a fifth-year option. But, I don't see it. I think Kwesi's been 0 for 4 in the major decisions he's made. It's been tragic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I agree with tragic because, that's really, really bad, but it's a huge buzzkill. And, maybe there's something at work here we don't get, but I don't think so. It's a major buzzkill of a draft night. And, look, I was certainly not on board with they can't trade the 12th pick, right? We all talked about it. But this, I guess you can torture it into being okay, but I struggle with it.
Okay, let's entertain the idea though of what if they trade back into the so let's say they keep the 32nd pick, but then they trade back in with their 34th and something else to 27th or something, and they wind up with 2 first-round picks and 2 5-year rookie scale contract players. Would that make you feel better about this if they wound up with 2 first-round picks instead of the 12?
It would make me feel a little better, but I would still be confused as to the rationale of what feels like the potential irresponsibility of the first trade.
Okay. Irresponsible's such a strong word.
I think
what's it irresponsible? I mean,
I think tragic.
Is he just do we just think he's an idiot now? And he's like, I need to see what happens.
Well, no, but I mean,
he gave
people,
Kirk Cousins void years.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Yeah, and you know what that is? Irresponsible, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but I think management above him, ownership, had the sort of proverbial gun to the head, right? Listen, we're going to make this work with Kirk, and so now it's on you to find a way to make the contract work. And he's like, all right, well.
But you bring up,
I don't know.
But that's a really good point.
I know.
If that's the case, who's running the show here?
Yeah.
Who's in charge?
Dude, the point is he's making moves for the future, and this is not. If he was rebuilding this draft from an MLB perspective, I completely understand where he's coming from. As an NFL GM, if the Vikings go 5-11, 5-11, or 5-12, now whatever the hell you want to call it, with the extra game.
The math is hard. Yeah.
It is hard. St. Cloud State.
And you're bad at math, and so am I. So don't even try.
So I just don't
Go Huskies.
understand that you're kicking the can down the road for rebuilding. Well, then when do you go back in? And then you don't have the shelf life to just have the luxury of, hey, by the 2025 draft, then we'll be ready to rock. I think it's a misplaying of your hand.
Now, it's not as bad as what the Packers did. I will say that.
Yeah, they drafted a linebacker.
Drafting a linebacker,
and a backup quarterback.
You've got to
3
be
years
idiots.
ago.
So,
Okay.
What do we got?
We have pick.
Fill up.
Some Vikings fans are going to hate this.
Oh, boy.
The Baltimore Ravens have selected, with the 25th pick, Iowa center Tyler Linderbaum.
Thank God. Woo!
Tyler Linderbaum off the board. So he's the best center on the board, according to the consensus mocks.
I'm fine with that.
I think the hope there was I didn't want him in the first round necessarily. Although we did do a simulation 2 weeks ago where we just got nervous and drafted him.
No. Hold on. No.
We panicked a little bit.
Judd wants to clarify.
You and Declan made a dumb trade, and then you panicked when I told you not.
We did. We panicked and we drafted Linderbaum.
Sports Dad was like, okay, guys, let's keep the car on the road. You guys are like, no, let's drag race.
You know
I was
what?
like, no.
Can I write this down?
Are we going for this right now?
Yeah. Can I write this down?
Hold on.
You can do whatever you
Let's
want.
make it official.
Write it down. You like writing things. Write this down.
Okay.
The Vikings are going to take Malik Willis at pick.
Oh, my God. There it is.
They're going to do it.
Wow, dude.
Why
Wow.
not? At this point, why they're going to have two picks after it. Even if they don't take Malik Willis at 32, which, by the way, I'm writing down it is 32. I want that very specifically.
It is 32. So if they trade up to 30, you lose the point.
That
I
is
just
correct.
want the audience
That
to
is
know
correct. They're going to take him.
All right.
I think it's shaping up. They're going to take him.
Okay.
All right.
I don't understand any other scenario where they wouldn't take him here.
That's a
That
very
is right.
rare thing.
I have never heard that in public before.
Yeah,
That feels
exactly right.
fascinating.
That feels really good.
Okay. Let's play this out even further. Okay. Let's say they draft Malik Willis.
All right.
Which I am. The further he falls here, and I'm kind of shocked that he's still available at pick 26.
Okay.
But he is. So if they take him,
Yep.
what is the timeline? He sits for the first year for sure, right? This is a Kirk Cousins KOC year.
Yep.
And Malik sits just like Pat Mahomes sat, and just like Aaron Rodgers sat for 3 years, right? So you can sit him for a year easily.
Yep.
But at some point, you can't have a Jordan Love situation where you're just wasting a guy's entire rookie scale contract.
Correct.
You get a big part of the value of drafting a quarterback is that he's cheap.
Correct.
And you can build a roster around
And you
him.
feel he can play.
So, and I'd have to go see like what the details are on the damage. Like if you traded Kirk, let's say he agreed to a trade because he has a no trade clause.
All right.
In a year from now.
Okay.
How much money are you on the hook for? How much are you paying him to play for another team, right? These are the things that I want to know. But listen, if he felt threatened, and listen, my replacement's on the roster now.
Yep.
He'd probably be open to going somewhere. Who needs a quarterback? Who needs a mercenary in 2023? He's probably going to want to go somewhere that he feels more wanted. So, I don't know. What do you think the timeline is if they make that pick?
I think the realistic timeline is probably he sits for 2 years. Like I think Kirk's going to be very comfortable making the money that Kirk makes and not helping the kid out and basically saying, you invested in me.
Okay, Lamar Jackson just tweeted WTF on the Linderbaum pick.
Did he really?
Yes.
He wants out of Baltimore. That's the other thing. What
just
if we
tweeted WTF? What the hell? The hell's going on around here?
If Lamar Jackson tweeted that, what's Aaron Rodgers tweeting right now knowing his team just took a linebacker?
I don't know. Oh, man.
Jets are back on the clock.
Can anybody explain?
The Jets are back on the clock?
Yeah.
Who'd they trade with?
They've just made – so the Jets must have traded with the Titans at 26 because the Titans were on the clock at 26. Now they're showing Tyler Linderbaum wrestling highlights. Look at that beefy man on NFL Network.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Yes.
A little German suplex.
Yeah, in fact, you know what? He is
Little
going to
armbar.
wrestle
Little
Garrett
moonsault.
Bradbury, and we're going to find out who's a superior wrestler.
Oh,
since Bradbury
Linderbaum.
can't-
Okay, we have another pick here.
All right.
I like how all right, we're getting back into the pace here. So
Which means the Vikings are going to trade their pick.
the New York Jets have selected after trading up to 26 Jermaine Johnson, Minnesota's own Jermaine Johnson,
Eden Prairie.
Florida State defensive end, and that puts the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on the clock at 27. So we're 6 picks away from the Vikings, or
Only six?
5 picks, and then the Vikings are the 6th pick here.
All right.
So, all right, so we go back to the YouTube
Let's do
audience
it.
here on Ventline.
Let's go to Gabe rocking the Wolves shirt. Gabe, you got us?
Not just the Wolves shirt, he's got the chicken shirt on.
The Timber
Gabe, that's
Chicken
aw-
shirt.
Timber chicken.
That's
yeah,
chicken
awesome.
shirt.
That's awesome. You know what
What do you
they
got?
need tomorrow? Protesters.
Yeah, that's what we need. We
That's
need
true.
Protesters. Who's gonna glue their hand to the stage?
Yep.
Roger Goodell.
You got to get in there.
Alex Rodriguez needs to take one for the team and
Yep.
glue
my-
himself,
glue
glue his
myself.
sweater vest to the free throw line.
Glue myself
Roger
to
Goodell
TCO by
says,
the
"Sir,
end.
this is the Wendy's." Well, I've been a big fan of the show for a long time, guys. I used to listen to the AM radio show.
Thanks, man.
Back when I worked in Milwaukee at Harley Davidson. I'd walk around with it in my headphones, and it was a great time. So, except when I was listening to it when Teddy hurt his knee, so that
Yeah.
wasn't so great.
Yeah.
So my question is this: you guys want to do some? It seems like second round is going to be a big theme for tonight. You guys want to do some random Vikings second round recall?
I mean, are you going to quiz us right now?
Yeah.
I'm not looking. I'm looking at TweetDeck, so I'm not cheating here.
All right,
So
let's look at
Fire away.
TweetDeck and
Let's do it.
cake.
Okay.
Fire away, my man.
Toby Gerhart.
I'm going to give you a
Chris
year, and you got to give me the second round draft pick.
Deal.
All right, 1999.
Oh, I have no idea.
1999 was Culpepper. It was Demetrius Underwood.
Those are the first rounders.
Yep, 2 first rounders. Jim Kleinsasser?
Yeah, you got it.
Wow.
Dang.
Wow, dude.
Nice
Dang.
job.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Judd LeMaine, the god here. Yes.
You guys want one more?
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
yes.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
We only planned for like 2 hours because we thought the Vikings were going
Yeah.
to pick. So you're helping us right now.
We
All
thought
right,
we'd be
sounds
just
good.
slamming through.
2011.
Toby Gerhardt.
Yep.
Nope.
Oh, wait, 2011?
Ponder was first, and then
Tyrell Johnson. Yeah.
Nope.
Tyrell
right?
Johnson?
who the hell is Tyrell Johnson?
Is that right?
It's not Tyrell Johnson, no.
Okay, so 2011 was it?
Kyle Rudolph. Kyle Rudolph.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Ding,
Nice
ding,
job.
ding.
There we go.
Yeah, you
Dex.
got it.
Tyrell.
Just do finger guns. Finger gunning right now.
This is really hit on new law.
3 hours ago, we were like skull chanting and ready, and now you're here watching Declan finger
3
gun
hours ago,
trivia
we had
questions.
a
Yeah.
courtyard filled with fans.
This has just devolved.
Chat
Amazing.
second round picks.
Now we got a bunch of guys who are freezing in the rain, and poor guys standing out there.
Okay, we have another trade.
All right.
Are you serious, dude?
Go
Another
Timber
trade.
Chicken.
Thanks,
The
Gabe.
Jaguars, thank you. That was great. The Jaguars are back on the clock. They've traded up into the 27 spot with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who trade out of the first round, and they pick up 106 and 180 in addition to the 33rd pick. So, I mean, I think we've had like 9 trades.
And we didn't have any till right before the Vikings, right?
We had a run of 3 trades in a row, if
I
I'm
think
not
the
mistaken.
Commanders were the first trade.
Yeah. So the Jaguars are back on the clock at 27 here, and that means the Bucs will not be making a pick in the first round. All right, Dex, do we got someone else here ready to rock and roll? Vet
Yeah,
line
yeah.
on the Purple Daily YouTube channel.
Let's go to Adam. Adam, what's up, dude?
Hey, Adam.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's going on,
Good,
man?
I wish I was there. I found out last night I've got COVID.
You wish you were here like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, this is
You
my
got COVID?
Minnesota
Sorry.
sports karma. I went to the T-Wolves game when they dropped that 20-point lead and came home with coronavirus.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
So that was-
Perfect double dip for that night.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know I had it yet, and so I decided to get courtside seats for Game 6, and then I had to sell those too. So
Oh, brother.
yeah, just
Courtside seats.
You know, if Ed Malloy is reffing the game, I think you should go.
Scott Foster.
Yeah, Scott Foster, if he's there, I think you should go.
so here's my thought is that I was reflecting on it. I was getting kind of honest with myself, and I was like, what's disappointing about this for me, or the reason that I'm sitting here feeling kind of crappy about the trade they made, is I just don't know any of the guys in the second round. So it's just from an entertainment standpoint, it's hard to get excited about it.
Yeah. I think that's where most knowledge bases sort of stop, right? Is you scout the players leading up to and around where your team is going to draft, and then anything beyond that.
Exactly.
I don't think you
Yeah.
expect your team drafting 12th in the first round to drop to 32.
No, I know.
In fairness.
Yeah.
Like 20. You're like, oh, okay.
And unfortunately, Kwesi is not consulting. Like, what would be the most fun experience for the fans tonight?
Exactly.
Right?
It's drafting Malik Willis.
Yeah, well, drafting Malik Willis would be.
This poor guy's got
great.
COVID, though. He's like, yeah, the 12th pick, I got something to watch. And then the next thing he knows, they're drafting 32, and God knows if they'll make the pick at 32.
I mean, the idea of them taking Malik Willis would just, from an entertainment standpoint, that would really make the night, wouldn't it?
It would. I mean,
It would be fun
yeah.
to watch Malik in training camp next year and be like, Malik, this is so exciting for you. And Kirk being like,
Well, the other crazy thing, and this shouldn't prevent you from drafting him, because ultimately, like, you should mold an offense to him if he's ready. But are there 2 more polar opposite quarterbacks than Kirk Cousins and Malik Willis? Can you imagine those guys in camp? Like, what? I'm sure Malik could learn some things from Kirk, just about film study and being a professional and things. But they would overhaul almost everything, I would think, playbook-wise, and cater it to Malik Willis. So there might also be another quarterback. If they do draft a quarterback, maybe they like somebody else. Maybe they like Matt Corral.
Yeah, my thought was that if they did take Malik Willis, one theory would be that he's not a 1-year project. He's a 2-year project right now from a developmental standpoint. I don't know how common that is, but it seems feasible given how far he's dropped that maybe someone could see him that way.
Yeah, no, it's true.
Anything's possible at this point, my man.
Yeah, it's true. All right, well, thanks for coming on, and best wishes to you and your health, and enjoy the Wolves, I guess, on TV.
You guys made my quarantine in the basement worth it tonight. Thank you guys.
Awesome, man.
Sorry about that Wolves game. I mean, it was just a 25 and then 26-point lead, or vice versa.
Yeah. A little COVID on the side, just hanging out. Do we have anybody else right now, Dex?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep it rolling. Vikings Vent Line on the Purple Daily YouTube channel and live here at Surly.
Let's go to Dan in Phoenix.
What's up, Dan?
Hey, love the show, guys. You were talking about how you became a Vikings fan, and I was a Los Angeles kid living obviously 2,000 miles away from Minneapolis, and Ahmad Rashad caught that touchdown pass against the Browns, and I swear it's been a curse ever since,
Yeah. I was there, man. It was a great night, great game.
And then my first ever my first ever Vikings game was Hassan Jones, 87, catching that pass against the Rams the week before the strike happened in 87.
I'm surprised you're still a fan.
It hurts. And actually, Judd, I wanted to ask you, are you the worst loss in your Viking rooting lifetime? Was it 87, 98, or 2009?
Oh, boy. 98's the worst because that team was so good.
Yeah.
2009 is the second worst because there was no excuse for it. I've always contended the 87 loss isn't as bad as those other two, because that would have been a pretty good catch by Nelson. Like that.
Yeah, but Anthony Carter was standing right behind him.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying, of those three games, I personally go 98, because they had that game won at halftime. 98, 2009, 87. But I mean, then before our time, there's the divisional round game at Met Stadium against the Cowboys in 75, which, according to the historians, was the best Vikings team that they had in the 70s. So, there's been a lot of heartache.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for having me, guys. No, thanks
Other
for
than
having me,
that,
guys.
things
I
are
love
great, though.
Yeah.
Things are fantastic. Yeah, thanks for coming on, man. We appreciate it. All right, let's keep it just to update people here, and we'll keep it rocking. Another pick was made here. Let me scroll down. Utah linebacker Devin Lloyd to the Jaguars.
Devin
So
Lloyd.
Utah linebacker Devin Lloyd to the Jaguars.
How far are we now?
And that puts, I think the Packers are back on the clock, aren't they?
Oh, what tight end are they going to take here?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, which punter are they going to take? Yeah, I believe it's the Packers. But we'll get a confirmation on that here shortly. Okay, who's next on Vikings Vent Line? Purple Daily.
Jake, what's up, buddy?
How are we doing, guys?
What's going on, man? We're grinding here, waiting for the Vikings to do something.
Yeah, I mean, it's only a 30-second pick.
I mean, what do we think if we actually take Malik Willis? I mean, I didn't think about it as a possibility, but now it's like, I guess it's just staring me right in the eye.
Yeah.
I'm here for the theater.
I'm ready.
Well, don't you think, too, that
here to watch
obviously value is such a huge part of the draft, and it's one thing to pick a guy at 12 that you're kind of unsure about, but now that you're getting closer to 32nd, I think the opinions in that war room probably change about Malik Willis and other teams too.
Yep.
But it's also pretty telling that in a desperate quarterback league, there's always 8 or 9 teams that are just clawing for a quarterback that he hasn't gone yet. So what do all these GMs see? Now again, like Lamar Jackson fell to 32nd and wound up winning an MVP. And that's probably the closest comp you can find right now in the NFL. But yeah, I mean, you got to consider it at this point, don't you?
Teddy.
Oh, you definitely have to consider it. I just, as far as from our job, I'm here for it. I'd love to see it. I just think it would be wildly uncomfortable, and I don't know that it makes a ton of sense. But what the hell? Yeah. If the answer right now is, or the options right now are, they're going to draft him or they're going to draft some slappy. I'll take the quarterback.
I'll take the slappy.
I love slappy.
I don't want the slappy.
Give me the slappy.
I don't want the slappy. I don't want somebody that they're just going to be like, well.
I love how Judd, you've just outlined that their only options now are to draft Malik Willis or a slappy. Like that's there's just nobody else available.
Do I totally trust him? Absolutely not. And that's the type of expert analysis you come to Purple Daily for.
That's right.
Because there's a lot of slappies out there.
There's still quite a few defensive players that I'm pretty attracted to right now. There's like 3D tackles I'm excited about, even though I think the Packers are about to take carry on Winfrey. That's my hunch at it.
Okay, the Packers just took defensive tackle Devontae Wyatt at
the other
28.
guy. There we go.
They just took Georgia defensive tackle Devontae Wyatt. So the Packers just, with their first 2 picks in the first round, took not a wide receiver.
They took defense.
Well, there goes my write that
The
down.
Packers have taken not a wide receiver.
They just took defense with 2.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way,
Linebacker and
way to
defensive
go.
tackle.
By the way, last call on these T-shirts. Anyone want a T-shirt up there on that deck?
Who wants a free T-shirt?
Yeah,
Come get them.
Yep.
Who wants a free T-shirt?
You have to come get them.
The Wolves are down by 20, but who wants a free T-shirt?
Yes.
The Vikings are trading all their draft picks, but we got T-shirts.
Free T-shirts. All right, Jake, thanks for coming on, dude.
All right, thank you, man.
See you, Jake. Good stuff.
Thank you, man.
All
right, let's keep
All right,
it.
where are we at?
Keep it rolling,
as far
rolling,
as-
rolling. So the Patriots are on the clock at 29 right now.
All right.
We are. So 3 more teams need to pick, and then the Vikings can trade out of the first round and buzzkill the whole night.
Swear to God, I'm gonna kick them.
Okay, percent chance they trade out of the first round. What is?
How
What?
much?
Shout it out. 99%. 99%.
Just to spite us?
God.
You freaking imagine.
This poor guy came from Atlanta.
Yeah.
And he's about to fly home without a draft pick
Evan,
being
I'm
made.
so sorry, buddy.
But think about how many picks you're going to get to watch on day 2 and 3 from home when you get back. It'll be great.
It's true.
He's like, I should have been a Falcons fan.
Yep. All right. Who's next on Vikings vent line?
Let's go to Scott. Scotty
McScatterson.
Scott.
You got me?
Scott, can you hear us?
Hey, first time caller. Kind of a last minute decision. I got to thank my wife for. Yeah, can you hear me?
Good.
Yeah, we got you. Yeah.
Sorry, I have a little bit of a lag. Give me a second.
Okay.
No worries.
Okay. So I just have one crazy draft conspiracy, extremely reckless, but what if we take Malik Willis at 32, trade Cousins to a desperate team, and get another second rounder, and then have him and Kellen Mond duke it out and just let the best one play?
I like it.
I love the reckless speculation for sure. It's always we'll give him this one.
Reckless speculation.
I mean, I don't know. I think you kind of nailed it. We don't know what they're doing at this point.
Yeah.
We don't know what they're thinking. We don't know what their tendencies are. We've never seen Kwesi operate on draft night before. So I think the chances of Kirk getting traded anytime are 0 because he just signed that contract and the Vikings would have to eat so much money.
Yeah, they're not trading Kirk Cousins.
So it's just a non-starter at this point.
If they draft Malik Willis, it's going to be a draft pick for the future.
Yeah.
Which is going to then contradict a lot of what they already did.
Yeah.
So,
yep.
I mean, I think it's pretty simple. In that part of it's pretty simple.
Okay, someone just posted, the Action Network just posted, the Green Bay Packers first-round picks by position since 2005.
Oh, God.
Defense.
Defensive tackle, linebacker, cornerback, quarterback.
Yep.
Safety, linebacker, cornerback, nose tackle, safety, defensive end, linebacker, defensive tackle, linebacker.
Who are their wide receivers now?
Judd Zolgad.
Well, didn't they just bring Sammy Watkins in?
Yes.
He was pretty good like 6 years ago, so
Yeah,
I think they
that's
got
cool.
that going for them.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know
Well,
what the Vikings are doing.
Now,
This is-
Aaron has made some wide receivers in the past, so I let's not pretend like they're completely screwed. But yeah, losing Devontae Adams is
they're completely screwed.
problematic.
Right, but I mean, I think they've lost like 3 guys total since the season came to an end, including Devontae Adams.
Yeah. Well, I mean, could they be in the mix on Deebo Samuel? Do you think they'd have they've never done anything like that,
I was
right?
gonna say,
Like,
it's
they have the cojones to trade for Deebo Samuel?
It contradicts everything that they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, why would we finally believe that they're going to do something like that?
Yeah. All right, Dex, who's next on Vikings vent line
Frenzy
here?
for these T-shirts. Sean.
Yeah, the rush
Well,
for
you
the
give away
T-
free T-shirts, man.
The
It is
rush
a
for the
Shark
T-shirts is
Tank. It is a Shark Tank.
Incredible.
Right on, man. All right, what's going on?
Sean,
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Sean. Hey,
We're
dude.
crazy.
I'm down here in Connecticut. Big Vikings fan.
Awesome, dude. Awesome.
Yeah.
What's your take on this? Are you still hopeful? Are you buzzkilled? What's your take on this?
I rushed home to get to watch number 12 pick, and they traded it like the Vikings usually do, and it left me thinking, what's going to happen next with all these crazy trades. But here's a crazy take. Is there a chance that they can trade that pick for Deebo Samuel?
Ooh, I don't know how they make that work from a cap standpoint going forward here, but
I think financially it's darn near impossible unless they shed cap.
It's going to be tough because you're going to have to sign him to a contract and Justin Jefferson in a couple years to a contract. So,
very
true.
Very true.
Man, it would be a blast, and he's amazing.
But keep in mind, though, part of the reason supposedly why he really wants out of San Francisco is because he doesn't want the role that the Niners have him in.
Yeah.
And so if you can't have him in that role, I'm not saying he's not worth something, but he's definitely devalued from what San Francisco had last season.
Yeah.
So, that all gets back to the question of if he's like, I am a receiver and that's it, he's valuable, but he's not. But it's not what he was last season.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, I just got a little update from the Surly Brew Hall. They are completely tapped out of the Before I Die.
All right.
Yes.
Give yourself a round of applause.
We tapped him out, baby.
Give yourself a round of applause.
You tapped out. You tapped out. You tapped out.
You tapped out.
I got to get some of that down here in Connecticut.
Darn right you do.
We might have to pull a couple strings here and see if we can make it more widely available.
Road trip?
Well, yeah, we'll just drive it right to you is what we'll do.
Yeah.
I'll be down there
We
in
won't be
October,
drinking it while we're driving. We'll
I
have
love
it
Connecticut.
packaged.
Great area.
Awesome, man.
Thanks,
Thanks
man.
for coming on.
Thanks, Sean.
All right. Good stuff from Sean there.
Way to go, you
So
guys.
the Patriots pick is in with the 29th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. The New England Patriots will select Chattanooga guard Cole Strange.
Oh, yeah, Cole Strange.
Cole
Strange. Yes.
You got takes?
Yeah.
You got Cole Strange takes?
If you want to rant about Cole
Yeah,
Strange,
come on,
okay,
dude.
we are at the point in the night
Talk
where
to us.
we're
We
going to
are
allow you to
4
rant about Chattanooga guard Cole Strange.
We're 4 hours in, buddy. Yeah,
He's
take
taking the jacket
off.
off.
He's going to get. Oh, man.
Take it off.
All right, you've got 60 seconds to rant about Chattanooga guard Cole Strange.
Just
All
don't swear.
Look, here's the thing about Cole Strange. Like you're not talking about a Power 5 guy. You're talking about a small school guy in the first round. This is a contract you're going to put on a 5-year. You're going to pick up his 5th-year option on Cole Strange. He's got short arms. He's aggressive. He's 6'6" for a guard. He's not going to have a lot of low sand in his pants. He's going to be, he's going to be all
give
over
him the sounder.
Yes.
Football.
Sand in his pants.
Sand in his pants.
Sand in his pants. Let's get it.
Here's also the thing I'm going to talk to you about when it comes to offensive line. Number 1 in blitz pickup. Number 1 in pass protection. That was the Los Angeles Rams.
With
of last
0
year.
Pro Bowlers.
0 Pro Bowlers. I put that on Score North. I put that on the
Love it, dude.
0 Pro Bowlers.
Yeah.
Who do we have? We have KOC. Now, I'm not saying
KOC. KOC.
Finally.
KOC.
Here's the thing. So KOC, look, is there a more worthless guy than Sean McVay's offensive coordinator? That I was there. I was there. I said it.
All right.
However, if KOC has the blueprint, if he has the battle plans, he knows what to do with these guys. I'm optimistic. I trust in him. Look, trust is it's lost. It's not earned. I love it. Let's go. 32nd pick, 34th pick, whatever. Here we go.
All right, boom. That's a Cole Strange rant for the ages.
Well, it started
right
with Cole
there. I love
Strange,
it,
and then
dude.
it morphed.
We're 4 hours and 6 minutes in. I
Great,
did not
man.
think we'd get that. That's
That was good. I love the
That's
passion.
awesome,
You
man.
brought the passion.
Yeah, if anybody else has any random Division II players they want to rant about, we might be taking signups here. So
St. John's guy goes in the first round. We're all over it.
So the Kansas City Chiefs are on the clock with the 30th pick right now. The NFL Network feed is like 2 picks behind right now. So we're gonna have the Vikings pick unless they trade out before NFL Network does on this screen here. But so let's go back to the vent lines here, Declan.
Let's do it. Let's go to Alex. Alex, what's up, pal?
Hey, Alex.
How's it going, guys? I really wish I could be there in Minnesota, but live in Colorado.
It's a blast.
Until it started to rain, and then really you didn't miss as much. But before it was awesome.
I mean, Minnesota weather. What can you do, right?
Yeah, nothing.
Yep.
Well,
So while I was
swear
sitting
about
there,
it.
I was thinking, even though if we picked up Malik Willis at 32, you're going to be talking about, 2 years where he sits I mean, those may be developmental years, but then, you're not maximizing his value at that point. But thinking about all of the players that we have on our roster that are aging, that are going to be out in the 3 years post that, I mean, you're going to have a lot of room to sign somebody like Malik Willis if he starts playing to the level that we think he may play at in the league after those 2 years of the development. I mean, look at what Kansas City did with Alex Smith and Patrick Mahomes. I mean, Patrick Mahomes had 2 years prior to starting that he ended up maximizing his value at, and now he gets a big payday. And I think that with those aging players like Harrison Smith, like Adam Thielen, we may be able to maximize value-wise and cap-wise and give him a big payday if we pick him up at 32.
Yeah.
But
just to jump in real quick here. So they are one pick closer to that maybe happening because the Kansas City Chiefs, with the 30th pick, have taken Purdue defensive end George Karlaftis.
Oh, George Karlaftis.
No.
So now the Bengals are on the clock at 31, and the Vikings are in the on-deck circle. Malik Willis is still on the board.
Oh, my God, it's going to happen.
He is still on the board. And I think I definitely think that he could be a best player available sort of value pick. And I liked –
Sorry, you can see my gestations. I'm all excited.
No,
So one thing on the Malik Willis front too, whether it's the Vikings or somebody else, I think someone's gonna want the 5th-year option on him because he's such a developmental guy, right? So I think he goes in the next 2 picks, either via trade or just. I mean, the Bengals aren't taking him, so either the Vikings take Malik Willis or they trade out and somebody else does.
I agree.
That's my prediction.
I think that there's a lot of preseason games in the next 2 seasons. Games like what we could have done for Kellen Mond this last season with Green Bay, where we can give him those full game experiences. So we're not necessarily wasting those first 2 years. And as much as we, may not like the way that Kirk Cousins can maximize his abilities, we do know that he is a high passer rating, and we do know that he is very good at some other things. And Malik Willis's deficits, from what we've heard, has been he may go over the top in trying to make those big plays, and that was kind of the negatives that we came off of in his combine and pro day before we got to the draft today. So in thinking about that, he may be able to develop behind Kirk Cousins, and he may be able to improve his accuracy, improve his reads of the field, especially with somebody like KOC. He may be able to maximize every aspect of Malik Willis while also, taking away his deficits. It's the same thing that you say about the floor and the ceiling. You may be able to raise that floor while also raising the ceiling on him.
Yeah,
awesome stuff. Man. Thank you.
Thanks for coming on. And
no problem.
Dex, should we just do one more quick here on Vent Lines? Because we definitely want to be ready to rock and roll here.
Let's go to Steve in New Jersey. Steve.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up, Steve?
So, I'm thrilled that I stumbled across this YouTube channel about a month ago. So I have you guys on pretty much every day while I'm working from home.
Man.
But
thank you, Steve.
I certainly would be okay with picking a quarterback, but I certainly don't want Kirk Cousins working with anybody. Kirk Cousins, until he leaves, the Vikings they're a doomed franchise. The guy worries about his numbers. He's not one time in any interviews he's had about being a lifetime Viking has he said anything about winning championship. All he is about he's the Alex Rodriguez of the Minnesota Vikings.
I mean, A-Rod
won a title.
A-Rod won a title and is a Hall of Fame.
I know what you're saying, though.
Well, listen, here's the thing.
I hear you.
Kirk is career-wise, Kirk's teams have been a gravitational pull toward 500, and he is 4-win proof. You're not going to be a train wreck with Kirk Cousins. But I think the idea that there's another level to the team's game because KOC, this is kind of the last hope for the next level of Kirk Cousins, right?
Yeah.
Is 2022 and Kevin O'Connell.
And you think that Kirk Cousins is going to help this guy develop your crazy?
Dalvin Cook hasn't had a full season, and we still gave him top running back money, right?
Yeah.
We lost our tight end last year. So, I mean, we're struggling with injuries. Our DBs, we went through 15 defensive backs 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
No, thank you for coming
That's
on, and
awesome.
thanks for discovering us a few weeks ago.
But I mean, yeah, the thing about it is Kirk is not going to help a young quarterback develop. He's not, and he doesn't play anything like this kid.
Dude, I would watch so many hours of a reality show of Kirk Cousins mentoring Malik Willis.
I'm here for the drama. I'm here for the drama. I'm just not going to hold out hope it's going to work out well.
So here's where we're at. We're hanging out here. We're live at Surly Brewing Company, Surly Brew Hall, and everyone's kind of freezing their asses off. It's wet. We've been out here for hours and hours waiting for the Vikings, who traded back to the 32nd pick.
This guy's got a short sleeve shirt on. He's been out here
got T-shirts in the crowd here.
Got rained on.
Love it.
You guys are awesome.
And we're one pick away here. The Bengals have made a selection.
Who'd they take?
Let's see here. Wait a second. The Bengals pick is in. Well, we'll give it a second here. The Bengals pick is in. But if you're watching us on the Purple Daily YouTube channel, thank you guys. Please click the subscribe button and the like button, and give some love to all of the sponsors we've shouted out earlier tonight throughout the show too. Chill Boys, TCL TVs, Surly Brewing Company. They help keep the lights on for us on a daily basis at Purple Daily here. So the Bengals at 31. I'm like shivering through the end of the show here.
Yeah, it's getting chilly.
Daxton Hill, cornerback / safety from Michigan. The Minnesota Vikings are, in theory, on the clock right now.
Let's go.
All right, it's only pick 32.
Yep.
Football.
All right. Would you take Malik Willis?
Well, by 32, he was like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, who are you going to pick? This is
Would you trade back? Would you trade out?
No, yeah, no more trading out. Yep, take the fifth-year option on somebody. I agree. There's no downside to taking the fifth-year option.
George Pickens is on the board. Andrew Booth is on the board.
Do they take a quarterback? Do they take?
They're taking it.
Okay,
I don't think so.
So Dex, you're on the record.
I'm on it. It's happening.
Okay.
I don't think so.
I might go streaking in the quad if it happens, but I'm ready.
I was going to say, you go streaking right across here if that happens.
Yeah. Hey, Adam, I'm going to stand up because I'm freezing. If you want to just like adjust that for me, the camera or
They adjusted my camera a long time ago.
I appreciate it. I need to move so I don't.
I've been rocking back and forth for 2 hours.
People keep thinking it's because Judd and I have to go to the bathroom. No, we are.
Well, I do have to go to the bathroom too, but that's beside the point.
Okay.
All right.
All right, guys. We've been waiting here all night.
Yep.
All right, so we got a George Pickens prediction over here. David Ajabo was also still on the board.
Is the pick in?
No,
not yet.
No.
Crazy. The clock is ticking. Submit the pick. No.
Is this the where do you rank this? Like, Judd, you're kind of our Vikings historian. Where do you rank this among just bonkers drafts? There's been 9 trades tonight.
This might be the craziest first round I've ever seen. Like, as far as our first round goes, there's been 9 trades, but there's been trades involving not just the draft picks, but major players. I mean,
what happened the year the Vikings had 3
trade.
first-round picks? They had Xavier Rhodes, Cordell Patterson, Harrison?
Sharif Floyd.
Sharif Floyd.
Yeah, he got they had back-to-back, or they had picks in the 20s, and then they got back in for Patterson at the end. That's the one where Spielman was at the podium and actually had to bolt out of the press conference because
that's right.
the Patriots were calling back.
That's right.
Tom West came down and got him.
That's right.
But this is more bonkers league-wide. Like, this is crazy league-wide.
No, this is nuts, man. It's absolutely insane.
And it's because I think it just was not a fluid first round at all. Like, there was no decisive picks clearly. In this entire draft.
Yeah. I think the only player here that's going to get like mass excitement, both here for the people that are still hanging out with us, is Malik Willis, right? Like that's like the shock factor pick.
Yeah. Well,
anyone else is going to be okay. We'll see how it plays out.
I think they're going to be disappointed if it's not Malik Willis, just in the sense that they've really, turned it into sort of a buzzkill.
Yeah.
Now, Surly did not. I mean, the Before I Die brew was great.
No, this has been great. Yeah, it's been a blast tonight.
We drank it all.
Yep. Literally tapped it out.
Yep. That's a good crowd.
Okay. So 32nd pick on the clock. Declan thinks it's going to be Malik Willis.
Make the pick.
I don't think they have the cojones.
Make the pick. Come on, Quasi. Make the pick.
While we wait, let's get a skull chant going here, okay? Let's start slow. All right, follow me.
Phil's just cold.
Here we go. Yeah, I'm going to warm my arms up, okay? All right.
Oh, God. Come on, Rhythm. Come on, Nirvana.
Skull, 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 skull. All right. So we've got anti-Malik over here. We got some anti-Malik down here. Anyone but Cousins.
That's the next Surly beer. Next year, come back. It'll be anyone but Cousins ale.
It's in. It's already in production right now. Actually, it was in production after the San Francisco game, back in early December, November. Oh man! All right, Vikings are on the clock.
Just turn in the.
We're waiting
turn
for
in
the
a piece
pick
of
to come
paper
in here, and then we can react to it here live at Surly Brewing Company. Yeah, and I should throw out one more cheap plug here, too. We're up to 5,000 TikTok followers thanks to Judd's dancing. So if you could follow us on TikTok.
Here, I'll dance for you right now.
That's the talk.
That'd be great.
Little dancing. This is.
I wonder if they're talking trade. They have to be talking trade here,
This
right?
might be.
Because if a team wants Malik Willis, they're going to want the 5th year on Malik Willis.
Yeah.
This is a very common
But are the
pick to be
Vikings
traded.
But are the Vikings going to forfeit the 5th-year option on any player? Because once this round's done, there's no 5th-year options left.
Maybe they don't love any of the players that are available in the first round enough to.
But if they develop it, you want the 5th-year option.
Yeah, I know it's good.
I don't understand what they're doing.
I don't either. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Let's just stack up the picks.
Yeah, we have every second-round pick.
I'm going to kick him in the shin if he does not make this.
You have threatened to kick people in the shin all night long.
This is probably the most we've run on Fume. We used to do a 4-hour show on a daily basis here, too. But
I'd be fine if it was nice out.
Yeah.
There were 16 breaks built into those 4 hours.
That's
true. Yeah.
That's a good point.
Who's got a full tank right now, by the way?
Yeah.
Who's waiting for this pick?
All right.
A full tank of Before I Die ale.
You got to be right, man. They got to be taught. There's something going on.
Yeah. What if they miss their pick?
Yep.
Does the first team in the second round get to jump them, or is it just
That's a
is
great
it
question.
over? What if you missed your pick?
Garofalo confirming that they've made their pick. No one traded up for a QB. Only one goes in the first round.
Okay.
So wait. So does that mean they didn't take one? Does that mean they didn't?
Or is he assuming that they're not going to take one?
Right.
Be careful.
How can there be so much drama about the 32nd pick in the first round? It's incredible.
Okay, these other picks just flew off the board.
I
The
know.
Vikings get 20 minutes to make this pick.
Of course they did. Of course they did.
Yeah, so the pick is in.
Oh, we got it.
The pick is in.
Oh, you're not going to like this.
The Minnesota Vikings, how do you pronounce this last name? Select Georgia safety Lewis Sign with the 32nd pick. So there it is.
You know
Lewis
what?
Sign.
Boo! Yeah, you guys are right. Boo!
There it is.
Are you serious? We all came out tonight for a 32nd pick to be a safety from Georgia.
Amazing.
Where? This poor guy flew in from Atlanta, and he got a safety from Georgia. He probably could have gone. You could have gone and picked him up and flown him here.
All right, so this dude did run a 4.37 40-yard dash.
Don't try.
So he's very fast.
Just don't.
All right. I'm going to read you the strengths on NFL.com and get you excited about this guy. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So he.
Hello.
He plays.
Ryan, you grab that?
Be careful.
We got the wind blowing here. All right. He plays with an NFL caliber demeanor.
Thank you.
Okay. He runs the alley with an intent to deliver a message.
Football. I'll just do it. Football.
All right. He hustles downhill with timely response to cut-off run options.
That sounds like the end of my night.
Okay.
And he hammers at pass catchers to pop throws loose with a mentality to stand out on special teams coverage as well. So you get a nice special teamer.
Yeah, exactly.
Potentially with the 32nd pick. Weaknesses. He has average size and play strength, and he's segmented and bumpy in his back pedal. Judd's the same way.
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Frankly.
I've heard that about Judd.
Yep, that's what.
Okay, so they drafted a safety. Here's the thing. They had a chance to take Kyle Hamilton. By the way, thank you everyone for coming out here. I know you guys freezing. If you guys want to take off, take off. Thank you guys so
If
much.
you're PO'd and like bolting from here, I can't blame you at all.
Yep. Thank you guys so much. We're gonna wrap here in a few minutes, but we love you guys too.
We love you guys too.
Yep.
You guys are great. You guys are awesome.
You can jump on in a minute here, but real quick, they had a chance to take Kyle Hamilton.
I know.
With the 12th overall pick.
Yeah.
They wind up. You know what? They wind up getting an extra, second or third round pick. I'd have to go look at the deal again.
Yep.
And they wind up with a different safety. I mean,
I moved on. Wolves in 7. Wolves in 7. Wolves in 7. Wolves. This has turned into a wolf party. That's right.
All right, let's go back to the vent lines here. What is your reaction here to the pick?
Okay. I have feelings.
But they're all gone now. They've all been stripped away by this organization. This thought was
Pretty much, yeah. And that happened long before tonight.
Yep.
But I don't get it. I don't get it. I if they wanted a safety, okay, cool.
Yep.
But Hamilton was still there at 12. I straight up do not get this. When they traded back to 32, obviously, I know Dex was hoping for Willis.
Yep.
Huge mistake.
That wasn't my ideal because of the 2 years, missing out on 2 years of the rookie contract.
Yeah.
But I would have gone with Willis over Cine.
Yeah,
I mean,
interesting.
it just, I don't get it. I straight up don't get it. I mean, I understand picking up 32 and 34, but what are you going to do with 34? I mean, are you going to go, do you think that, that's, I guess, what I want to ask you guys. I mean,
Yeah, I
32 or 34, do you think that Booth is still going to be there?
I am so thrown off by everything that happened tonight. I honestly don't know what to think. I don't. And I'm not even saying that they blew it tonight. I don't love drafting a non-Kyle Hamilton safety in the first round. So I'll just say that. Like, it's not a position of it's not an immediate position of need. I like Cam Bynum. I don't think it's a long-term premium position. They have a vision for this. Also, Dex, we can if we have some people in the YouTube room too, we can throw them on here too. We don't. We're good. Okay. Everyone's just like pissed and gone.
Everyone went to bed, and I don't blame them.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. Like I we have to let it play out and see what they do in the second, third rounds. But it feels weird what they did tonight. I guess I'll just sort of end my take on that.
Well, yeah, and obviously I know they're trying to bring about the illusion of complexity here, but
I think we all. I think we all are here tonight.
They have boggled my mind, so they have made it way too complex for me.
Yeah, exactly.
They have succeeded in that.
Yep. Thank you for coming out here and coming on.
But before I just want to say I've been on here a couple times tonight, and I haven't said I want to thank you guys. You guys are my Minnesota sports therapists. And I said on Twitter that I was spending the first night of the draft with my therapist.
Awesome,
so
man. We got your back.
And now we're so confused we can't help you.
I appreciate
we shut
you
the
guys
clinic down, dude. We don't know.
Keep up the good work.
No copay.
Our practice is closed.
The clinic's out of business.
We'll go through a few more here live on site.
Thanks, dude.
Vikings Vent Line. Do you guys have any other thoughts? You want to jump up here and discuss what you just saw tonight?
No, I just think it was a phenomenal pick.
You love it?
Yeah, I love it.
Okay.
Love it. Lewis Cine is on par with Kyle Hamilton in terms of his ability. So to have traded back and to still get that level of talent, to me, is amazing. And they're picking in 2 more picks.
Yeah.
So there are so many people that they can go and get.
Love the optimism.
Love it.
Love the optimism, man.
Love it.
Awesome, man. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you. All right.
Evan, my man.
I'll say for an organization who prides themselves, or as of recently priding themselves on value and analytics, I didn't like taking the 5th best Georgia player on defense with the 32nd pick. I think they had 3 defensive linemen and a linebacker. all on defense that went to Georgia that got picked before them. I don't think picking him at 32 is as of great value. But came up here from Georgia to see us Georgia safety go.
There you go.
Yeah,
man.
how about that?
Yep.
Huh?
But nonetheless, I want to thank you guys for hosting. I want to thank you guys from Surly for showing some Southern hospitality all the way up here.
Hell
north.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
thank you guys.
Dude, thank you so much,
Thank you
man,
so much
making
for
the
coming.
trip.
man.
Appreciate
you, Evan.
Really appreciate
Yeah.
it.
All right. What are
Take
your
care.
thoughts on it?
Hi, I'm John.
up, John?
Fan since 95, 96-ish. A lot of negativity tonight, but that's okay. We all know when the Vikings first broke our hearts, right? We all have that moment. We all live it.
Oh, yeah.
Every week, every month, whatever. When was the first time for each of you that the Vikings exceeded your expectations? And it was like a shock of like, oh my God.
It's funny because I was only like 11 or 12, but it was when they recovered the onside kick against the Giants in the 1997 playoffs, and they won that game at the Meadowlands.
I don't remember much from the game, but I remember Chris Carter, I think, getting a big reception like the fourth quarter.
They came back. They had no
and
business.
then kicked a field goal and won. And I was like,
Yep.
My mom is the reason why I'm a Vikings fan, and she was just like out of her mind because I don't think she had seen anything positive since who knows before that. But
87 when they beat the Saints and Niners in the playoffs to go to the conference championship game at Washington was a shocker.
Yeah.
They destroyed San Fran. That was a really good Bill Walsh team.
Yeah.
When they took Teddy and came back into the first round at 2014, like I wanted them to do right now with Malik Willis. And it didn't happen.
Hilarious, man. Thanks for coming out.
Thanks, dude.
you. Appreciate it,
Good
man.
stuff.
Appreciate it. Is this the final word here?
I mean,
All right,
might be.
Ben with the final word.
I just want to say, hey, obviously everything that happened with the draft has been a little bit crazy today. I wanted to thank you all for supporting a local business right here in Minneapolis and all the people around the country and around the world that listen to this podcast. You still chose to come to a local brewery right here in Minneapolis and support. And I just wanted to say thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Because that's exactly where the fan base starts. Right here in Minneapolis, right here in Minnesota. We are all here every single year waiting, hoping, crying, and hoping that maybe the next time is going to happen. So just thank you so much for being here.
Awesome.
Thanks, dude.
Ben, thanks for the
You're
final word,
awesome.
dude. Appreciate it.
Awesome stuff.
And thanks to everyone for coming out. Thanks to Surly for just putting on an amazing event and all the help that we've had behind the scenes here. Pat and Adam freezing their asses
Thank
off
you so
over
much,
here.
boys.
So,
And we
all right.
tapped the keg.
And we tapped the damn
I mean,
keg.
we
That's
tapped
right.
the keg.
That's right.
Everyone came to play. Nice
Yep.
work.
So, and to everyone watching on YouTube, we appreciate all of you, and we'll see you guys. We'll obviously be doing much more tomorrow as well when the Vikings have even more picks. So, see you guys. Thank you so much. Daily Vikings Entertainment. We just want the Vikings to win a Super Bowl before we die. We'll see you tomorrow.
Boom.